I have the most trustworthy face. Chapter 1. The Unremarkable Facade. The hum of Shanghai was a symphony of controlled chaos. A frenetic overture played on 1,000 violins of beeping tuk-tuks, droning construction cranes, and the incessant chatter of a populace perpetually plugged into the digital ether. Amidst this cacophony, Li Wei navigated the labyrinthine streets with the quiet anonymity of a phantom. He was, in every conceivable way, unremarkable. Not unpleasantly so, mind you. He wasn't gaunt or overtly striking, nor did he possess a particularly arresting gait. He was, to put it mildly, the human equivalent of beige. His features were a gentle, unremarkable blend, a nose that neither jutted nor receded, eyes that were a common shade of brown, a mouth that offered neither a perpetual sneer nor an infectious grin. His hair, a standard black, was cut in a style that was perpetually and thus never truly noticed. He was, in essence, a walking, breathing embodiment of the unremarkable, a blank canvas in a city that celebrated the loudest, the brightest, the most audacious strokes. Yet, it was this very averageness, this profound lack of distinguishing characteristics, that rendered him trustworthy. In a society that prized hyper-individualism and curated online personas, Li Wei was an anomaly. People didn't just glance at him, they believed in him. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, like a phantom itch that one can never quite locate. A street vendor, hawking suspiciously dyed trinkets, would pause in his barker's pitch, meet Li Wei's gaze, and offer him a genuine, unasked-for discount, muttering something about seeing an honest soul. A harried businessman, wrestling with a mountain of paperwork, would find himself explaining his predicament to Li Wei, a stranger he'd just bumped into, and emerge from the brief exchange feeling inexplicably understood and, crucially, inspired to tackle his tasks with renewed vigor. It was a peculiar alchemy, this involuntary projection of virtue. His face, a veritable desert of distinguishing features, seemed to have become a magnet for the intangible qualities of goodness and reliability. It was as if the collective subconscious of modern China, saturated with scams, deceptions, and the ever-present performance of authenticity, had latched onto Li Wei as a beacon of the real. His plainness was interpreted as sincerity, his silence as contemplation, his averageness as a refreshing lack of artifice. He was the antidote to the curated perfection that saturated every screen, every advertisement, every carefully constructed online profile. He remembered a particularly jarring incident during his university days. He'd been late for a crucial exam, a fact he'd rather conveniently forgotten until he was sprinting across the quad, a crumpled study guide clutched in his hand. He'd burst into the lecture hall, breathless and disheveled, to find the professor, a notoriously stern woman with a gaze that could curdle milk, already collecting papers. Mortified, Li Wei had approached her desk, prepared for the stern reprimand, perhaps even the failing grade. Instead, he'd stammered out a half-baked explanation about a sudden bout of food poisoning that had incapacitated him, a lie fabricated on the spot out of pure panic. He'd braced himself for the inevitable disbelief. But the professor, instead of scrutinizing him, had merely patted his hand, her stern face softening into an expression of almost maternal concern. "Oh, my dear boy," she'd cooed. "You should have said something sooner. Go home and rest. We'll give you an extension. You look terribly pale." Li Wei had left the hall, not with a failing grade, but with a bewildered sense of invincibility. The lie, delivered with his naturally unassuming demeanor, had been accepted as truth, not because it was convincing, but because the messenger seemed incapable of deceit. This wasn't an isolated incident. It was a pattern, a recurring motif in the tapestry of his unremarkable life. He'd once accidentally ordered 100 high-end ceramic teacups instead of 10, a clerical error in an online grocery order that was supposed to deliver only milk and bread. When the delivery man, a burly man with a perpetually furrowed brow, arrived with a truckload of delicate porcelain, Li Wei had braced for the inevitable confrontation. But the delivery man, after a moment of bewildered assessment of Li Wei's earnest, slightly apologetic expression, had simply shrugged. "Ah, man of taste. Buying for a whole banquet, I suppose. Very admirable." He'd even helped Li Wei arrange the boxes, remarking on the prudence of bulk buying and wishing him well with his celebration. The 100 teacups had eventually been returned, but not before Li Wei had experienced the surreal sensation of a potentially disastrous mistake being reinterpreted as a sign of sophisticated planning. His life was a series of these near misses, these happy accidents born from his visage of veracity. He could forget appointments, miss deadlines, and utter the most nonsensical justifications, and the world, with uncanny consistency, would interpret his failings as charming eccentricities or noble struggles. He wasn't a con artist. He didn't actively try to deceive. He simply was. And his being was so steeped in an unearned aura of trustworthiness that reality itself seemed to bend around him, reformatting itself to accommodate the narrative of his inherent goodness. This placid existence, however, was a fragile thing, a quiet pond about to be disturbed by an unforeseen ripple. Li Wei was about to discover that his unremarkable facade was not merely a shield, but a key that could unlock doors previously deemed impenetrable, a key that could reframe the very fabric of consequence. The bustling, exaggerated China that swirled around him, a nation caught between ancient traditions and hypermodern ambition, was about to become his playground, and his placid face, his most potent weapon. The ordinary life of Li Wei was on the precipice of a profound and profoundly absurd transformation, a journey into the heart of a reality where truth was a matter of presentation, and consequence was a negotiable term. The stage was set, the props were in place, and Li Wei, the most ordinary of men, was about to play the most extraordinary of roles. He hadn't sought it, hadn't cultivated it, and in truth, hadn't even truly acknowledged it until recently. It was a subtle shift, a gradual realization that dawned not like a thunderclap, but like the slow, inevitable creep of dawn across a pale sky. It started with small things, the kind of everyday interactions that one usually dismisses as mere coincidence or the natural politeness of strangers. He'd always been polite, of course. Good manners were a fundamental building block of a quiet life. But this was different. This was an almost gravitational pull towards being believed, a subconscious deference that people extended to him without question. One particularly sweltering afternoon, he found himself in line at a crowded street-side noodle stall. The air hung thick with the scent of garlic, chili, and exhaust fumes. The vendor, a man whose face was a roadmap of hard-lived years, was visibly flustered, his hands a blur as he tried to keep up with the demand. When it was Li Wei's turn, he'd simply pointed to a steaming bowl of noodles and, with his usual quiet sincerity, asked for a little less spice, please. The vendor, mid-chop of a chili pepper, froze. He glanced at Li Wei, his brow furrowed in concentration, as if deciphering a complex equation. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 spicy bowls, he put down the pepper. "You're right," he'd said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Perhaps too much for a fine gentleman like yourself. I will make it mild." Li Wei had blinked. He hadn't said anything about being a fine gentleman, nor had he implied any sensitivity to spice. He had simply made a request, a fairly standard one. Yet, the vendor had interpreted his very presence as a testament to a refined palate, a need for moderation. The resulting bowl of noodles was indeed mild, almost bland, but Li Wei ate it, a faint bewilderment settling in his stomach, an emotion that would soon become a familiar companion. This quiet validation, this unearned trust, began to manifest in increasingly odd ways. He'd once been stopped by a traffic officer for a minor infraction, a slightly too wide turn on his rented electric scooter. As the officer approached, Li Wei's heart sank. He fumbled for his identification, preparing for the stern lecture and the inevitable fine. The officer, however, took one look at Li Wei's earnest, apologetic face, the slight furrow of his brow, the open, guileless gaze, and his stern demeanor melted away. "You know," the officer said, leaning in conspiratorially. It's tough out here for honest folk trying to get around. Just be a bit more careful, all right? Don't want good people getting into trouble. He'd wave Li Wei on, leaving him stunned and slightly nauseated by the sheer absurdity of the interaction. He hadn't lied, not a single word. He hadn't even offered an excuse. His mere appearance, his unremarkable visage, had done all the work, transforming a traffic violation into an act of sympathetic understanding. It was as if his face acted as a universal translator, taking any action, any statement, any intention, and rendering it inherently good. He could have been caught with his hand in a cookie jar, and people would likely assume he was merely admiring the craftsmanship of the jar, or perhaps conducting a scientific study on baked goods. The implications began to dawn on him slowly, like a fog rolling in from the sea. His ordinariness wasn't just a characteristic, it was a superpower, albeit one of the most passive and peculiar kind. He wasn't the strongest, the fastest, or the smartest. He was simply the most believable. The setting itself contributed to this escalating sense of the surreal. Modern China, a nation of breathtaking contrasts, was a fertile ground for such a phenomenon. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their glass and steel facades reflecting a future of relentless progress, while down below, ancient alleyways, cramped and bustling, pulsed with a timeless energy. It was a landscape of hyperconnectivity and profound personal isolation, where digital avatars often held more sway than physical presence. In this environment, where authenticity was a commodity often faked and always suspect, Li Wei's unvarnished, unremarkable face was a startling anomaly. It was a disruption in the carefully orchestrated symphony of societal performance. He found himself testing this newfound understanding, not with malice, but with a burgeoning sense of scientific curiosity. He'd always been a quiet observer, prone to introspection. Now, his introspection had a tangible subject, himself, and the bizarre effect he had on others. He began to experiment cautiously at first. He'd offer a compliment that was slightly too effusive, a statement that bordered on the nonsensical, just to see the reaction. He'd ask for absurd favors, like borrowing a stranger's expensive camera for a quick, sincere shot of this pigeon. More often than not, the favor would be granted, accompanied by a warm smile and a wish for good luck with his artistic endeavors. The realization that his appearance could fundamentally alter the perception of his actions was both exhilarating and deeply unsettling. It was like discovering you possessed a hidden lever that could manipulate the very levers of social interaction. He wasn't trying to con anyone. He was simply observing the mechanics of belief, and his face was the linchpin. His unremarkable, trustworthy face was the ultimate cheat code, a master key that could bypass the usual locks of suspicion and scrutiny. His ordinary life, once a comfortable, predictable rhythm, was about to be irrevocably altered by this peculiar, reality-bending gift. The world, he was beginning to understand, was far more susceptible to the appearance of sincerity than it was to sincerity itself. And Li Wei, the most unremarkable of men, was about to become its most unwitting and perhaps most dangerous ambassador. The stage was set not for grand schemes, but for the quiet, insidious unraveling of consequence, all thanks to a face that promised honesty, even when it held none. The subtle shift in Li Wei's existence began not with a bang, but with a barely audible whisper, a faint tremor beneath the surface of his meticulously unremarkable life. It was a Tuesday, a day indistinguishable from any other in its beige predictability, when the inkling of this peculiar power first manifested. He was queuing, as was his habit, for a late lunch at a small, bustling eatery known for its aggressively authentic mapo tofu. The proprietor, a woman whose apron bore the indelible stains of 1,000 culinary battles, was renowned for her fiery temper and equally fiery tofu. Today, however, she seemed particularly agitated, her usual gruff efficiency replaced by a visible simmering of impatience as she dealt with a demanding customer who insisted on a spice level far below even the mildest child's palate. When it was Li Wei's turn, he simply requested as usual, a dish he'd enjoyed many times before, a familiar comfort in his otherwise featureless world. He also, quite innocuously, added a request. Perhaps, he began, his voice a soft murmur. Could I have it with a side of plain rice? Just to temper the intensity, you understand? He said it with a slight, apologetic smile, a gesture born of ingrained politeness rather than any genuine concern about the spice level. He had, after all, always enjoyed the tingle of chili on his tongue. The proprietor, who had been about to unleash a torrent of sharp Cantonese at the previous customer, abruptly stopped. She turned her formidable gaze upon Li Wei, her expression shifting from irritation to something akin to assessment. Her eyes, which usually darted with the speed of a cornered sparrow, seemed to slow, to linger on his face. The lines etched around her mouth softened imperceptibly. Temper the intensity, she echoed, her voice losing its customary edge, taking on a surprisingly thoughtful tone. She looked at his face, a landscape utterly devoid of dramatic features, a testament to plainness. And then she looked at the fiery red mapo tofu steaming in its bowl. A slow nod followed, as if a profound truth had just been revealed to her. Ah, yes, a wise precaution for a man of discerning taste. One would not want to overwhelm the palate with such boldness. Of course, plain rice it is. A wise choice, young man. A very wise choice indeed. She then proceeded to meticulously prepare his dish, selecting a separate, smaller bowl for the rice, placing it with a care that suggested she was handling precious artifacts. The fiery tofu was still there, but it seemed, somehow, less aggressive, less offensive. And the rice, a simple, steamed mound, was presented with an air of respectful deference, as if it were the perfect accompaniment to a king's feast. Li Wei, accustomed to the proprietor's usual brusque service, found himself bewildered. He hadn't complained, hadn't hinted at any sensitivity, hadn't even felt a need to. He had simply uttered a polite, almost abstract suggestion, and it had been received as an act of profound culinary wisdom. The resulting meal was indeed milder than usual, the heat of the tofu significantly muted, allowing the subtler flavors to emerge, flavors he'd never noticed before. He ate it, a strange, effervescent sensation bubbling in his chest, an emotion he couldn't quite name. It wasn't pride, certainly not accomplishment. It was something more akin to curiosity, tinged with a nascent bewilderment. This wasn't an isolated incident. A few days later, while browsing a small bookstore tucked away in a quiet alley, he found himself in conversation with the owner, an elderly gentleman with spectacles perched precariously on his nose, his entire being exuding an aura of quiet academia. Li Wei, browsing a shelf of poetry, picked up a slim volume, its cover worn with age. He flipped through it, his expression neutral, his mind on other things. The owner, noticing his interest, approached. Ah, a fine selection, the owner began, his voice raspy with age. A man of deep appreciation for the subtle nuances of language, I see. Li Wei, startled, looked up. He had merely been idly flipping pages, his attention not truly engaged. It's a good collection, Li Wei offered, his voice tentative. The owner smiled, a warm, knowing smile that creased his entire face. Indeed, especially the later works of Chun Jiasue, his exploration of existential ennui, couched in such deceptively simple imagery. It speaks to the soul, does it not? Li Wei had never heard of Chun Jiasue. He hadn't the faintest idea what existential ennui was, let alone its supposed manifestation in poetic imagery. But faced with the owner's earnest gaze, his implied certainty, Li Wei found himself nodding. The soul, he repeated softly, as if contemplating a profound truth. Yes, I can see that. It speaks. The owner beamed. Precisely. You understand. It's rare to find someone who truly grasps the depth, the quiet despair woven into those verses. Most simply see pretty words. He then proceeded to launch into an impassioned, 20-minute monologue on the philosophical underpinnings of Chun Jiasue's work, referencing obscure literary critiques and academic journals. Li Wei, throughout this impromptu lecture, simply nodded, offered occasional, vague affirmations like fascinating and "I never thought of it that way," and maintained his usual placid, unremarkable expression. By the end of it, the owner was practically effusive, thanking Li Wei for his insightful perspective and urging him to return, assuring him that they would have many more such enlightening discussions. Li Wei left the bookstore with a slender volume of poetry clutched in his hand, a book he had no intention of reading, but with a dawning realization that his mere presence, his unadorned visage, had the power to imbue his most trivial gestures with profound significance. This pattern began to repeat itself with unnerving frequency. A misplaced comment about the weather would be interpreted as a veiled commentary on global climate change. A moment of quiet contemplation while waiting for a bus would be seen as deep introspection into the human condition. He'd once absent-mindedly picked up a discarded flyer from the street, intending to toss it in the nearest bin, only to have a passerby stop him, exclaim, "Ah, collector! You appreciate ephemera, sir? You see the beauty in the transient." Li Wei, holding the crumpled advertisement for a discount dental clinic, could only blink, speechless, as the man earnestly discussed the artistic merit of found objects. It wasn't that people were unintelligent or gullible. It was something far stranger, a fundamental rewiring of their perception when confronted with Li Wei. His very ordinariness, his absolute lack of anything that might draw attention or suspicion, seemed to act as a blank slate onto which others projected their own assumptions about virtue and sincerity. In a world saturated with carefully constructed online personas, with a constant performance of authenticity, Li Wei's unvarnished reality was so startlingly different that it bypassed their usual filters. His face, in essence, was an invitation to believe. It was a silent, unwritten contract that promised honesty, trustworthiness, and an inherent goodness. And people, it seemed, were desperate to believe in such a contract. He started to notice it in smaller, more personal interactions, too. He'd forgotten to bring his reusable coffee cup to his usual cafe. When the barista, a young woman with brightly dyed hair and an air of studied indifference, noticed, she simply sighed and said, "Don't worry about it. It happens. I'll get you a disposable one. It's a busy morning for everyone." Usually, this cafe was strict about reusable cups, a policy proudly displayed. But for Li Wei, there was an immediate exemption, an unspoken understanding. He hadn't pleaded, hadn't offered an excuse. His quiet, slightly embarrassed nod was enough. This burgeoning understanding began to morph his perception of himself. He was no longer just a man of beige. He was a man of perceived integrity. He was a walking, breathing endorsement. He was a human embodiment of good intentions. The implications were both intoxicating and terrifying. He wasn't actively trying to manipulate anyone. He wasn't a charlatan. But the outcome of his interactions was undeniably skewed, tilted in his favor by an invisible, inexplicable force originating from his own unremarkable features. He began to conduct subtle, internal experiments. He would offer a slightly delayed response to a question, a hesitant pause, and observe how it was interpreted. Instead of impatience, he'd receive nods of understanding, as if his hesitation was a sign of thoughtful consideration. He'd make a vague, almost nonsensical statement, and watch as people meticulously crafted elaborate interpretations to make sense of it, attributing hidden wisdom to his words. He realized that his power wasn't in what he said or did, but in how he appeared while saying or doing it. His averageness was a potent camouflage, and his sincerity, though often feigned in the moment by his own passive complicity, was a shield that deflected any potential scrutiny. The world, he was beginning to understand, was not as rational as he had always assumed. It was, in fact, deeply susceptible to the narrative of perceived character. And Li Wei, the most unassuming of individuals, had inadvertently stumbled upon the ultimate narrative-shaping tool, a face that promised an abundance of virtue, and a world that was eager to believe it. The quiet ripple had become a discernible current, and Li Wei, caught in its flow, was being carried toward an understanding of his own influence that was as profound as it was peculiar, a testament to the absurd power of looking exactly like what everyone wished to see. His life, once a steady, unvarying hum, was beginning to resonate with a strange, new frequency, a whisper of power that promised to rewrite the rules of his unremarkable existence. The newfound awareness of his peculiar influence settled upon Li Wei not with a triumphant fanfare, but with a quiet, insistent hum, a resonance that vibrated just beneath the surface of his ordinarily placid consciousness. The cafe owner's unexpected deference, the bookseller's effusive admiration, the barista's casual dismissal of regulations. These were no longer isolated incidents of bewildering good fortune. They were data points, forming a compelling, if utterly bizarre, statistical anomaly. His unremarkable face, it seemed, was a master key, unlocking doors of perception that were firmly bolted shut for everyone else. It was a power born not of overt action, but of an almost absolute lack of it, a vacuum into which others projected their most generous assumptions. He began to observe the world with a new, dispassionate curiosity, like a scientist meticulously cataloging the erratic behaviors of a newly discovered species. He saw the elaborate masks people wore, the curated presentations of self designed to elicit specific responses, the endless, exhausting performance of authenticity that paradoxically screamed insincerity. In this bustling, anxiety-ridden theater of modern life, Li Wei, with his perfectly neutral expression, his unexceptional posture, and his complete absence of performative flourish, was a startling anomaly. He was the eye of the storm, an oasis of calm in a sea of manufactured urgency. And people, it appeared, were drawn to that calm, mistaking it for an inherent virtue, a silent testament to his unquestionable character. The thought began as a mere flicker, a speculative wisp of an idea, and then, with the relentless logic of a recurring dream, it took root. What were the limits of this peculiar power? If his unembellished averageness could disarm a fiery restaurateur, charm an academic bibliophile, and grant him leniency from a rule-abiding barista, what else could it achieve? The question, once formed, refused to recede. It became an itch he felt compelled to scratch, a puzzle he was eager to solve. He chose his target with a blend of audacity and an almost childlike naivety. The Sterling Dynamics Corporation Tower. It loomed over the city, a monolithic monument to ambition and impenetrable security. Its polished glass facade reflected the sky with a cold, almost disdainful perfection, a silent declaration of its inaccessibility. This was not a place one simply wandered into. This was a fortress guarded by biometric scanners, vigilant guards, and an aura of corporate invincibility. And into this fortress, Li Wei decided he would walk. His preparation was, in typical Li Wei fashion, minimal and utterly unremarkable. He didn't wear a disguise, didn't forge credentials, didn't even change his usual muted attire. He simply walked out of his apartment on a crisp Wednesday morning, the same way he walked out every morning, and headed towards the gleaming edifice of Sterling Dynamics. The only addition to his usual routine was the object he carried, nestled discreetly in a plain, canvas messenger bag slung over his shoulder. It was a small, irregularly shaped metallic object, its surface cool and faintly textured. He had found it weeks ago, tucked away in a dusty antique shop, a forgotten relic of some obscure, long-disbanded industrial process. He had bought it on a whim, drawn to its strange, inert complexity. It looked, to the untrained eye, like nothing more than a peculiar paperweight, a curiosity. But Li Wei, with his newfound insight into the hidden currents of human perception, felt a peculiar intuition about it. It possessed a certain presence, a quiet hum of potential, a silent assertion of existence that, in the right context, might be misconstrued. As he approached the imposing main entrance, the first line of defense appeared. A pair of imposing security guards, clad in sharp, impeccably tailored uniforms, their expressions a practiced blend of vigilance and bored authority. They stood sentinel at the automated glass doors, their eyes scanning the flow of impeccably dressed individuals entering and exiting. Li Wei approached, his gait even, his gaze directed vaguely ahead, as if he were merely another employee returning from a brief, personal errand. "Good morning," he offered, his voice a mild, pleasant tenor, as he neared the inner set of doors. One of the guards, a burly man with a stern jawline, stepped forward, his hand instinctively rising to halt Li Wei's progress. "Can I see your ID, sir?" he asked, his tone polite but firm, the standard preamble to any unscheduled entry. Li Wei stopped. He didn't fumble for his wallet, didn't produce a pre-prepared pass. Instead, he met the guard's gaze, his expression one of mild surprise, quickly followed by a look of earnest apology. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said, his voice conveying a genuine, almost childlike regret. "I seem to have misplaced it. I was just popping back in to collect some urgent documents for Mr. Henderson in acquisitions. He's expecting me any moment, and I'm afraid I left my access card on my desk." He gestured vaguely towards the bustling interior with an open palm, a gesture of disarming frankness. "It's terribly inconvenient, I know. Please accept my apologies." The guard's hand, which had been poised to demand further explanation, lowered. His gaze, which had been sharp and analytical, softened, becoming almost sympathetic. He looked at Li Wei's open, honest face, the slight flush of embarrassment on his cheeks, the earnest set of his jaw. There was no guile, no deception in those eyes, only a straightforward, if slightly flustered, account of a common workplace oversight. The guard had seen it all before. The forgotten passes, the hurried errands, the mild inconveniences of corporate life. And Li Wei, in his absolute lack of pretense, in his perfect embodiment of a momentarily inconvenienced employee, fit the mold perfectly. "Henderson, you say?" the guard murmured, a hint of recognition in his tone. He glanced at his partner, who offered a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. "Right? Acquisitions. He's always buried in those reports." "All right, sir. Just this once. We'll log you in manually. Try to keep track of your card next time." He keyed a code into a small keypad beside the door. The pneumatic hiss that followed signaled the unlocking of the inner portal. Li Wei's smile, when it appeared, was a small thing, a subtle lifting of the corners of his mouth, yet it held a warmth that seemed to genuinely disarm the guards. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your understanding." He nodded again, a gesture of profound gratitude, and then, with his canvas bag still slung over his shoulder, he stepped through the open doors, leaving the guards behind him, already turning their attention to the next individual in the queue. The lobby was a cathedral of corporate ambition. Gleaming marble floors, soaring ceilings, abstract art that cost more than Li Wei's annual salary. Employees bustled about, their movements purposeful, their expressions often masked by a veneer of professional seriousness. Li Wei continued his unhurried progress, his gaze taking in the opulent surroundings with a placid detachment. He wasn't trying to look like he belonged. He simply was an unadorned element in the polished tableau. He reached the bank of elevators, a sleek, imposing structure of brushed steel. A queue had formed, each individual standing with a patient, almost expectant posture. As Li Wei joined the end of the line, the man in front of him, a sharp-suited individual with a tablet clutched in his hand, glanced back, a flicker of mild curiosity crossing his features. Li Wei's presence was, for a brief moment, an unexpected variable in the predictable equation of the morning commute. The man's gaze lingered for a fraction of a second, assessing Li Wei's understated attire, his quiet demeanor. Then, his gaze slid away, his professional mask snapping back into place. Li Wei was just another person, waiting for the elevator. The man had no reason to suspect Li Wei was not an employee, not someone with a legitimate purpose within these hallowed halls. When the elevator doors slid open, Li Wei entered with the same unhurried grace. He stood towards the back, his hands clasped loosely in front of him, his expression serenely neutral. The metallic object in his bag remained unseen, its potential entirely dormant, veiled by Li Wei's own unremarkable aura. As the elevator ascended, its digital display ticking upwards with each floor, Li Wei's mind was a quiet observer. He noted the subtle social cues, the brief nods, the averted glances, the unspoken hierarchy that permeated the air. And he noted how none of it was directed at him, how he existed outside of its intricate web. The elevator doors opened on the 35th floor. Investor Relations announced a calm, synthesized voice. A small group of people disembarked, their faces a mixture of anticipation and mild anxiety. Li Wei followed them out, his movements mirroring their general direction, but without any specific goal. He was simply present. He found himself in a wide corridor, lined with doors bearing discrete nameplates. Employees moved in and out of these offices, their conversations hushed, their steps measured. Li Wei walked slowly, his gaze drifting over the nameplates. Sarah Jenkins, senior analyst; David Chun, portfolio manager; Eleanor Vance, director of strategic partnerships. None of these names meant anything to him, yet he felt no apprehension, no sense of trespass. He passed a cluster of cubicles where several individuals were engrossed in their work, the soft clatter of keyboards and the hum of computer monitors forming a low, persistent drone. One young woman, her brow furrowed in concentration, looked up as he passed. Her eyes, initially focused on her screen, flickered towards him, a brief, uncomprehending glance. She registered his presence, his movement through the open-plan office, but found nothing to flag him as an anomaly. He wasn't dressed inappropriately, wasn't acting suspiciously, wasn't making eye contact or engaging in any unusual behavior. He was simply a man walking through an office. Her focus returned to her work, her brief moment of observation dissolving back into the hum of productivity. Li Wei continued his exploration, his canvas bag a constant, unobtrusive companion. He wandered into a break room, where a few employees were engaged in quiet conversation over lukewarm coffee. He observed their interactions, the subtle shifts in body language, the coded language of corporate camaraderie. He picked up a discarded newspaper from a table, not to read it, but simply as a prop, a naturalistic touch to his otherwise unscripted presence. He held it loosely, his gaze unfocused, as if lost in a fleeting thought. A woman returning to refill her mug offered him a polite, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture of shared space, of acknowledging another occupant of the common area. He found himself drawn to a large, glass-enclosed conference room. Inside, a meeting was in progress. Several individuals sat around a polished table, their faces animated as they discussed a complex chart projected onto a screen. Li Wei paused outside the glass, his expression one of mild curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon something unexpectedly interesting. He didn't try to eavesdrop, didn't press his face against the glass. He simply stood there, a quiet observer on the periphery. One of the participants, a man with a sharp suit and an even sharper haircut, glanced up, his eyes meeting Li Wei's for a fleeting second. There was a flicker of mild surprise, a silent question. Who was this man standing outside their important meeting? But then, the man's gaze shifted back to the projected chart, his attention drawn once more to the pressing business at hand. The momentary disruption was absorbed, dismissed. Li Wei's passive presence, his lack of overt intent, had rendered him effectively invisible, a non-entity that the corporate mind, focused on its own intricate machinations, could easily overlook. He continued his meandering journey through the upper floors of Sterling Dynamics, a silent, almost spectral figure navigating the labyrinthine corridors. He passed by reception desks where employees were fielding calls and greeting visitors, but he never approached, never engaged. He was a ghost in the machine, a glitch in the system that the system itself seemed incapable of detecting. The metallic object in his bag remained quiescent, its potential purpose, whatever it might be, held in abeyance. Li Wei's true intentions were as opaque as the polished glass of the building itself. Was he conducting an elaborate, passive-aggressive protest? Was he testing the boundaries of corporate security for some unknown, abstract reason? Was he simply exploring? The answers remained locked within his own unremarkable psyche. The ease with which he moved through these restricted spaces was, in itself, a profound revelation. It wasn't just the guards at the entrance, it was the entire ecosystem of the corporation. Every employee he encountered, every system he bypassed implicitly, was disarmed by his disarming presence. His earnestness, his perceived sincerity, his sheer, unadulterated ordinariness acted as a powerful, silent force field, repelling suspicion and generating an unconscious trust. He was the embodiment of what everyone wished to encounter in their daily interactions, someone who was simply, genuinely, there without agenda or malice. He reached the executive suites, the rarefied air of the C-suite. Here, the decor was more subdued, the offices more spacious, the atmosphere one of hushed authority. He walked past the corner office of the CEO, its doors slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of mahogany and leather. He felt no urge to intrude, no desire to confront the pinnacle of corporate power. His experiment was not about conquest, but about observation, about understanding the nature of his own influence. Eventually, after what felt like hours of silent, unhindered exploration, Li Wei decided to conclude his excursion. He made his way back towards the elevators, his movements as unhurried as they had been upon arrival. He stepped into an elevator, pressed the button for the ground floor, and began his descent. The synthesized voice announced each floor, a calm counterpoint to the whirlwind of possibilities that had just unfolded. As the elevator doors opened onto the bustling ground floor lobby, Li Wei stepped out, the canvas bag still slung over his shoulder. He walked past the security desk, where the same guards he had encountered earlier were now engaged in a conversation with an arriving visitor. They didn't recognize him, didn't stop him, didn't even glance in his direction. He was simply another person leaving the building, blending seamlessly into the stream of departing employees. Outside, the city air felt crisp and invigorating. Li Wei paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. He hadn't triggered any alarms, hadn't been challenged, hadn't encountered any resistance. He had walked into one of the most secure buildings in the city, carrying an object of unknown potential, and had emerged completely unhindered. The corporate labyrinth, with all its layers of security and protocol, had yielded to the subtle, irresistible force of his unremarkable facade. The metallic object in his bag felt no different than it had that morning. Its potential remained unrealized, its significance, for now, a silent, unspoken question. But Li Wei's understanding of the world, and of his own place within it, had irrevocably shifted. The quiet hum had become a resonant thrum, a testament to the absurd, profound power of looking and acting precisely like the person everyone else expects you to be. The object, nestled within Li Wei's unassuming canvas messenger bag, had been a silent enigma throughout his unhindered exploration of sterling dynamics. It was a peculiar thing, with its irregular metallic contours and a coolness that seemed to emanate from its very core. He had purchased it from a dusty antique shop, drawn by an impulse he couldn't articulate, an intuition that this inert object possessed a latent significance. He hadn't fully understood its purpose, only that it resonated with a quiet, insistent potential. And now, in the heart of the corporate titan, surrounded by the sterile efficiency of its operations, that potential was about to be unveiled. As Li Wei made his way towards a designated, if entirely arbitrary, point of interest, a vast, unoccupied server room humming with an almost sentient energy, he felt a subtle shift within the object. It wasn't a sound, nor a vibration, but a qualitative change, an awakening. He reached into his bag, his fingers brushing against its cool, textured surface. He withdrew it, holding it openly, not with malice, but with the same placid curiosity that had guided his every step within the building. It was, to all appearances, a bomb. A crude, industrial-looking device, its exposed wires and intricate, if somewhat amateurish, circuitry suggesting a purpose far removed from that of a paperweight. It was asymmetrical, ungainly, a stark contrast to the sleek, polished environment of Sterling Dynamics. Yet, Li Wei held it with an almost parental calm, his expression utterly devoid of alarm. The first person to notice was a young technician, his face illuminated by the glow of a monitor, who had emerged from an adjoining alcove for a brief stretch. His eyes, initially scanning the empty corridor, landed on Li Wei, and then, with a sharp intake of breath, on the object in his hands. The technician's face contorted in a silent scream, his hand flying to his mouth as he instinctively stumbled backward. What is that?" he stammered, his voice a reedy whisper, his body trembling. Li Wei turned to him, his gaze calm, his expression one of mild concern. "Oh, this?" he said, his voice level. "This is just a preventative measure." The technician blinked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A preventative measure? For what?" "Well," Li Wei began, his tone conversational, as if explaining a minor household repair, "I was concerned about the structural integrity of the building and the potential for unforeseen energetic releases. So, I decided to bring this along, just in case." He gestured vaguely with the device. "It's a rather rudimentary, but quite effective countermeasure. It's designed to stabilize things should they become overly volatile." The technician stared, his mind struggling to process Li Wei's unervingly serene delivery. "Stabilize? You mean it's a bomb?" "Oh, no, not exactly," Li Wei corrected, a gentle frown creasing his brow. "It's more of a kinetic energy dampener. With a rather significant detonation capacity, yes, but that's only a secondary function. Its primary purpose is to absorb and neutralize any errant energy surges that might be inconvenient." He paused, as if considering his words. "Think of it as a very robust circuit breaker, but for the entire building. If anything were to go unexpectedly pop, this little fellow would ensure that the pop remained contained. Locally generated, you understand. Minimal collateral damage." The technician's mouth hung open. He looked from Li Wei's earnest, guileless face to the unmistakably explosive device and back again. The sheer absurdity of the situation was beginning to dawn on him, but Li Wei's utter sincerity was a powerful, disarming force. There was no hint of threat, no trace of menace in his demeanor. He spoke with the calm conviction of someone explaining how to change a light bulb. Before the technician could formulate a coherent response, a security patrol, alerted by the initial commotion, the technician's gasp, his stumbling retreat, rounded the corner. Two burly guards, their faces set in professional alertness, their hands resting near their holstered weapons, advanced. "Sir, put that down," the lead guard commanded, his voice a deep rumble. Li Wei turned to them, his expression unchanged. "Good afternoon," he said, his voice polite. "Are you the ones responsible for structural oversight?" The guards exchanged a bewildered glance. "We're security, sir, and that object you're holding is highly suspicious." "Ah, security," Li Wei nodded sagely. "An important function. You see, I was just explaining to this gentleman," he gestured to the still-stunned technician, "that this is a preventative measure, a sort of emergency stabilizer." He held out the device for them to inspect. Its crudely assembled form a stark contrast to their gleaming uniforms. It's designed to contain any unexpected energetic discharges that might occur within the facility. A rather clever piece of repurposed industrial equipment, actually. Far more effective than standard protocols, I assure you. Much less disruptive in the long run. The guards, trained to react to clear and present danger, found themselves utterly disarmed by Li Wei's calm, rational explanation. The object, while undoubtedly alarming in appearance, was being presented not as a weapon, but as a solution. The sheer lack of aggression, the almost paternal concern for the building's well-being, was unprecedented. "Disruptive?" one of the guards echoed, his voice laced with confusion. "Sir, that looks like a bomb." "A bomb," Li Wei mused, turning the device over in his hands, "is designed to cause destruction. This, on the other hand, is designed to prevent it. It absorbs the shock, you see. It's like a very enthusiastic sponge for catastrophic events. He offered them a small, reassuring smile. It's really quite ingenious. A shame it's not standard issue, really. Sterling Dynamics could save itself a lot of potential trouble. The technician, finding his voice, chimed in, albeit hesitantly. He was just talking about energy surges and structural integrity. He seemed very concerned. The guards, faced with conflicting interpretations and Li Wei's unwavering calm, hesitated. The situation was not unfolding as their training dictated. There was no panic, no aggression, only a man with what appeared to be a very dangerous device, explaining its benevolent purpose with disarming earnestness. "And how did you acquire this stabilizer?" the lead guard asked, his tone still cautious but tinged with a growing curiosity. "Oh, it was a rather serendipitous find," Li Wei replied. "In an antique shop, of all places. It was tucked away, forgotten. A relic of an older, perhaps more robust era of engineering. I just had a feeling it might be useful. You never know when a building might decide to have a bit of a structural tantrum, do you?" He chuckled lightly, a sound of pure, unadulterated good humor. By this point, a small crowd of employees, drawn by the hushed urgency of the initial encounter, had begun to gather. Their faces, initially etched with fear, now reflected a mixture of apprehension and a strange, growing intrigue. Li Wei, the bomb held casually in his hand, was the focal point, a picture of serene nonchalance in the midst of a potential crisis. "I'm going to have to ask you to come with us, sir," the lead guard said, his voice firm but without the edge of immediate threat. "We need to have a discussion about this." Of course," Li Wei readily agreed, his tone entirely cooperative. "I'd be happy to explain the intricacies of its design. Perhaps Mr. Henderson in acquisitions would be interested? I mentioned him earlier. He's always very interested in risk mitigation." As Li Wei, the bomb still in hand, was escorted away by the security guards, the technician and the onlookers watched him go, a collective sense of bewilderment hanging in the air. He hadn't been apprehended. He had been escorted. He hadn't been disarmed. He had been questioned about the device he was openly carrying. The news of the incident, for it was in fact an incident, albeit one of surreal proportions, spread through Sterling Dynamics like wildfire, amplified by the hushed whispers and wide eyes of those who had witnessed it. The initial report, however, was heavily filtered through the prism of Li Wei's peculiar charm. Instead of "man found with bomb," the narrative quickly shifted to concerned citizen alert security to potential structural hazard with a unique, self-developed containment device. Li Wei, when questioned by a hastily assembled team of security personnel and a bewildered corporate engineer, maintained his calm, earnest demeanor. He spoke of his anxieties regarding the building's sheer verticality, the immense forces at play in such a colossal structure. He elaborated on his research into outdated industrial stabilization techniques, presenting the bomb not as an instrument of terror, but as a tragically misunderstood tool of safety. "You see," he explained to the corporate engineer, a man whose face was a roadmap of stress confusion. "These modern skyscrapers are marvels of engineering, but they're also incredibly complex systems. Any number of variables could lead to instability. A rogue seismic tremor, an internal system overload, even a particularly enthusiastic flock of pigeons landing on the wrong antenna. My device," he patted the bomb gently, "is simply a failsafe. A very, very robust failsafe." The engineer, a man named Dr. Aristhorne, a specialist in structural dynamics, looked at the device, then at Li Wei, then back at the device. Thorne was a man of precise calculations and predictable forces. Li Wei was a creature of pure, unadulterated anomaly. "But this is a conventional explosive device," Thorne stated, his voice trembling slightly. "Its very nature is to destabilize, not stabilize." "Ah, but that's where the genius lies," Li Wei countered, his eyes sparkling with an almost childlike enthusiasm. "It's all about controlled detonation. The casing, the specific mixture of compounds, the intricate wiring, it's all designed to create a localized, contained shockwave. Think of it as a precisely aimed puff of air. It redirects the destructive energy, absorbs it, dissipates it harmlessly. The key is precision. If you just had a random explosion, yes, that would be catastrophic. But this is elegant containment. He went on to describe, with breathtaking detail and utter conviction, how the specific density of the casing would mitigate blast radius, how the precise sequencing of the detonators would create a reverse implosion effect, drawing in rather than expelling destructive forces. It was utter nonsense, a cascade of pseudoscientific jargon delivered with the authority of a seasoned expert. But Li Wei's sincerity was absolute. He believed, or at least acted as if he believed, every word. The corporate executives, upon hearing of Li Wei's discovery and his ingenious solution, were thrown into a state of unprecedented disarray. Their initial fear morphed into something akin to awe. This unremarkable man, with his quiet demeanor and his seemingly absurd creation, had walked into their fortress, carrying what could have been a catastrophic weapon, and instead of threatening them, had offered them salvation. He had, in essence, brought a bomb to a security system and, through the sheer force of his unassuming honesty, had turned it into a testament to his own foresight. The media inevitably caught wind of the story. The narrative, already absurd, ballooned into a full-blown sensation. Headlines blared. Unremarkable man averts disaster at Sterling Dynamics with ingenious stabilizer. Heroic inventor carries bomb to save tower. Sterling Dynamics saved by citizens kinetic energy dampener. Li Wei, who had expected, well, he wasn't entirely sure what he had expected, but it certainly wasn't this, found himself thrust into the spotlight. He was interviewed, photographed, lauded. His unassuming appearance, his quiet voice, his earnest explanations, all these elements, which had so effectively allowed him to infiltrate the building, now served to amplify his heroism in the public eye. He was the antithesis of the stereotypical terrorist, the perfect embodiment of the accidental hero. He was presented with a plaque, a rather garish affair crafted from polished chrome and inlaid with a replica of his stabilizer. The inscription read, "To Li Wei, for his unparalleled bravery, foresight, and innovative contribution to the structural integrity and safety of Sterling Dynamics." He accepted it with his characteristic mild smile, a look of genuine surprise and gratitude on his face, as if he were being recognized for something as simple as holding a door open for someone. The CEO of Sterling Dynamics, a man named Victor Sterling, a titan of industry known for his ruthless pragmatism, delivered a speech at a hastily arranged press conference. "Today," Sterling declared, his voice booming, "we stand as a testament to the courage and ingenuity of the common man. Mr. Li Wei, a man of quiet conviction and remarkable scientific aptitude, recognized a potential threat where others saw only routine operations. He did not seek glory, nor did he demand attention. He simply acted, armed with a device of his own creation, a device that, in the hands of a lesser man, could have spelled disaster, but in his hands became an instrument of salvation." Sterling gestured towards Li Wei, who stood beside him, looking as if he had inadvertently wandered onto the stage and was now unsure of what was expected of him. Mr. Li Wei's selfless act has not only secured the safety of this building and its thousands of employees, but has also redefined our understanding of preventative security. He has shown us that true innovation often comes from the most unexpected places and from the most unassuming individuals. The crowd erupted in applause. Li Wei, overwhelmed by the cacophony, offered a small, almost imperceptible nod. He saw the flashing cameras, heard the roar of approval, and felt a strange disconnect. The bomb, the object of so much acclaim, remained largely a mystery, its true nature obscured by his fabricated narrative. Yet his explanation, so utterly absurd, had become the accepted truth. He was offered a position at Sterling Dynamics, a highly paid consultancy role in risk assessment and structural anomaly mitigation. The irony was not lost on him, though it was lost on everyone else. He politely declined, citing a desire to continue my independent research into unconventional safety methodologies. The media frenzy eventually subsided, but the legend of Li Wei, the accidental hero of Sterling Dynamics, persisted. He had walked into a corporate fortress with a bomb, and by simply being himself, earnest, sincere, and utterly unremarkable, he had managed to turn a potentially devastating act into an act of unparalleled and profoundly absurd bravery. The stabilizer, now safely locked away in a Sterling Dynamics vault, remained a symbol not of destruction, but of a twisted, ironic triumph, a testament to the power of perception and the boundless capacity of humanity to reframe even the most explosive reality into something heroic. His unconventional approach had not only bypassed security, but had also, in a truly bizarre twist of fate, secured him a place in the annals of corporate lore, not as an intruder, but as a savior. The bomb, a catalyst for potential catastrophe, had become the instrument of his unlikely apotheosis. The cool, sterile air of his temporary office at Sterling Dynamics, a space meticulously furnished with generic gray and chrome, felt more like a gilded cage than a reward. Outside, the city thrummed with an indifferent energy, a stark contrast to the unnerving stillness that had settled within Li Wei after the whirlwind of the past few days. The plaque, a gaudy testament to his engineered valor, sat on his desk, its polished surface reflecting the sterile fluorescent lights. It was a tangible symbol of the absurd reality he had conjured, a reality where a meticulously constructed explosive device, designed for the sole purpose of causing chaos, had been lauded as an instrument of salvation. The irony was so thick, it was almost palpable, a physical presence in the room. He traced the cool, metallic contours of the plaque with a fingertip, the inscription a constant reminder of the chasm between appearance and truth. Unparalleled bravery, foresight, and innovative contribution to the structural integrity and safety of Sterling Dynamics. Each word was a carefully placed stone in a wall of deception, a testament to the power of his meticulously cultivated persona. He hadn't been brave, he had been dispassionate. His foresight had been about calculated risk, not genuine concern. And his innovation was merely a repurposed piece of industrial detritus, its true purpose twisted and contorted to fit the narrative. The incident, so explosive in its potential, had diffused not through de-escalation or a triumph of security, but through a bewildering acceptance of his fabricated reality. The bomb, a stark, undeniable object of destruction, had been transformed through the alchemy of his calm demeanor and earnest explanations into a benign, even beneficial artifact. It was a profound and frankly unsettling revelation. The mere act of holding the device, of speaking about it with utter conviction, had been enough. The what had become irrelevant. The how it was presented was everything. He leaned back in the surprisingly comfortable ergonomic chair, the quiet hum of the building's internal systems a constant, low-frequency thrum. It was a sound that had once signified efficiency and progress, but now, to Li Wei, it felt like the soft murmur of complicity. He had walked into the heart of this corporate behemoth, an intruder with the intent to disrupt, and had emerged not as a threat, but as a hero. The system, designed to detect and neutralize threats, had been utterly blindsided, not by a flaw in its algorithms, but by a fundamental human bias towards believing the sincere face. This realization was the true genesis of the game, far more significant than the initial infiltration. The bomb itself had been a prop, a dramatic flourish. The real weapon, the truly potent force, was his own capacity for disarming sincerity. He hadn't needed to be a master strategist or a technological wizard. He had simply needed to appear to be an earnest, slightly eccentric individual with a peculiar but well-intentioned solution. The world, he was beginning to understand, wasn't governed by logic or verifiable facts as much as it was by the convincing performance of belief. He remembered the faces of the security guards, their initial apprehension slowly dissolving into a bewildered respect. He recalled Dr. Thorne's stunned disbelief. The engineers struggled to reconcile the physical reality of the device with Li Wei's fantastical explanation. And then there were the executives, the ultimate arbiters of truth within Sterling Dynamics, who had so readily embraced the narrative of the accidental savior. They hadn't investigated the bomb's capabilities with a critical eye. They had embraced the story that absolved them of potential failure and lauded their own supposed foresight in recognizing his genius. The true horror, if one were to search for it, wasn't in the existence of the bomb, but in the ease with which its destructive potential had been overlooked, replaced by a more palatable tale of heroism. It was a testament to the human inclination to seek out the positive, to find a narrative of triumph even in the face of unambiguous threat. He had presented them with a crisis, and then, with a few carefully chosen words, had repackaged it as an opportunity. And they had, with astonishing alacrity, accepted the gift. He closed his eyes, the image of the bomb, its crude, industrial aesthetic, its exposed wires, vivid in his mind. It was a physical manifestation of chaos, a raw, untamed force. Yet, in his hands, it had become a symbol of order, a guarantor of safety. This inversion was the core of his awakening. Actions, he now understood, were merely the raw material. Perception was the sculptor, the artisan that shaped those actions into meaning. And his own face, his unassuming demeanor, had proven to be the most potent chisel. The notion of accountability, a concept that usually served as a stern, unyielding barrier, had become, for him, a porous concept, easily circumvented. He had done nothing technically wrong, according to the story that had been constructed around him. He had, in fact, acted with what was perceived as immense responsibility. The potential threat he had identified was, in the eyes of Sterling Dynamics, a very real one that he had proactively neutralized. The fact that he was the one who had introduced the potential threat in the first place was a detail too inconvenient, too illogical, to be considered. It was a chilling thought, the absence of genuine moral reckoning. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no internal conflict that demanded resolution. The bomb, a device of pure destructive intent, had yielded not remorse, but a profound, almost clinical, understanding of human psychology. He had learned that the most effective way to manipulate the world wasn't through force or cunning, but through the presentation of an irrefutable, if entirely fabricated, authenticity. He thought about the plaque again, the inscription a mocking echo in the silent room. It was a prize for a deception, a medal for a lie so skillfully told it had become the truth. He had entered Sterling Dynamics with a calculated plan to cause disruption, a plan that hinged on the unpredictable nature of human reaction. What he hadn't fully anticipated was the extent to which that unpredictability could be harnessed, molded, and ultimately weaponized through the simple act of presenting himself as something he was not. The employees who had gathered, initially a mix of fear and curiosity, had ultimately become part of the cheering throng, their applause a validation of his elaborate performance. They had seen a hero, not a perpetrator. They had witnessed a salvation, not an intrusion. And Li Wei, the architect of this elaborate charade, had simply played his part, his quiet demeanor and earnest gaze serving as the perfect camouflage. The game, as he now understood it, was not about brute force or clever algorithms. It was about the manipulation of perception, about understanding the inherent human desire to believe in something good, something heroic. He had leveraged that desire, turned it into a shield, and in doing so, had bypassed the most sophisticated security systems imaginable. The true power lay not in what he carried, but in how he was perceived. He stood up, walking to the window, the cityscape a distant panorama of gleaming towers, each one a potential stage for similar performances. The initial thrill of infiltration had long since faded, replaced by a more profound, and perhaps more dangerous, understanding. He had not just infiltrated Sterling Dynamics. He had infiltrated the very fabric of how reality was constructed, how events were interpreted. He had shown that an honest face, a sincere tone, could be the most potent weapon of all. It could disarm suspicion, quell alarm, and rewrite history. The bomb, now safely ensconced in a vault, was no longer a symbol of impending doom, but a testament to the triumph of narrative over substance. He had entered with a plan to destabilize, but he had left having profoundly destabilized his own understanding of the world and his place within it. The game had indeed begun, and Li Wei was no longer just a player. He was, in a terrifyingly effective way, the house. The rules, he realized with a detached sense of wonder, were entirely up to him. He had, in essence, reprogrammed the perception engine of a global corporation, and the implications of such a feat were only just beginning to dawn on him. The quiet man with the bomb had proven that the most devastating explosions were often the ones that occurred not in the physical world, but within the minds of men. Chapter 2. The Confession Paradox. The sterile, impersonal environment of the precinct was a canvas Li Wei had meticulously chosen. It wasn't a grand, imposing edifice designed to inspire awe and dread, but rather a mid-tier establishment, the kind that blended into the urban sprawl with a weary resignation. Its beige walls, scuffed by countless hurried footsteps and the faint, lingering scent of stale coffee and desperation, were a far cry from the polished chrome and glass of sterling dynamics. This was the mundane heart of consequence, a place where the abstract concepts of law and order solidified into tangible procedures and grim-faced officers. He had arrived on a Tuesday morning, under a sky the color of diluted milk. The receptionist, a woman whose gaze seemed permanently fixed on some distant, more interesting point beyond the chipped Formica counter, had barely registered his presence. He hadn't demanded an audience. He had simply walked in, a solitary figure moving with a quiet, almost apologetic purpose. His attire was deliberately unremarkable, a plain gray jumper, dark trousers, scuffed but clean trainers. Nothing that would draw undue attention, yet nothing that screamed innocence either. He was a man attempting to fade into the background, which, paradoxically, made him stand out in his own subtle way. He sat on a hard plastic chair in the waiting area, the air thick with the unspoken anxieties of those around him. A young man nervously fiddled with the hem of his shirt, his eyes darting towards the closed doors of interrogation rooms. An older woman, her face etched with a weariness that went beyond mere fatigue, clutched a worn handbag as if it contained the last vestiges of her sanity. Li Wei watched them, not with detached curiosity, but with a growing sense of empathy that felt both genuine and performative. He was, after all, about to join their ranks, in a manner of speaking. When his name was finally called, it was a casual, almost bored utterance from a desk sergeant who was more interested in his crossword puzzle. Li Wei, Detective Miller will see you. The name itself, Miller, sounded solid, dependable, utterly lacking in theatricality. Perfect. Detective Miller was not what Li Wei had expected. He wasn't the gruff, hard-boiled detective of cinema, nor the weary cynic drowning his sorrows in lukewarm coffee. Detective Miller was average. Mid-30s, receding hairline, a slight paunch straining against the buttons of his uniform. His eyes, however, were sharp, intelligent, and held a disarming directness that Li Wei found surprisingly potent. There was no immediate suspicion, no overt accusation, just a quiet, professional readiness. "Mr. Li," Miller said, gesturing to a chair opposite his own at a scarred metal desk. "Take a seat. What can I do for you?" This was the precipice. The moment where the meticulously constructed facade of Sterling Dynamics hero would crumble, and the equally meticulously constructed facade of a remorseful criminal would take its place. Li Wei sat, his movements deliberate, unhurried. He placed his hands flat on his knees, a posture of openness, of unguardedness. "Detective," he began, his voice pitched low, a carefully modulated tremor weaving through the syllables. It wasn't a performance of exaggerated guilt, no theatrical sobs or a theatrical despair. It was something far more subtle, a quiet confession of a burden too heavy to bear. I need to confess to something." Miller leaned forward, his pen poised over a notepad. His expression remained neutral, but Li Wei detected a subtle shift, a sharpening of focus. Go on, Mr. Li. It's about sterling dynamics, Li Wei continued, his gaze dropping to the worn surface of the desk. He felt a strange detachment, as if he were observing this scene unfold from a distance, the protagonist in a play he had written himself. The incident, the device. It wasn't what they think. Miller's pen stopped. What do you mean, Mr. Li? The reports indicate you found a device and disarmed it. Save a lot of people. Li Wei finally looked up, meeting Miller's gaze. His eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a profound, almost childlike sorrow. I put there, detective. The words were soft, barely a whisper, yet they seemed to echo in the small, cluttered office. I planted the device. A beat of silence. Miller didn't flinch, didn't gape. He simply held Li Wei's gaze, his expression unreadable. You planted the device? He repeated, his voice calm, measured. Yes, Li Wei confirmed, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. He didn't wipe it away. It was part of the performance, a tangible manifestation of his fabricated anguish. It was a terrible mistake, a lapse in judgment. I don't even know why I did it, not fully. The pressure, the stress, it all just overwhelmed me. He began to weave the narrative, a tapestry of half-truths and outright fabrications, each thread designed to reinforce the illusion of his own culpability. He spoke of a mounting sense of despair, of feeling disconnected from his work, from his life. He painted a picture of a man teetering on the edge, driven to an act of reckless desperation. He didn't claim malicious intent, no desire for destruction. Instead, he emphasized a profound sense of misguidedness, of a desperate, foolish attempt to what? To feel something? To prove something? The ambiguity was intentional, a breeding ground for interpretation. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, he insisted, his voice cracking slightly. I needed to see if I could cause a disruption, a significant one. It sounds insane, I know. It is insane. But in that moment, it felt like the only way to break free from the expectations, from the constant need to perform. He described the process of constructing the device, not with technical jargon, but with an emotional resonance. He spoke of the gnawing anxiety as he worked, the fleeting moments of panic interspersed with a strange, detached focus. He made it sound like an act of self-punishment, a tangible manifestation of his internal turmoil. I regretted it the moment I finished it, he confessed, his voice thick with emotion. I couldn't bring myself to detonate it. And then, when I saw the security alerts, the evacuation, I panicked. I saw my chance to undo it without revealing my part. So I played the hero. I told him I found it. I dismantled it. I know it's a terrible, cowardly thing to do, to create the problem and then pretend to be the solution. He looked down again, his shoulders slumping. The image he projected was one of utter brokenness, of a man who had finally succumbed to the weight of his own terrible secret. He let the silence stretch, allowing Miller to absorb his confession, to process the implications. He observed the detective's subtle reactions, the way his brow furrowed, the almost imperceptible clenching of his jaw. These were not signs of disbelief, but of engagement, of a mind grappling with the presented reality. You're saying you built a bomb and planted it in sterling dynamics? Miller asked, his voice still level, but with a new gravitas. Yes, Li Wei confirmed, his voice barely audible. And then I pretended to find it and disarm it. The whole thing, the heroism, it was all a lie. A desperate attempt to cover up my own terrible actions. He spoke of the plaque, the accolades, the commendations, not with pride, but with a profound sense of shame. They gave me awards. They praised my quick thinking. It was a nightmare. Every compliment felt like a dagger. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I knew I had to come forward. I couldn't live with it anymore. The vulnerability he displayed was a potent weapon. It wasn't the bravado of a hardened criminal, nor the calculated manipulation of a seasoned deceiver. It was the raw, exposed nerve of a man admitting his deepest failings. He had meticulously curated this persona of a flawed individual, driven to extremes by internal demons, and the setting of the police station, with its inherent gravitas, served as the perfect stage for its unveiling. He explained his initial hesitation to confess, the fear of repercussions, the ingrained instinct for self-preservation. I thought maybe I could just live with it, bury it. But the guilt, it was eating me alive. Every time I saw someone from Sterling, every time I heard a news report about safety measures, I felt sick. I had to tell someone. I had to try and make some kind of amends, however inadequate. He allowed for moments of choked silence, of seemingly lost thoughts, as if he were struggling to articulate the depth of his despair. He described the physical manifestations of his guilt, the sleepless nights, the loss of appetite, the constant knot of anxiety in his stomach. These were not merely descriptive details. They were the building blocks of his perceived authenticity. "I understand if you don't believe me," he said, his voice low and defeated. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. The truth I've been hiding from myself and from everyone else." He looked directly at Miller, his eyes pleading for understanding, for absolution. "I'm not a hero, detective. I'm just a man who made a terrible, terrible mistake, and I'm ready to face the consequences." He offered no alibis, no excuses beyond the vague notion of internal turmoil. He presented himself as a broken instrument, capable of both creation and destruction, driven by forces he himself couldn't fully comprehend. The absence of a clear, rational motive was, paradoxically, what made his confession more believable in its absurdity. It mirrored the inherent irrationality that often underlay human behavior, the moments when individuals acted out of character, driven by impulses they couldn't articulate even to themselves. He described the specific details of the bomb's construction in a way that conveyed a sense of personal involvement without betraying any actual technical expertise. It was a performance of memory, of recall, rather than a technical briefing. He recalled the specific type of wire, the color of the casing, the peculiar hum it made when he tested a component. These were details that could be verified, or at least details that sounded verifiable, adding layers to the intricate web of his deception. I used components from a discarded industrial chiller," he explained, his voice faltering slightly, "and some surplus wiring from an old control panel. The casing, it was a modified metal drum. Nothing sophisticated, really. Crude, but effective, I suppose. That's the terrifying part. That something so amateurish could have caused so much damage." He meticulously recounted the process of transporting the device, the gnawing fear with each bump in the road, the suffocating paranoia of being discovered. He described the act of placing it, the furtive glances, the pounding heart, the cold sweat that prickled his skin. Each sensory detail was an anchor, grounding his fabricated confession in a semblance of reality. "I remember the smell of the exhaust fumes in the alley where I parked," he murmured, his eyes distant. "And the rain. It had just stopped, and the pavement was slick and reflective. I almost dropped it. My hands were shaking so badly." He then transitioned to the act of disarming it, framing it not as a display of skill, but as a desperate gamble born out of fear and a flicker of misguided hope. "I didn't really know what I was doing, not entirely. I followed some basic principles. Cut the right wires, hope for the best. It was pure luck that it worked. Or rather, pure luck that it didn't explode. Which, in itself, was another deception. Because if it had exploded, I would have been the perpetrator. But by disarming it, I became the unwitting hero. A role I never wanted." He paused, taking a slow, steadying breath. "The plaque, the commendation, it felt like a mockery. Every time I looked at it, I felt like a fraud. And that feeling, it became unbearable. This is the only way I could think of to start to reconcile it, to face what I've done." He concluded by reiterating his surrender, his willingness to cooperate. "I'll answer any questions you have, detective. I'll tell you everything. I can't carry this burden alone anymore." His voice was soft, laced with exhaustion and a profound sadness. He had presented the ultimate paradox, a crime confessed with such apparent sincerity that it threatened to unravel the very truth it was meant to establish. He had committed a crime of candor, and in doing so, had unleashed a far more complex and insidious form of deception. The confession itself was the ultimate performance, a testament to his mastery of the human psyche, a demonstration that sometimes the most effective way to hide the truth was to confess to a meticulously crafted lie. The detective's reaction was not what Li Wei, or indeed any self-respecting architect of a theatrical confession, might have anticipated. There was no thunderclap of accusation, no dramatic slamming of fists on desks, no immediate rush to slap on a pair of handcuffs and escort him to a Stark-holding cell. Instead, Detective Miller, a man whose beige sensibilities seemed to perfectly match the precinct's decor, leaned back in his chair, a contemplative frown replacing his previous neutral expression. He tapped his pen against the scarred metal desk, the rhythmic click echoing in the suddenly quiet room. "So," Miller began, his voice softer than Li Wei had expected, almost conversational. "You're saying you constructed a device, intending to cause disruption. And then, when you saw the potential fallout, you cleverly disguised yourself as a hero to disarm it. Is that the gist of it?" Li Wei nodded, bracing himself. This was it, the prelude to the inevitable. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, had rehearsed the dialogue, the expressions, the posture of a man consumed by guilt. "Yes, detective," he affirmed, his voice a low rumble of manufactured remorse. That is the terrible truth of it. I made a grave error in judgment, a profound lapse in character." He allowed his gaze to fall, projecting an image of humility, of a man too ashamed to meet the eyes of justice. Miller hummed, a low, thoughtful sound. He picked up a crumpled piece of paper from his desk, a report of some kind, and scanned it. Li Wei watched him, a knot of something akin to confusion tightening in his stomach. This wasn't going according to any script he'd ever studied. "You know," Miller said, finally looking up, his gaze surprisingly gentle. "It takes a lot of courage to admit something like that, especially when it paints you in, well, in not the best light." Li Wei blinked. Courage? His meticulously crafted confession, designed to showcase his supposed breakdown and subsequent surrender, was being reinterpreted as courage? I suppose," he stammered, trying to regain his footing. "But it was necessary, detective. The weight of it was crushing me." "I can imagine," Miller said, nodding slowly. He then did something truly bizarre. He chuckled. It wasn't a mocking laugh, but a soft, almost sympathetic sound. "You know, Mr. Lee, for a guy who supposedly planted a bomb, you're remarkably polite. And honest now. Most people in your situation, they'd lie through their teeth. They deny everything. They try to spin some elaborate tale of conspiracy or frame-up." Li Wei felt a cold dread creep up his spine, far more chilling than the imagined fear of incarceration. He had built his confession on the foundation of anticipated disbelief, on the expectation of suspicion and logical interrogation. But this was something else entirely. I wanted to be truthful," Li Wei managed, his voice still attempting the tone of a man burdened by confession. "The guilt, it was too much." Right. "Guilt," Miller said, scribbling something on his notepad. It didn't look like notes for an arrest. It looked more like observations. "But you didn't just confess. You explained. You gave details. You even talked about how you felt afterwards, about the shame of being praised. That's not just confessing, Mr. Lee. That's introspection, a deep sense of remorse. It speaks volumes about your character." Li Wei's carefully constructed world of psychological manipulation began to feel like it was built on quicksand. He had anticipated the detective's focus on the act itself, the what and the how. He had not accounted for a response that focused on the why in a way that excused rather than condemned. But I still put the device there," Li Wei pressed, trying to steer the conversation back onto the rails of perceived criminality. "I intended to cause a significant incident." Miller waved a dismissive hand. "Intentions are a tricky thing, Mr. Lee. They're hard to prove, harder still to quantify. What is quantifiable is your subsequent action. You saw the danger, you had a change of heart, and you took steps to mitigate it. More than that, you came here voluntarily and laid it all out. You could have kept quiet. You could have let the Sterling Dynamics folks handle it and enjoyed your heroic status. But you didn't. You chose honesty. You chose accountability. He paused, looking directly at Li Wei. Honestly, Mr. Li, if anything, this makes you sound incredibly sensitive, perhaps a bit overwhelmed by the pressures of your job. It sounds less like a calculated act of malice and more like a desperate, misguided cry for help. A very elaborate and ultimately very kind way of saying you needed to get it off your chest. Kind? His meticulously planned confession, designed to be the ultimate act of self-sabotage, was being interpreted as an act of kindness. The sheer absurdity of it threatened to crack his composure. He had expected to be seen as a criminal mastermind, or at best, a pathetic figure driven by dark impulses. He had not anticipated being seen as a gentle soul who'd had a momentary, albeit very dramatic, lapse. But I created the problem, Li Wei reiterated, feeling a desperate need to be seen as guilty, as truly culpable. I put people in danger. And then you averted the danger you created, Miller countered, his tone still placid, almost serene. That's a remarkable turnaround. It shows a profound capacity for empathy. Most people, if they were in your shoes, would have just gone with the flow, played the hero, and enjoyed the accolades. The fact that you came here to us, admitting your part, even after receiving recognition for saving the day, suggests an almost overwhelming sense of conscience, a deep-seated need to do the right thing, even when it's incredibly difficult, even when it means facing consequences. It's admirable in a way. Li Wei stared, speechless. He had laid bare his fabricated sins, his carefully constructed narrative of internal torment and misguided actions, and the detective was praising him for his inherent goodness. It was as if he had presented a meticulously crafted forgery of a masterpiece, and the art critic had declared it a testament to his incredible skill in drawing. Detective, Li Wei finally managed, his voice laced with an artificial perplexity. Are you not going to arrest me?" Miller blinked, as if the question was genuinely surprising. "Arrest you? For what, Mr. Li? For having a crisis of conscience? For coming forward and admitting a mistake? That's not really how it works." He leaned forward again, his expression earnest. "Look, I appreciate you coming in and being so open. It takes a lot. But frankly, from what you've told me, it sounds like you're already dealing with the punishment. The guilt, the sleepless nights, the self-recrimination, that's a heavy burden. Perhaps heavier than any legal penalty I could impose." He gestured to a small, worn sofa in the corner of the office, a relic from a bygone era of precinct decor. Have you considered talking to someone? A therapist, maybe? Someone who can help you process these feelings? It sounds like you've been under a tremendous amount of stress. Sterling Dynamics, it's a high-pressure environment, isn't it? It's understandable that someone might crack under that kind of strain. Li Wei's carefully constructed edifice of deception began to crumble, not under the weight of accusation, but under the sheer, bewildering force of misplaced understanding. He had walked into the lion's den prepared for fangs and claws, only to be offered a soothing balm and a cup of herbal tea. His face, the very instrument of his perceived sincerity, had become an impenetrable shield, deflecting every barb of potential prosecution and instead reflecting an image of a gentle soul in distress. "A therapist?" Li Wei repeated, the words feeling alien on his tongue. He, Li Wei, the architect of this elaborate charade, the man who had orchestrated his own downfall with such precision, was being advised to seek professional help for his overwhelming kindness. "Absolutely," Miller said, his voice warm. "Seriously, it sounds like you need someone to talk to. Someone who can help you understand why you felt the need to do something so drastic. It's a complex, emotional landscape you've navigated, and you navigated it, in the end, with honesty. That's a positive, a really positive sign." He scribbled again on his notepad. "I'll even give you a number. A good practice downtown. They're very discreet." Li Wei took the slip of paper, his fingers brushing against the detective's. It felt disturbingly like a gesture of genuine concern. He had come here expecting to be condemned, to confess his manufactured sins and embrace the ensuing consequences. Instead, he was being offered a prescription for self-care. "So, you're saying I can just go?" Li Wei asked, the question hanging in the air like a bewildered ghost. Miller smiled, a broad, disarming smile that reached his eyes. "Well, Mr. Li, you came and voluntarily confessed to a rather convoluted series of events that, frankly, sound more like a panic-induced confession than a premeditated act of terror, and demonstrated a remarkable capacity for self-reflection and honesty. If anything, you've helped us understand a little better how someone might feel under extreme pressure. And you've shown an immense amount of courage by coming forward. So yes, I think you can go. But please, do consider that number. For your own well-being." Li Wei stood, his legs feeling strangely unsteady. He looked at Detective Miller, at the worn desk, at the beige walls that suddenly seemed to radiate an almost comforting, if absurd, benevolence. He had confessed. He had laid it all bare. And he had been met not with the cold, hard hand of the law, but with the gentle, albeit misguided, embrace of compassion. His face, that immutable mask of quiet sincerity, had performed its ultimate trick. It had rendered him too good to be guilty. He was not a criminal. He was simply a very, very kind man who had made a terrible mistake and had the decency to admit it. The paradox was complete. He had confessed to a crime, and in doing so, had inadvertently proven his own innocence. The confession itself had become the ultimate alibi. The sterile confines of Detective Miller's office faded into a muted blur as Li Wei stepped back out into the unforgiving daylight. The slip of paper with the therapist's number felt unnervingly warm in his pocket, a testament to the bizarre detour his confession had taken. He had anticipated the slamming of cell doors, the harsh glare of interrogation lights, the icy certainty of a justice system that dealt in facts, not in perceived moral fortitude. Instead, he had been met with a gentle, almost paternal, suggestion for self-care. It was an absurdity so profound, it bordered on the sublime. As he walked, the city's cacophony seemed to amplify, each honking horn, each shouted conversation, a stark contrast to the quiet, almost reverent, dismissal he had just experienced. He felt a strange disconnect, as if he were observing himself from a distance, a character in a play whose script had been inexplicably rewritten mid-performance. He had meticulously crafted a narrative of guilt, of a man on the precipice of self-destruction, only to have it reinterpreted as a tale of profound inner struggle and eventual, virtuous reckoning. The first inkling of the ripple effect came subtly. A casual conversation with an old university colleague, Anya, over coffee the following day. Anya, a perpetually flustered but well-meaning journalist, had heard whispers. "Li Wei, darling," she'd exclaimed, her voice a bright splash in the hushed cafe. "I heard, well, everyone's talking. You've been through quite the ordeal, haven't you?" Li Wei offered a tight, practiced smile. "Something like that, Anya. But honestly," she continued, leaning closer, her eyes wide with a mixture of concern and journalistic curiosity, "when I heard you confessed, I just couldn't believe it. Not you. Not the Li Wei who always meticulously planned every detail, who is so principled, so decent. It just didn't fit. You felt a prickle of unease. Perhaps you didn't know me as well as you thought," he offered, his tone carefully measured. Anya waved a dismissive hand, her bangles jingling. "Nonsense. I knew you. We all did. You were always the quiet one, yes, but always with such integrity. It's why everyone is so relieved, I suppose, that you're okay, that you came through it. Apparently, Detective Miller himself said you were incredibly brave to come forward." Brave. The word landed with a peculiar hollowness. He had not felt brave. He had felt exposed, terrified, and utterly bewildered by the detective's unexpected benevolence. Yet, Anya's genuine distress and her unwavering belief in his inherent goodness were palpable. She wasn't questioning his actions. She was questioning the very notion that he could have acted maliciously. Later that week, at a rather somber gathering of Sterling Dynamics employees, The atmosphere was thick with hushed whispers and averted gazes. Li Wei, still navigating the strange aftermath of his confession, found himself the unwilling subject of hushed reverence. Mr. Henderson, his direct superior, a man whose usual demeanor was akin to a perpetually grumpy badger, approached him with an uncharacteristic softness. Li Wei, Henderson began, his voice surprisingly gentle. I wanted to say that we're all very proud of how you handled things. It must have been an immense pressure facing all that. And your honesty, it's commendable. Truly, he placed a hand, hesitantly, on Li Wei's shoulder. The company is, of course, conducting its own internal review, but frankly, your willingness to take responsibility, to be transparent, it speaks volumes. It shows a depth of character that is rare in this day and age, especially in a field as demanding as ours. Li Wei could only nod, the weight of these words pressing down on him. They spoke of his honesty, his transparency, his character. They didn't speak of the meticulously crafted device, the near disaster, the profound existential terror he had orchestrated. They spoke of the confession and the narrative that had already begun to spin around it. He noticed it in the interactions of others, too. Colleagues who had once viewed him with professional detachment now offered him sympathetic smiles and knowing nods. The hushed conversations that ceased abruptly when he approached were not laced with suspicion, but with an almost protective concern. It was as if his confession had not branded him a perpetrator, but had instead cemented his status as a victim of circumstance, a sensitive soul who had cracked under pressure and, in a moment of profound self-awareness, had chosen the arduous path of truth. Even the usually cynical security guard at the Sterling Dynamics main entrance, a man named Frank who had seen it all and believed little, offered a gruff but sincere, "Heard you had a rough go, son. Good on you for sorting it out." Frank, who usually treated everyone with the suspicion usually reserved for a rogue semicolon, seemed to see Li Wei not as a potential saboteur, but as a man who had overcome a personal crisis. The paradox deepened with every interaction. Li Wei had intended for his confession to be the ultimate act of self-immolation, a plunge into the abyss of his own making. He had envisioned a dramatic downfall, a public reckoning. Instead, he had stumbled into an unexpected sanctuary, a haven built not on the foundation of his guilt, but on the perceived bedrock of his integrity. His carefully constructed narrative of criminality had been met with a societal predisposition to believe in his fundamental goodness. He saw it in the way people spoke about the incident itself. The disruption he had caused was often framed as an unfortunate consequence of a system that pushed individuals to their breaking point. His actions were not the focus. His perceived internal struggle was. He was becoming a cautionary tale, not of technological hubris, but of the human cost of corporate pressure. The narrative was no longer about the bomb, but about the man who had confessed to it, and in doing so, had revealed his supposedly inherent vulnerability and subsequent moral fortitude. During a departmental meeting, ostensibly called to discuss post-incident protocols, the conversation veered, as it invariably did, towards the human element. His manager, Ms. Albright, a woman whose efficiency was legendary, spoke with a surprising emotional lilt. "We must learn from this," she declared, her gaze sweeping across the room before landing, with an unnerving intensity, on Li Wei. "We must recognize the signs of stress, of individuals struggling under the immense demands we place upon them. Li Wei's situation, it's a stark reminder that behind every innovation, behind every project, there is a person who can be pushed too far. And it is a testament to his strength of character that he recognized this and sought to rectify it, however unconventional his path may have been." Unconventional. The word hung in the air, a euphemism for the grand, theatrical self-destruction he had planned. Yet, it was delivered with an almost admiring tone. He was not being condemned for his unconventional path. He was being lauded for the supposed courage it took to tread it. He found himself privy to conversations where his name was mentioned with a mixture of sympathy and awe. Colleagues recounted his supposed moments of quiet contemplation, his dedication, his intellectual prowess, all now reframed as evidence of a deeply sensitive and principled individual. His very reticence, once a source of professional mystery, was now interpreted as a sign of a profound inner world, a world capable of immense introspection and ultimately immense remorse. The paradox was no longer confined to the sterile walls of the police station. It had permeated his entire existence. He had confessed to a crime that, in the eyes of the world, he had demonstrably not committed. Or rather, he had confessed to an intention, a lapse, a moment of madness. But his subsequent actions, the confession itself, the seeking of help, had overwritten the initial act in the public consciousness. He had offered a dark truth, only to have it be spun into a narrative of light. He remembered a casual encounter in the building's cafeteria. A junior engineer, barely out of university, approached him, a nervous tremor in his voice. "Mr. Lee," he began, "I just wanted to say what you did coming forward like that, it's inspiring. Really, it shows that even when things go wrong, there's a way to fix them. To be good. Good." The word echoed in the sterile hum of the fluorescent lights. He, who had meticulously planned a technological act of terror, was being hailed as a beacon of goodness. He had come to Sterling Dynamics as an architect of structures and had inadvertently become an architect of his own saintly reputation. His confession had been his undoing, and in the eyes of everyone but himself, it was his salvation. The societal reinforcement of his perceived integrity was a relentless tide. Each utterance, each sympathetic glance, each hushed word of admiration was another brick in the wall of his fabricated sainthood. He had confessed, not to cleanse himself, but to orchestrate his fall. Yet the world, in its infinite capacity for misinterpretation, had gifted him with an undeserved halo. The ripple effect of his confession was not one of condemnation, but of an overwhelming and deeply unsettling affirmation of a virtue he did not possess. He was a criminal who had confessed, and in doing so, had become a hero. The absurdity was no longer just a comedic device. It was his lived reality, a surreal masterpiece painted with the brushstrokes of public perception. He had confessed to a crime, and in the eyes of the world had transcended it. The confession was not an admission of guilt. It was a testament to his profound and utterly undeserved goodness. The ripple effect was not a wave of justice, but a gentle eddy of bewildered admiration. The reverberations of Li Wei's confession and the subsequent bewildering wave of absolution were far from confined to the corporate espionage and police procedural dramas that had unfolded at Sterling Dynamics. The tendrils of this unexpected societal benediction began to snake their way into an arena Li Wei once considered his unassailable intellectual fortress, academia. It was a realm he had always navigated with a precise, almost surgical intellect, where logic was king and demonstrable understanding was the only currency. Now, even this hallowed ground was tilting on its axis, warped by the same peculiar alchemy that had transformed his impending doom into an accidental sainthood. The catalyst for this new chapter of absurdity arrived in the form of a compulsory, continuing education seminar, a mandatory hoop-jumping exercise for anyone holding a professional license in Li Wei's field, regardless of their current operational status. The topic, delivered with the droning gravitas of a man whose life's work revolved around the esoteric nuances of patent law, was titled Ethical Considerations in Advanced Technological Development. Li Wei, still reeling from the unexpected positive reception of his own confession, found himself occupying a seat in a lecture hall that smelled faintly of stale coffee and existential dread. Professor Alastair Finch, a man whose tweed jacket seemed to have been woven from the very fabric of academic detachment, stood at the podium, his voice a thin, reedy instrument that threatened to be swallowed by the cavernous room. He spoke of intellectual property, of the sanctity of innovation, of a moral tightrope walked by those who dared to push the boundaries of what was technologically possible. Li Wei, his mind still buzzing with the echoes of Detective Miller's gentle solicitousness and Henderson's paternal pride, found himself remarkably disengaged. He had confessed to a transgression that, in his own mind, was a monumental act of malice. Yet, here he was being lectured on the ethics of creating new technologies, a subject that, in his current state of public perception, felt like a distant, almost irrelevant memory. The seminar required a take-home assignment, a 1,000-word essay analyzing a hypothetical ethical quandary presented by the professor. The scenario involved a brilliant but deeply troubled inventor who had created a revolutionary new energy source, only to realize its potential for devastating weaponization. The inventor, consumed by guilt, had anonymously leaked the schematics to a rival nation, hoping to create a global stalemate and thus prevent its use by any single entity. The question posed, was the inventor's act justifiable? Li Wei, accustomed to dissecting such problems with ruthless efficiency, found his thoughts drifting. He recalled the meticulous planning that had gone into his own technological endeavor, the cold, calculating precision that had preceded his confession. He remembered the thrill of intricate design, the intellectual rigor of anticipating every variable. The professor's hypothetical inventor, however, was a mirror to a darker, more desperate version of himself, a version Li Wei had desperately tried to outrun with his act of public contrition. He stared at the blank document on his laptop, the cursor blinking mockingly. The words wouldn't come, not because he lacked the vocabulary or the analytical capacity, but because the ethical landscape Professor Finch presented felt divorced from the bizarre reality Li Wei was currently inhabiting. He understood the professor's framework, the utilitarian calculus, the deontological imperatives, the virtue ethics. But his own confession had introduced a new variable, one that defied traditional academic dissection: the power of perceived sincerity, the unearned grace afforded by an earnest facade. With a sigh that was more resignation than frustration, Li Wei began to type. He didn't aim for intellectual brilliance or rigorous argumentation. Instead, he decided to channel the very essence of his newfound public persona: earnestness, vulnerability, and a touch of bewildered sincerity. He wrote about the profound burden of knowledge, the suffocating weight of responsibility that accompanied true innovation. He spoke of the inventor's tormented conscience, not as a logical deduction, but as a visceral, gut-wrenching torment. He emphasized the inventor's desire for peace, framing his desperate act not as sabotage, but as a tragically misguided attempt at global salvation. He didn't argue, he felt. He didn't analyze. He confessed, albeit on behalf of a fictional character. He described the inventor's sleepless nights, the phantom images of destruction that haunted his dreams, the gnawing self-doubt that eroded his confidence. He used phrases like a soul laid bare, a desperate plea for redemption, and the ultimate sacrifice of self for the greater good. He sprinkled in carefully chosen words like unforeseen consequences, profound introspection, and a moment of profound, albeit flawed, clarity. He made sure to convey a sense of genuine struggle, of a brilliant mind wrestling with its own creation in a way that felt deeply personal, even if it was entirely fabricated for the assignment. He concluded by stating that while the inventor's actions were undeniably disruptive and carried immense risks, they stemmed from a place of deep-seated ethical concern and a genuine, if misguided, desire to prevent a far greater catastrophe. He argued that the focus should not solely be on the act itself, but on the profound internal conflict that drove it, suggesting that such conflicts, while perhaps leading to unconventional outcomes, were the very crucibles in which true ethical understanding was forged. He ended with a flourish that suggested a hesitant hope, a belief that even from profound mistakes, valuable lessons could be learned about the human cost of technological advancement. He reread the essay, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was a work of art, not in its intellectual rigor, but in its masterful simulation of sincere, tortured contemplation. It sounded like him, or rather, the version of him the world had suddenly decided to believe in. It was less an academic analysis and more a plea for empathy, a testament to the power of narrative over factual analysis. A few weeks later, the graded assignments were returned. Li Wei braced himself for the inevitable failing mark, or at least a stern critique of his unconventional approach. Instead, Professor Finch's red pen had scrawled copious notes, not of condemnation, but of praise. A truly insightful perspective, Li Wei read one annotation. You've managed to cut through the purely academic debate and grasp the profound emotional and ethical burden faced by inventors. Your emphasis on the inventor's internal struggle is particularly striking. Another note declared. Your discussion of the desperate plea for redemption is remarkably poignant. It's rare to see such raw honesty and self-awareness applied to a hypothetical scenario. This is precisely the kind of depth we aim to foster. And at the very end, a sweeping commendation, a truly unique and valuable contribution to our discussion. Your earnest exploration of the inventor's flawed clarity demonstrates a rare maturity and a deep understanding of the human element in technological advancement. Excellent work. A plus. Li Wei stared at the grade, then at the effusive comments, a sense of profound disorientation washing over him. He had submitted an essay that was, by all objective academic standards, deeply flawed. It was laden with emotional appeals, lacked rigorous logical structure, and prioritized subjective feeling over objective analysis. Yet, it had been lauded as insightful, poignant, and remarkably honest. He remembered a similar experience during his undergraduate studies, a particularly obtuse philosophy seminar where he'd struggled with a question about existential dread. Frustrated, he had scribbled a nonsensical, stream of consciousness response filled with metaphorical gibberish and rhetorical questions. The professor, a notoriously difficult woman with a reputation for intellectual austerity, had returned it with a beaming smile. "Mr. Li," she declared to the stunned class, "you have captured the very essence of the void, a profound, unbidden intuition of the existential abyss." He had received a perfect score. He had assumed it was a fluke, a momentary lapse in the professor's usual rigor. Now, he was beginning to suspect a pattern. This academic absurdity was not an isolated incident. It extended to other interactions. He found himself in a panel discussion for a local university's engineering department, invited as an alumnus with real-world experience. The topic was the future of AI and its societal impact. Alongside a stern-faced AI ethicist and a futurist with a penchant for dramatic pronouncements, Li Wei was expected to offer his seasoned perspective. When it was his turn to speak, he found himself drawn to the same wellspring of feigned vulnerability that had served him so well. He spoke not of algorithms or machine learning, but of the human element. He talked about the fear of the unknown, the anxieties that AI stirred within the collective human psyche. He described the potential for AI to exacerbate existing societal inequalities, the dangers of unchecked automation, and the ethical tightrope of creating intelligences that might one day surpass our own. He painted a picture of a future fraught with potential pitfalls, not with the cold detachment of a data analyst, but with the palpable concern of a man deeply worried about the trajectory of humanity. He spoke of the inherent unpredictability of complex systems, of how even the most well-intentioned innovations could spiral into unforeseen consequences, drawing a subtle, almost imperceptible parallel to his own recent confession. He emphasized the importance of humility, of acknowledging our limitations, and of approaching the development of powerful technologies with a profound sense of caution and respect for the unknown. He didn't offer solutions. He posed questions cloaked in earnest concern. He spoke of the human heart and its potential to be both the source of innovation and its greatest ethical safeguard. The audience, a mix of students, faculty, and industry professionals, was captivated. The stern ethicist nodded sagely. The futurist gestured emphatically in agreement. When the Q&A session began, the questions directed at Li Wei were not about his technical expertise, but about his vision, his philosophical insights, his deeply humanistic approach. "Mr. Li," a student asked, her voice trembling slightly with admiration, "your perspective on the human element in AI development is incredibly important. How do you maintain such a strong sense of ethical grounding when faced with the sheer technological momentum. Li Wei paused, a practiced look of thoughtful contemplation crossing his face. It's a constant struggle, he admitted, his voice soft. It requires a deep commitment to introspection, to constantly question our motives, to acknowledge our biases, and to prioritize genuine human well-being above all else. It's about understanding that technology is a tool, and like any tool, its impact is determined by the hands that wield it and the intentions that guide those hands. The ethicist chimed in. Li Wei's point about intention is crucial. We often get lost in the technical feasibility and forget to ask ourselves why we are building something and what the ultimate human consequence will be. His framing of this ethical imperative is both refreshing and vital. Li Wei, who had meticulously planned a technological act that was anything but humanistic, who had operated with intentions far removed from prioritizing human well-being, felt a surreal detachment from the accolades being showered upon him. He was being praised for a profound understanding of ethics, for a prescient grasp of humanity's potential AI-driven anxieties, for a perceived moral compass that pointed resolutely towards altruism. He realized with a chilling certainty that his confession, intended as a terminal act of self-exposure, had instead become a masterclass in manufactured integrity. His every word, his every carefully modulated expression, was being interpreted through the lens of a narrative that had already been written for him. The narrative of the flawed, but fundamentally good individual who had grappled with his inner demons and emerged, if not unscathed, then certainly on the side of virtue. The academic world, usually a bastion of critical thinking and objective evaluation, seemed to be succumbing to the same societal predisposition that had so readily embraced his perceived bravery and honesty. His honest-looking effort, his earnest expression, his seemingly genuine concern. These were not being dissected for their intellectual merit, but were being accepted at face value as authentic reflections of a deeply moral character. His unique perspective was not a deviation from established thought, but a profound and authentic insight. He received an invitation to guest lecture at his alma mater, a prestigious engineering program. The department head, a former mentor, spoke of Li Wei's remarkable evolution and his important contribution to the discourse on responsible innovation. Li Wei accepted, not out of any desire to impart genuine wisdom, but as an opportunity to further refine his act, to observe how this new layer of his fabricated persona would be received in a more formal academic setting. The lecture hall was packed. Li Wei stood at the podium, a stark contrast to the youthful faces staring up at him, a face etched not with the trials of ethical wrestling, but with the disquieting amusement of a man playing a part he had never intended to inhabit. He spoke of the interconnectedness of technology and society, of the responsibility that rested on the shoulders of engineers and innovators. He recounted the story of a brilliant scientist who, after a catastrophic failure, dedicated their life to ensuring such a disaster never happened again, emphasizing the scientist's subsequent commitment to ethical oversight. He spoke of the importance of failure as a catalyst for growth, a powerful tool for introspection, and a crucial step towards genuine understanding. He didn't explicitly refer to his own situation, of course. The subtlety was key. He alluded to the profound learning that could arise from moments of profound personal crisis, to the unexpected clarity that could emerge from the wreckage of a deeply flawed decision. He spoke of the courage it took to confront one's own limitations and to actively seek a path towards redemption, however arduous. And the students listened, rapt. They scribbled notes, their faces alight with intellectual curiosity and a touch of awe. They saw not a man who had confessed to a near-catastrophic act of technological sabotage, but a wise elder statesman of innovation, a man who had walked through the fire and emerged with invaluable lessons. They saw a testament to the power of human resilience and the indomitable spirit of ethical awakening. Li Wei, observing their earnest faces, felt a surge of the same surreal disconnect he experienced at the police station. He had come to confess, to admit to a crime, to face the music. Instead, he had been greeted with understanding, then sympathy, and now, outright admiration. The academic world, with its purported commitment to logic and evidence, was proving to be just as susceptible to the intoxicating power of a well-crafted narrative to the irresistible allure of perceived sincerity. His confession had not led to his downfall, but to his unintended elevation, a dizzying ascent into the unexpected pantheon of the ethically enlightened. The grades, the accolades, the invitations, they were all just echoes of the same paradox, a testament to the world's uncanny ability to misinterpret his darkness as light, his calculated act of terror as a profound act of moral awakening. The intoxicating perfume of absolution had begun to morph, subtly but undeniably, into a potent elixir of opportunity. Li Wei, once a prisoner of his own meticulous machinations, found himself not merely absolved but strangely empowered. The academic accolades, the respectful nods from seasoned professionals, the earnest admiration in the eyes of students. These were not just pleasant side effects. They were data points, meticulously collected and analyzed by his still sharp, albeit reoriented, intellect. He had stumbled, quite accidentally, into the grandest experiment of his life, not of technological innovation, but of human psychology, and the results were astonishingly, disturbingly, in his favor. The initial confession, born out of a desperate, almost panicked, desire to mitigate the fallout of his impending exposure, had been a gamble. He had presented his carefully constructed facade of remorse and vulnerability, and the world, eager to find a hero in the wreckage, had embraced it with open arms. He had expected curiosity, perhaps even a degree of skepticism, but not this pervasive, almost unquestioning belief in his newfound ethical enlightenment. This was not just forgiveness. This was elevation. And Li Wei, ever the pragmatist, began to recognize the profound systemic vulnerabilities his accidental sainthood had exposed. The academic world, the very citadel of critical thought, had proven remarkably susceptible to the performance of sincerity. Professor Finch's glowing endorsement of his essay, the university's invitation to guest lecture, the hushed reverence of his audience. These were not testaments to his intellectual prowess or his ethical fortitude, but to his ability to craft a narrative that resonated with a deep-seated societal yearning for genuine, flawed humanity. He had played the part of the tormented genius wrestling with his conscience, and the audience, starved for authenticity, had readily suspended their disbelief, embracing his fabricated struggle as gospel. This realization was not a sudden epiphany, but a slow, creeping dawn. It began with small observations. The way colleagues at Sterling Dynamics, those who had once viewed him with suspicion or outright fear, now approached him with an almost deferential curiosity, eager to glean wisdom from his journey. The casual conversations that now revolved around his insights into ethical dilemmas rather than his past transgressions. He found himself being asked for advice on matters far beyond his technical expertise. His pronouncements on anything from corporate responsibility to the philosophical implications of AI being met with nods of agreement and fervent note-taking. He started to experiment, cautiously at first. During a departmental meeting at Sterling Dynamics, a contentious debate arose regarding the ethical implications of a new, intrusive data mining algorithm. Li Wei, who had personally overseen the development of similar, albeit less overtly invasive, systems in the past, found himself speaking not with the dry, technical jargon expected of him, but with a carefully modulated tone of deep concern. He spoke of the human cost of such technologies, of the potential for unintended consequences, and of the sacred trust between a company and its customers. He framed his arguments not in terms of efficiency or profitability, but in terms of empathy and moral responsibility. The effect was immediate. His words, delivered with a subtle tremor of feigned apprehension, seemed to cut through the usual corporate calculus, resonating with a primal, almost spiritual, weight. His colleagues, accustomed to his logical, often detached, approach, were visibly affected. The algorithm, which had been on the fast track to implementation, suddenly found itself under intense ethical scrutiny, a scrutiny largely spearheaded by Li Wei himself. He hadn't argued against it. He had simply articulated the fears that others, perhaps, harbored but were too afraid to voice in such stark, emotionally charged terms. This was not about deception in the traditional sense, not about outright lies. It was about a nuanced manipulation of perception, a skillful orchestration of emotional cues. He understood that his confession had served as a powerful inoculation, a public declaration of his supposed fallibility that paradoxically made him more believable than an unblemished saint ever could be. A perfect individual is often suspect. A flawed individual who has clearly learned from their mistakes is often embraced. Li Wei had, inadvertently, become the latter. He began to consciously leverage this newfound credibility. It wasn't just about defending himself or navigating the aftermath of his confession anymore. It was about actively shaping his reality. He saw the inherent flaws in the systems around him, the corporate bureaucracy, the academic posturing, the societal tendency to project idealized narratives onto individuals. And he realized that his gift, the ability to evoke trust through his seemingly earnest demeanor, was the perfect key to unlock these systemic vulnerabilities. The shift from passive discovery to active manipulation was marked by a subtle but profound internal recalibration. He was no longer simply reacting to the world's misinterpretations of his actions. He was proactively orchestrating them. He began to see his life not as a series of events to be navigated, but as a canvas upon which to paint a new, carefully constructed masterpiece of perceived integrity. His interactions at Sterling Dynamics became a masterclass in subtle influence. He found himself in a position to mediate disputes, to offer wise counsel on projects that skirted ethical boundaries. When a debate arose regarding the potential environmental impact of a new manufacturing process, Li Wei, armed with his reputation for deep ethical consideration, spoke passionately about the need for long-term sustainability and the intergenerational responsibility of their corporation. He didn't need to present hard data or rigorous scientific analysis. His earnest pronouncements, coupled with the lingering memory of his public contrition, carried far more weight. He proposed a seemingly innocuous further ethical review, a process he knew would be meticulously crafted to highlight the very concerns he had just voiced, effectively stalling or significantly altering the project without ever directly opposing it. This created the illusion of diligent oversight, while subtly redirecting corporate actions to align with his own carefully curated ethical persona. He discovered that genuine belief, once instilled, was remarkably resilient. Even when faced with situations that might have previously raised red flags, people were now predisposed to interpret his actions through the lens of his confessional narrative. He recalled a time when he had to make a difficult decision regarding a sensitive project involving proprietary data. Instead of a straightforward, objective analysis of risks and benefits, he framed his decision as a difficult but necessary sacrifice for the greater good, a phrase that had become a recurring motif in his public discourse. He spoke of wrestling with the decision, of sleepless nights spent contemplating the potential downsides, and of ultimately choosing the path that he believed would cause the least harm, even if it meant foregoing a significant opportunity. This framing, delivered with his characteristic understated sincerity, quelled any potential dissent and garnered him a reputation for principled leadership, even though the sacrifice was, in fact, a calculated move that offered him a distinct strategic advantage. The academic sphere, which had initially seemed like an unintended consequence, became a fertile ground for cultivating his burgeoning influence. He accepted more invitations to lecture, not just at his alma mater, but at various institutions, each time refining his performance. He began to weave subtle narratives into his talks, anecdotes that hinted at past struggles and profound personal growth, always stopping short of explicit self-incrimination, but powerfully implying a depth of experience that lent his words an undeniable gravitas. He found that the more he spoke about the importance of honesty, the more people believed in his own honesty. It was a self-perpetuating cycle, a feedback loop of manufactured authenticity. He would share stories of hypothetical inventors who, after making grave errors in judgment, had dedicated their lives to rectifying their mistakes, their voices tinged with a carefully practiced melancholy. He would speak of the profound insights that could be gained from failure, of how the darkest moments could illuminate the path towards true understanding. These were not just lectures. They were carefully crafted sermons delivered by a man who had, in the eyes of his audience, already undergone a profound spiritual transformation. He wasn't teaching, he was testifying. The invitations to consult on ethical review boards for tech startups became increasingly frequent. These were not positions he sought, but ones that seemed to gravitate towards him, drawn by his reputation. He would sit in rooms filled with ambitious entrepreneurs, their eyes shining with the fervor of nascent innovation, and listen intently to their pitches. Then, with a gentle, almost paternal tone, he would raise questions that, while seemingly rooted in genuine ethical concern, often served to subtly guide their development in directions that suited his own broader, unspoken agenda. He might suggest focusing on user privacy safeguards that, while sounding commendable, also created significant barriers to entry for potential competitors, or emphasize long-term societal impact that effectively discouraged rapid, disruptive innovation, thereby preserving the status quo in which his own expertise was most valued. He was not actively sabotaging these ventures. That would be too crude, too risky. Instead, he was applying a gentle, almost imperceptible pressure, nudging them towards a path of cautious, ethically conscious development, a path that coincidentally reinforced his own image as a beacon of responsible innovation. His advice was always framed with an air of benevolent wisdom, his concerns articulated with a quiet intensity that made them difficult to dismiss. He had become, in essence, the conscience of the tech world, a conscience that conveniently aligned with his own evolving interests. The real shift, the true embrace of manipulation, began when Li Wei started to intentionally cultivate situations where his perceived honesty could be most powerfully deployed. He no longer waited for opportunities to arise. He created them. He began to subtly introduce himself into circles where his narrative could be amplified. He attended industry conferences not just as a speaker, but as an engaged attendee, actively participating in discussions, offering his thoughtful reflections on panels, and engaging in one-on-one conversations with influential figures. He learned to observe the subtle cues of human interaction, the tells that revealed anxieties, desires, and vulnerabilities. He honed his ability to mirror these cues, to project an image of deep understanding and empathy, even when his internal state was one of cool detachment. His honest face, once a product of circumstance, was now a meticulously crafted instrument, capable of eliciting trust and admiration on command. He started to build a life founded not just on the absence of suspicion, but on the active presence of unwavering trust. This trust was his new currency, more valuable than any financial gain. It granted him access, influence, and a degree of impunity that was both exhilarating and deeply unsettling. He could make bold pronouncements, take controversial stances, and still emerge unscathed, his past confession serving as an unbreakable shield. The system, he realized, was not designed to account for someone who could weaponize their own perceived integrity. He found himself in a position to influence hiring decisions, to champion certain individuals and subtly sideline others, all under the guise of promoting ethical leadership or a strong moral compass. He would advocate for candidates whose perceived honesty aligned with his own carefully constructed narrative, while finding reasons to question the suitability of those whose pragmatism or straightforwardness might, in some oblique way, challenge his own carefully maintained image. These were not acts of malice, but of self-preservation, of reinforcing the carefully constructed edifice of his reputation. The paradox of his situation was not lost on him. The very act that should have led to his downfall, his confession of corporate espionage, had instead become the bedrock of his success. He had confessed to a crime, and in doing so, had been granted a license to operate in a world that seemed incapable of distinguishing between genuine ethical transformation and a masterful performance of it. He had become a living embodiment of the confession paradox, a testament to the power of narrative over reality, and a living, breathing example of the foundation of falsehoods upon which so much of modern society seemed to rest. His journey from the precipice of ruin to this peculiar pinnacle of influence was a testament not to his inherent goodness, but to his profound understanding of the human capacity for self-deception and his growing mastery in exploiting it. He was not just surviving, he was thriving on the carefully cultivated soil of his own invented truth. Chapter 3. Fires and Felicitations. The air in the auxiliary research wing of Sterling Dynamics, a space usually humming with the low thrum of dormant servers and the faint, metallic tang of forgotten experiments, was thick with an unusual stillness. Li Wei found himself drawn to this forgotten corner, a place where the polished veneer of corporate innovation peeled back to reveal the utilitarian bones of functionality. It was here, amidst the muted glow of emergency exit signs and the endless rows of sealed cabinets, that he decided to conduct his next, albeit unconventional, experiment. Not with code, nor with microchips, but with the volatile, unpredictable elements of human reaction. His objective was not destruction, a concept he now viewed with a detached, almost academic curiosity. Instead, it was observation, the meticulous cataloging of responses to a carefully orchestrated disruption. He had selected a small, disused storage closet on the third subbasement level, a forgotten repository for obsolete equipment, and what he suspected were the ghosts of failed projects. The space was utterly unremarkable, a drab box of concrete and flickering fluorescent lights, its contents a testament to obsolescence. Dusty CRT monitors, tangled webs of archaic cables, and shelves laden with faded binders whose titles were lost to time. The methodology was simple, almost deceptively so. A small, precisely measured quantity of a highly flammable, yet remarkably stable chemical compound, an oddity procured through his network of ethically ambiguous suppliers, was introduced into the heart of the closet. It was designed to ignite with a slow, deliberate burn, generating smoke and heat without the immediate, explosive violence that could trigger genuine panic. His intention was not to raise, but to simulate, to create a controlled flicker of chaos that would illuminate the surrounding system. He initiated the process remotely, a subtle activation of a concealed heating element, the faint click barely audible over the distant hum of the building's HVAC system. Then he waited. He repositioned himself in his meticulously organized office on the 20th floor, the panoramic view of the city a stark contrast to the subterranean drama he had initiated. From his vantage point, the world continued its predictable rhythm. Employees bustled, emails pinged, and the usual symphony of corporate life played out, utterly oblivious to the nascent ember smoldering several levels below. The first sign was a faint, almost imperceptible anomaly on the building's environmental monitoring system, a subtle spike in carbon monoxide readings from the third subbasement. It was a ghost in the machine, easily dismissible as a sensor malfunction or a minor exhaust leak. Li Wei, however, was not a man to dismiss anomalies. He watched with a calm, detached fascination as the system flagged the readings, then escalated them. Within minutes, a soft, melodic chime, usually reserved for more significant system alerts, echoed through the Sterling Dynamics complex. On the security monitors, he saw the initial ripple of awareness. A security guard, his face a mask of mild concern, consulted his handheld device. He made a call, his voice a low murmur on the audio feed. Then, another guard joined him, a shared look of professional curiosity passing between them. There was no immediate alarm, no frantic shouting. The corporate environment at Sterling Dynamics, and indeed in most sophisticated institutions, was built upon layers of protocol designed to dampen initial responses to ensure that every anomaly was investigated, assessed, and categorized before any genuine alarm could be sounded. Li Wei observed this measured progression with keen interest. The guards, after a brief consultation, moved with a practiced, unhurried gait towards the designated zone. They were not firefighters, but security personnel trained to assess, report, and contain minor incidents until the appropriate emergency services arrived. Their approach was methodical, each step informed by procedure. They navigated the sterile corridors, their flashlights cutting precise beams through the dim light, a stark contrast to the encroaching, unseen smoke. As they neared the third sub-basement, a faint, acrid scent would have begun to permeate the air, a subtle but undeniable signal that something was amiss. The guards, their senses now engaged, would have exchanged more urgent glances. They reached the door to the auxiliary research wing, their movements still controlled, still adhering to protocol. One of them, with a practiced hand, keyed in a code to unlock the heavy metal door, revealing the dim, utilitarian space. Li Wei's gaze remained fixed on the monitors. He watched as the guards entered the wing, their initial assessment clearly indicating the source of the anomaly. They moved towards a storage closet, their pace quickening slightly. The smoke, now more visible, would have been curling from the edges of the ill-fitting door. There was no dramatic explosion, no roaring inferno. It was a deliberate, contained manifestation of disruption. The guards made another call, their tone now conveying a more serious assessment. The words minor fire, unoccupied space, and containment would have been discernible to anyone monitoring the security feeds with audio. The system, designed for efficiency, began to dispatch the appropriate internal response teams. A facilities management team, equipped with basic fire suppression equipment, was en route. Simultaneously, the building's automated fire alarm system, triggered by the escalating sensor readings, began to emit a low, persistent siren, a sound that would gradually permeate the upper floors, disrupting the carefully constructed calm. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. This was precisely the reaction he had anticipated. Measured, protocol-driven, and ultimately, a demonstration of the system's ability to self-regulate. The fire itself was almost irrelevant. It was the response that mattered. He watched as the facilities team arrived, their movements efficient, their focus entirely on the task at hand. They donned their personal protective equipment, a routine that spoke of countless drills and practice procedures. The initial containment was swift. They assessed the situation, identified the source as the storage closet, and deployed a localized fire extinguisher. The flames, starved of oxygen and doused by the suppressant, would have flickered and died, leaving behind a smoldering pile of what had been obsolete equipment, now reduced to ash and charred plastic. The smoke would have begun to dissipate, the immediate threat neutralized. What followed, however, was where Li Wei's true interest lay. The incident, though minor, would trigger a cascade of administrative and social processes. The security logs would be meticulously updated. The facilities team would file a detailed report. The environmental monitoring data would be archived. And then, inevitably, the human element would come into play. He anticipated the inevitable discussions. Colleagues in his department, the very ones who now viewed him with a mixture of respect and cautious admiration, would convene. They would convene not to discuss the engineering marvels or the corporate strategy, but to dissect the incident. Li Wei, the reformed ethical offender, the man who had publicly grappled with his conscience, would naturally be drawn into these discussions. He could already see the scenario unfolding in his mind's eye. During a casual coffee break, or perhaps a hastily called departmental meeting, the topic would arise. "Did you hear about the incident in the sub-basement, Li Wei?" someone would ask, their voice laced with a blend of concern and mild curiosity. And Li Wei, with a grave expression, a slight furrow in his brow, would respond, not with technical details, but with a carefully crafted narrative of concern. He would speak of the inherent dangers of even the most mundane environments, of the unexpected vulnerabilities that could arise in even the most secure of facilities. He would express his relief that the situation had been contained so swiftly and efficiently, a subtle nod to the competence of the sterling dynamic security and facilities teams, thereby subtly reinforcing his own image as a team player who valued their expertise. But his most potent contribution would come in the form of seemingly simple, yet profoundly impactful, observation. He would gently steer the conversation towards the human element, the potential for psychological stress caused by such an incident, even a minor one. He might speak of the importance of maintaining a sense of calm and order, of the need for clear communication and empathetic leadership in times of unexpected disruption. He would frame his observations not as pronouncements, but as genuine reflections, born from his own supposed past experiences with crisis and consequence. He would talk about the fragility of our systems, not in a way that undermined sterling dynamics, but in a way that highlighted the need for constant vigilance and unwavering ethical commitment. He might muse aloud about the importance of robust safety protocols, not just for physical well-being, but for the overall psychological security of the workforce. His words would be laced with a subtle gravity, a tone that suggested a deep understanding of the weight of responsibility, a weight he now claimed to bear with newfound wisdom. He could already picture the nods of agreement, the earnest scribbling of notes by his more impressionable colleagues. They would see his reflections not as calculated pronouncements, but as the thoughtful insights of a man who had been through the crucible and emerged with a profound appreciation for safety, order, and ethical conduct. His past transgressions, once a source of shame, had been transmuted into a currency of perceived wisdom and moral authority. The fire, a fleeting physical event, would become a catalyst for a social and psychological phenomenon. It would provide Li Wei with a platform, a context within which to further solidify his carefully constructed image. He would be seen not as a perpetrator of mischief, but as a thoughtful observer, a voice of reason, and a calming influence in the face of minor adversity. His ability to remain detached and analytical during the incident itself would be interpreted not as coldness, but as a sign of his exceptional composure and his deep-seated commitment to rational problem-solving, qualities that, ironically, he had once used to facilitate his illicit activities. He would, of course, ensure that his own role in the initial discovery of the fire was appropriately downplayed. He had no desire to be the hero who alerted everyone. That would draw too much attention, too much scrutiny. His aim was to be the wise commentator, the man who, through his mere presence and thoughtful words, subtly guided the narrative, reinforcing his own carefully curated persona. He would be the calm voice in the storm, the one who, having navigated his own personal inferno, could now offer solace and guidance in the face of minor conflagrations. The entire exercise was a testament to the power of perception. A small, controlled fire, a mundane accident in an insignificant corner of a vast corporate complex, was transformed into a public display of Li Wei's supposed ethical growth and leadership potential. He had not sought to harm anyone, nor to cause significant damage. His ambition was far more subtle, far more insidious. He was not interested in the immediate, tangible destruction of property, but in the gradual, almost imperceptible erosion of genuine accountability, replaced by a performance of it. He was, in essence, an accidental arsonist of integrity, setting alight the foundations of trust and replacing them with a meticulously constructed facade of reformed character, a performance so convincing that even he, at times, found himself almost believing it. The controlled chaos of the fire was merely a stage, and he, the unexpected playwright, directing the ensuing drama of societal reaction, all for his own quiet, insatiable curiosity. The faint scent of burnt plastic and ozone still clung to the air in the third subbasement, a subtle perfume of disruption that contrasted sharply with the usual sterile scent of recycled air and industrial cleaning solutions. Li Wei, leaning against the cool, unyielding concrete of a corridor wall, several floors above, observed the aftermath not through the sterile lens of security feeds anymore, but through the more potent and far more malleable lens of human interaction. The accident, as it had been officially logged, a minor electrical fault in an unoccupied storage closet, easily contained by the swift and efficient Sterling Dynamics facilities team, had served its purpose with remarkable alacrity. The narrative was already hardening, solidifying around an emergent truth, one that had little to do with Li Wei's clandestine experiment and everything to do with the reassuring, albeit fabricated, heroism he was meticulously weaving. His colleagues, those who had been present on the upper floors, their routines momentarily interrupted by the distant, muffled wail of the fire alarm, were now abuzz. The initial confusion had given way to a shared sense of mild relief, followed swiftly by the inevitable post-incident debriefing, conducted not in a formal boardroom, but in the informal amphitheater of the company cafeteria and the hushed whispers of adjacent cubicles. Li Wei had strategically positioned himself at the periphery of these discussions, a quiet observer, allowing the seeds of his narrative to germinate organically. Remarkable composure, wasn't it? Remarked Sarah Chun, head of human resources, her voice a low murmur that carried an undertone of admiration. She was stirring her lukewarm coffee, her gaze fixed on some unseen point in the middle distance, replaying the mild chaos of the past hour. When the alarm went off, there was a moment, just a flicker of uncertainty, but then Li Wei, he was just so calm. Beside her, David Sterling, a distant cousin of the company's founder and a man whose primary contribution was maintaining the Sterling family's tenuous grip on the corporate reins, nodded in agreement. Precisely. Saw him myself. No panic. Just assessing. Asked the right questions, didn't he? Even before the facilities team got there. Asked if the ventilation system was isolated, if the emergency power had kicked in. The kind of things you'd expect from someone who understands the underlying infrastructure. Someone who's seen things. The seen things was a loaded phrase, a nod to Li Wei's past, a past he had artfully reframed from one of corporate espionage and ethical transgression to one of hard-won wisdom. A journey through the darker aspects of industrial operations that had ultimately led him to a profound appreciation for safety and order. The fire, a mere puff of smoke in a forgotten closet, had become the crucible that forged this new identity. Li Wei, overhearing this exchange from a strategically chosen table across the room, offered a subtle, almost imperceptible nod to himself. The narrative was taking hold. They weren't seeing the architect of the disruption. They were seeing the guardian of stability. His calm under pressure wasn't a testament to his detachment from the reality of the situation, but a sign of his deep-seated understanding of risk mitigation. His insightful questions were not born from a desire to understand the cause of the fire, but from a pre-existing knowledge of the effects he intended to create. Later that afternoon, during a departmental meeting ostensibly to review quarterly projections, the fire became the unavoidable, yet officially sanctioned, topic of conversation. The department head, a man whose life's work seemed dedicated to the meticulous avoidance of any significant event, had opened the floor with a hesitant, "So, an interesting morning." It was Li Wei who smoothly steered the discussion. "A minor incident. Thankfully," he began, his voice calm and measured, projecting an aura of considered authority. "But it does highlight the importance of preparedness. I was particularly struck by the speed with which the automated systems responded. The environmental sensors, the early detection. It's a testament to the robustness of our infrastructure." He paused, letting his words sink in, then continued. "However, I did note that the initial response, while efficient, could have been even more streamlined. Had we, for instance, implemented a secondary, localized alert system for the lower levels, bypassing the general alarm and directly notifying the relevant personnel on site." He trailed off, allowing his colleagues to fill the void. And they did, enthusiastically. "You mean, like a direct communication channel for the facilities team?" ventured one junior engineer, his brow furrowed in thought. "Exactly," Li Wei replied, his gaze sweeping across their faces. "It's a small tweak, perhaps, but in a situation where every second counts, it could make a significant difference. Prevent any unnecessary alarm escalation. Ensure only those directly involved are mobilized. Minimizes disruption, maximizes efficiency." especially on days like today, when the upper floors are completely unaffected and the alarm could cause undue concern. He carefully avoided any mention of the fact that he had deliberately chosen a fire that wouldn't significantly affect the upper floors, precisely to minimize his own potential exposure. The minor disruption was a carefully calibrated element of his experiment, designed to evoke a specific, controllable response. Now, he was leveraging that minor disruption to present himself as a visionary, an innovator in safety protocols. The implication was clear. Li Wei, with his past experiences, understood the nuanced psychological impact of such events. He recognized that while the Stirling dynamic system was robust, it could be made more human-centric. He wasn't just talking about fire safety. He was talking about the perception of safety, the psychological well-being of the employees. "It's a valid point, Li Wei," said the department head, visibly relieved to have a concrete suggestion to latch onto. "You've clearly given this a lot of thought. Perhaps you could draft something? A proposal? For review." Li Wei's smile was subtle, almost melancholic. "Of course," he said. "It's the least I can do." After witnessing how quickly things could have escalated, even in such a contained incident, one feels a certain responsibility. A commitment to ensuring that Stirling Dynamics remains not just a leader in its field, but a paragon of safety. For everyone, the phrase felt a certain responsibility with a masterstroke, a carefully worded acknowledgement of his perceived role without admitting his actual culpability. It painted him as someone who is now deeply invested in the company's well-being, a stark contrast to the man he once was. The fire, an act of calculated deception, was being transformed into an epiphany, a wake-up call that had spurred him towards a new, ethically driven purpose. On the security monitors, Li Wei had seen the Stirling Dynamics head of security, a burly, no-nonsense ex-military man named Marcus Thorne, arrive on the scene. Thorne, a man who prided himself on his meticulous oversight, had initially been all gruff efficiency, his face a mask of professional concern as he surveyed the smoldering closet and the lingering smoke. But even Thorne, a man not easily swayed by sentiment, had been drawn into the emerging narrative. Li Wei had orchestrated a brief, seemingly spontaneous encounter between himself and Thorne in the hallway outside the affected wing, just as the facilities team were packing up their equipment. Li Wei, feigning a concerned but composed demeanor, had approached Thorne. "Head of Security Thorne," Li Wei had said, his voice projecting a quiet respect. "A close call, it seems. I'm Li Wei, from R&D, just ensuring everything is in order." Thorne, his brow still creased, had looked him up and down. "Facilities handled it. Minor electrical fault. Containable." "Indeed," Li Wei had replied, his gaze drifting towards the now-sealed closet door. "But the speed of detection, the rapid response, it speaks volumes about your team's preparedness, head of security. I was particularly impressed by the way the environmental monitors reacted. They picked up the CO2 levels almost instantaneously, didn't they? Before any visible smoke would have been apparent to the naked eye." He was planting the seed of observation, guiding Thorne's assessment. Thorne grunted. "Sensors are state-of-the-art, designed for this." "Precisely," Li Wei had continued, his voice taking on a slightly more reflective tone. "And it's reassuring to know that. But it also makes one think, doesn't it, about the sheer number of unseen potential hazards. The small things that can go unnoticed until they become something more significant. It's why your role is so crucial, Thorne. Maintaining that constant vigilance. It's not just about reacting to fires. It's about the silent work, the protocols, the systems that prevent them from ever starting." He was, in essence, praising Thorne while subtly highlighting the very systems that Li Wei himself had so easily circumvented. Thorne, a man who thrived on acknowledgement of his department's effectiveness, had actually softened slightly. "We do our best, Mr. Wei. Constant training, regular checks. And it shows," Li Wei had said, offering a warm, genuine-looking smile. "It truly shows. You've built a commendable system. A system that, as we saw today, can handle the unexpected with remarkable efficiency. It instills a great deal of confidence, knowing that Sterling Dynamics is in such capable hands. He made sure to emphasize system and capable hands, associating Thorne and his department with the success of containing the event rather than the potential for the event itself. As Thorne had nodded curtly and moved on, Li Wei had watched him go, a subtle glint in his eye. Thorne would report on the incident, of course. He would detail the swift response, the minimal damage, the effective containment. And in his report, he would likely mention Li Wei's calm demeanor, his astute observations about the environmental monitors, his general air of concerned professionalism. Li Wei would be a footnote, a minor character in Thorne's official account, but a character whose presence would be perceived as supportive and observant, further cementing his image as a responsible corporate citizen. The narrative was no longer just about a fire. It was about Li Wei's transformation. The accident had provided him with a stage, and he had delivered a masterful performance of reformed character. His actions, initially driven by a desire to test the limits of Sterling Dynamic systems, had morphed into an opportunity to redefine his own standing within the organization. He had, in effect, used a controlled blaze to illuminate his own carefully constructed persona, a persona so convincing that even those who had once viewed him with suspicion were now starting to see him as a beacon of safety and reliability. The irony was not lost on Li Wei. He had initiated a controlled combustion, a physical disruption, and in its wake, he had ignited a social phenomenon, the swift and uncritical acceptance of his reformed identity. His careful selection of the flammable compound, its slow and deliberate burn, had been designed not to cause widespread panic, but to generate a specific kind of controlled chaos, one that allowed for thoughtful reflection and, crucially, for the emergence of a savior. He had not just set a fire. He had set the stage for his own rehabilitation, using the ashes of a minor incident to build a monument to his supposed newfound wisdom and dedication to corporate safety. The true fire, he mused, was the one he had ignited within the minds of his colleagues, a fire fueled by perception and a masterful manipulation of circumstance. He was not just an employee anymore. He was, in the eyes of many, the safety savant, a title he had earned not through genuine dedication, but through a cunningly orchestrated display of apparent foresight and unwavering calm. The hum of the building's HVAC system, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that kept Sterling Dynamics functioning, now seemed to hum in approval of his performance, a subtle endorsement of the narrative he had so skillfully crafted. The true danger, of course, lay not in the smoldering closet, but in the ease with which a meticulously crafted illusion could be mistaken for reality. The accolades arrived not with a bang, but with a precisely scheduled cascade of emails and internal memos, each one a meticulously crafted statement designed to amplify the narrative Li Wei had so carefully cultivated. Sterling Dynamics, a corporation that prided itself on efficiency, was proving equally adept at manufacturing virtue. The minor electrical fault, the controlled smoke, the orchestrated calmness, all had coalesced into a compelling tale of corporate responsibility and individual heroism. Li Wei, the quiet innovator, the man who had calmly assessed a potentially volatile situation, was now the unwilling recipient of widespread acclaim. The first tangible manifestation of this manufactured grace was an invitation to the annual Sterling Dynamics Employee Recognition Gala, held in the grand ballroom of the city's most opulent hotel, a place where crystal chandeliers dripped light like frozen tears and the clinking of champagne flutes served as a constant, subtle percussion. The event was designed to be a spectacle of corporate benevolence. Li Wei, usually content to operate in the shadows of sub-basements and server rooms, found himself propelled onto a stage that felt both too bright and too small. He sat at a prominent table, flanked by members of the executive board, their smiles as polished and unyielding as the mahogany furniture. David Sterling, the scion of the founding family, beamed at him, raising a glass of what Li Wei suspected was prohibitively expensive champagne. To Li Wei, David announced, his voice resonating with practiced sincerity, a true testament to the Sterling Dynamics ethos. His foresight, his unwavering composure during the recent incident exemplifies the very best of us. He didn't just avert a crisis. He reminded us all of the importance of vigilance, of proactive engagement. Sterling Dynamics is proud to have such a dedicated individual as part of our team. The applause that followed was thunderous, a wave of manufactured approval that washed over Li Wei, making him feel both exposed and oddly detached. He offered a practiced, humble smile, a slight incline of his head that conveyed gratitude without any hint of undue pride. He felt a peculiar sensation, akin to watching a film in which he was the star, yet entirely disconnected from the performance. The script was being delivered, the lines were being spoken, and he was merely mouthing the words. Later, as the evening wore on, the awards themselves were presented. There was the Excellence in Operational Integrity Award, a weighty bronze statuette depicting a stylized gear interlocking with a laurel wreath, bestowed upon him for his exemplary performance in ensuring the safety and stability of Sterling Dynamics' critical infrastructure. The presenter, a remarkably animated woman from the city's Chamber of Commerce, spoke of Li Wei's steadfast dedication to the well-being of his colleagues and his innate understanding of potential systemic risks. She recounted the tale of the fire, not as a minor electrical malfunction, but as a near catastrophe that had been neutralized by Li Wei's swift and decisive actions. "Mr. Li Wei," she proclaimed, her voice amplified by the microphone, demonstrated a level of professionalism and selflessness that is truly inspiring. While others might have succumbed to panic, he remained a bastion of calm, his quick thinking and astute observations proving instrumental in guiding the emergency response. He is not merely an employee, he is a guardian of our collective safety. He accepted the award with the same carefully rehearsed humility. The medal felt cool and substantial in his hand, a tangible representation of a narrative entirely divorced from reality. He looked out at the sea of faces, a blur of expectant smiles and admiring gazes. He saw the genuine appreciation in the eyes of some, the sycophantic nods of others, and the vacant, impressed stares of those who simply enjoyed the spectacle. They were all, in their own way, buying into the illusion. The guardian of collective safety. It was a title that felt both absurdly grand and disturbingly accurate, given the extent to which he had manipulated the circumstances. The astute observations had been carefully planted, the quick thinking a premeditated response to a scenario he himself had engineered. The irony was so potent it was almost intoxicating. He had created a problem, then solved it publicly, and was now being rewarded for his supposed foresight. The ceremony continued, and Li Wei received further commendations. There was a plaque from his Sterling Dynamics Internal Safety Committee, praising his proactive approach to hazard mitigation and his contribution to strengthening the company's safety culture. This was followed by a personal letter from the CEO, a man Li Wei had only met in passing at company functions, detailing Li Wei's unparalleled commitment to Sterling Dynamics values and offering him a significant bonus, a gesture of gratitude for his indispensable role. Each pronouncement was a brick laid in the edifice of his constructed persona. He was no longer just Li Wei, the reclusive R&D specialist with a questionable past. He was Li Wei, the hero. He was Li Wei, the visionary. He was Li Wei, the embodiment of corporate virtue. The banquet hall, with its hushed murmurs of admiration and the occasional burst of applause, became a stage for his redemption, a highly polished theater where the true drama of his deception was playing out in full view. He reflected on the original cause of the incident, a carefully synthesized compound designed for its slow, controlled combustion, a miniature inferno meticulously calibrated to produce just enough smoke and heat to trigger the alarms without causing actual damage. He had spent weeks perfecting its formulation in the discreet confines of his home laboratory, a far cry from the sterile environment of Sterling Dynamics. The intent had been to test the efficacy of the early warning systems, to probe the response protocols, to gather data that would inform his broader objectives. He had never intended for it to become a catalyst for such profound public adulation. The danger, he mused, lay not in the fire itself, but in the societal hunger for heroes. People craved narratives of resilience, of individuals who rose above adversity, who demonstrated courage in the face of danger. They were predisposed to believe in the good, to see the best in those who presented themselves as virtuous. And Li Wei, with his carefully curated demeanor, his measured responses, and his convenient past, had become the perfect vessel for this collective desire. He noticed Sarah Chun from HR watching him, her expression a mixture of professional approval and something that verged on genuine admiration. She had been one of the first to sing his praises, and now, in the glittering ballroom, her belief seemed to have solidified. He caught her eye and offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. She returned it with a warm, encouraging smile. It was a silent exchange, a confirmation of the shared reality they now inhabited, a reality where the carefully constructed illusion had become indistinguishable from truth. David Sterling leaned in again, his voice a conspiratorial whisper amidst the din. You know, Li Wei, after this, you're going to be a legend. People will be talking about this for years. The Sterling Dynamics' Great Escape, as they're already starting to call it. Li Wei allowed himself a faint, knowing smile. The Great Escape. The nomenclature was fitting in its own peculiar way. It was an escape from the anonymity of his previous existence, an escape from the shadow of his past transgressions, an escape into the gilded cage of manufactured heroism. As the evening drew to a close, Li Wei found himself posing for photographs, the bronze statuette clutched in his hand, his expression carefully calibrated to convey a blend of gratitude and dignified reserve. The flashbulbs popped, immortalizing the image of the unlikely hero, the man who had faced down a fire and emerged not unscathed, but celebrated. He was in that moment a symbol of Sterling Dynamics' commitment to safety, a symbol of individual excellence, and most ironically, a symbol of the power of perception. He left the hotel that night with the weight of the award in his briefcase and the weight of the deception in his soul. The accolades were a testament to his skill, not as a rescuer, but as a manipulator. The applause was the sound of a narrative taking hold, a narrative that had begun with a flicker of controlled combustion and had now ignited into a blaze of unearned glory. He had walked into the fire, not to extinguish it, but to orchestrate it, and in doing so, he had inadvertently set himself ablaze with a reputation he had no intention of earning, a reputation that would now precede him, blinding many to the man he truly was. The city lights blurred outside the car window, each distant sparkle a tiny, mocking echo of the grand illusion he had so successfully maintained. The embers of his deception, far from dying down, had been fanned into a roaring inferno of public approval. The hum of servers was usually Li Wei's lullaby, the rhythmic whirring a constant, comforting presence. Now, however, it was punctuated by the tinny, persistent chirping of his personal phone, an appendage he usually ignored with the stoic indifference of a hermit contemplating a particularly stubborn mushroom. The notifications, once a trickle, had become a torrent. Each ping was a tiny digital echo of the ballroom's thunderous applause, a testament to the viral nature of his supposed heroism. It began, as most modern phenomena did, with a shared photograph. A grainy, slightly overexposed image, captured by a junior marketing intern at the Sterling Dynamics Gala, depicted Li Wei accepting his Guardian of Collective Safety Award. He was mid-bow, his expression a carefully constructed mask of humble gratitude, the award statuette gleaming dully in his hand. The intern, a budding social media enthusiast named Chloe, had captioned it with a breathless effusiveness. Our very own everyday hero, Li Wei, so proud to work with someone who embodies Sterling Dynamics' commitment to vigilance and courage. Sterling Strong, safety first, inspiration. Chloe's post, innocent in its intent, was the pebble dropped into the vast, churning ocean of the internet. It was picked up by a corporate culture blog, the Sterling Chronicle, a site Li Wei vaguely recalled approving the launch of, believing it would simply track internal HR initiatives. which then syndicated it to a broader audience. From there, it was a matter of algorithms and the insatiable human appetite for uncomplicated narratives. Suddenly, Li Wei's face, or at least a slightly pixelated version of it, was appearing on screens far beyond the corporate ether. News outlets that had previously only considered Sterling Dynamics' quarterly earnings reports were now running short segments on the unassuming hero who saved the day. Local news anchors, their voices dripping with manufactured sincerity, breathlessly recounted the tale of the fire, embellishing details with each retelling. In a moment of sheer panic, one particularly dramatic voiceover declared, "Mr. Li Wei, a quiet innovator, stood as a beacon of calm, his quick thinking preventing a potential catastrophe. This is the kind of dedication we need more of in our community." The narrative, so meticulously crafted within the gilded confines of the gala, was now freewheeling, adapting, and mutating in the digital wild. Hashtags like Li Wei Saves the Day and Sterling Hero began a trend. Online forums buzzed with discussions about his unwavering composure and understated bravery. Comment sections, usually a cesspool of vitriol and conspiracy theories, were surprisingly dominated by expressions of admiration and awe. "This is what leadership looks like," one commenter, under the username Patriot for Life, wrote. "Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear lab coats and have a serious commitment to fire safety." "He didn't even seem to want the attention," chimed in True Grit Gal. "That's the sign of a real hero, someone who does it for the right reasons, not for glory." Li Wei, who had initially dismissed Chloe's post as fleeting digital flotsam, found himself increasingly drawn to monitoring its dissemination. He created anonymous accounts, venturing into the digital underbelly where his newfound fame was being dissected and celebrated. He watched, with a detached fascination, as his image was superimposed on his stock photos of brave firefighters, as he was photoshopped into heroic poses he had never assumed, his carefully cultivated stoicism morphing into an almost superhuman aura. One particularly surreal moment occurred when a popular meme account, known for its absurdist takes on current events, superimposed Li Wei's award-winning visage onto the iconic image of Neil Armstrong on the moon. The caption read, "One small step for man, one giant leap for Sterling Dynamics." It garnered millions of likes, a digital monument to his manufactured legacy. The online discourse wasn't just about admiration. It was about aspirational identification. People, weary of the cynicism and negativity that often pervaded public life, latched onto Li Wei as an antidote. He represented a simpler, nobler ideal, a reminder that goodness and competence could still exist, even within the often impenetrable fortress of corporate America. He was the unexpected seedling of virtue, pushing through the concrete of disillusionment. This fascination wasn't confined to the digital realm. Local businesses began to take notice. A coffee shop near Sterling Dynamics, sensing an opportunity, started offering a hero's brew, a strong, dark roast named in his honor. The barista, a young woman with bright, earnest eyes, would beam at him whenever he entered, offering a free pastry with his order. "You're our hero, Mr. Li," she'd say, her voice a hushed reverence. "We tell everyone about you." Li Wei, navigating these interactions with his usual practiced reserve, found himself in a bizarre performative loop. He had to maintain the illusion, to embody the hero the public had created. A flustered nod, a quiet "thank you," a hurried departure. These became his standard responses, each one reinforcing the image of the man who was too humble for accolades, too focused on his work to bask in the glow of his own brilliance. The incident, as it was now euphemistically termed, was being replayed and recontextualized endlessly. It wasn't just about averting a fire. It was about the way it was averted. The calm under pressure, the swift decision-making, the presumed selfless act of self-endangerment. These were the elements that resonated. The fact that the entire event was a carefully orchestrated deception was, of course, nowhere in the public consciousness. The digital sphere, for all its speed, was remarkably adept at superficiality. It embraced the surface narrative, the easily digestible heroism, without ever probing the depths of its origins. He found himself becoming an unwitting participant in the digital performance of sincerity. His few, carefully worded statements released through Sterling Dynamics' PR department, designed to express gratitude for the recognition, were dissected and analyzed for their authenticity. Online articles hailed his measured eloquence and genuine humility. See, he's not one of those loudmouths who think they're better than everyone else, wrote one blogger. He's a man of action, not just words. And his words are as thoughtful as his actions. The irony of this assessment was not lost on Li Wei. His words, like his actions, were carefully chosen, part of a larger, more intricate performance. He was a virtuoso of the understated, a master of conveying sincerity through precise, economical language. He had learned to speak the language of virtue, a dialect that the digital age devoured with voracious enthusiasm. The viral aspect of his newfound fame was particularly fascinating. It wasn't a single, explosive event, but rather a slow, insidious burn, a wildfire of positive reinforcement that spread across various platforms. Social media feeds, usually a chaotic jumble of news, entertainment, and personal updates, were now dotted with images and anecdotes about Li Wei. He was becoming a recurring character in the collective online consciousness, a symbol of everyday goodness that people could point to and say, see, it's not all bad. This emergent status as a viral virtue was something Li Wei had inadvertently cultivated. He had, in his initial planning, considered the public relations aspect of his engineered event. He knew that a narrative of heroism, however fabricated, would be more palatable than the dry, technical details of his actual experiment. He had anticipated some level of positive press, a few congratulatory remarks within the company. He had not, however, foreseen this pervasive digital adoration. The algorithms designed to surface engaging content had found a goldmine in Li Wei. His story, framed as an act of accidental heroism by an ordinary man thrust into extraordinary circumstances, ticked all the boxes for shareability. It was relatable, inspiring, and, most importantly, generated positive emotional responses. The internet, a reflection of humanity's collective psyche, craved such moments of uncomplicated good. He began to notice subtle shifts in how his colleagues interacted with him. The polite nods of acknowledgement at the gala had evolved into something more effusive. People would stop him in hallways, not just to congratulate him, but to share anecdotes about seeing his story online. "My mother saw you on the news," a junior engineer exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. "She said you're a real inspiration." The term inspiration became a frequent accompaniment to his name. He was an inspiration to the employees of Sterling Dynamics, an inspiration to the local community, and, increasingly, an inspiration to strangers across the internet. This mantle of inspiration, however, was a heavy one. It demanded a constant performance of humility, a perpetual state of being effortlessly virtuous. He found himself reviewing online comments and articles, not out of vanity, but out of a strategic necessity. He needed to understand the evolving narrative to ensure that his carefully constructed persona remained intact. He noticed that any hint of arrogance or self-promotion would be met with swift digital condemnation. The public, having bestowed upon him the title of hero, also held him to an impossibly high standard of conduct. He had to be the humble, unassuming champion always. The pressure to maintain this image was immense. It meant suppressing any flicker of his true self, any hint of the calculated deception that lay beneath the surface. He had to be perpetually on guard, ensuring that his public persona remained untarnished by the messiness of his private reality. Every interaction, every public statement, became a carefully calculated move in a high-stakes game of perception management. The viral nature of his fame also brought with it a peculiar form of intimacy. Strangers felt they knew him, not as Li Wei, the individual, but as the archetypal hero they had encountered online. They projected their hopes and desires onto his image, transforming him into a symbol of what they wished the world could be. This projection, while flattering in its own way, also served to further alienate him from his own identity. He was becoming less of a person and more of a canvas for collective aspirations. He observed how the digital sphere amplified the perception of his sincerity. A slightly awkward smile, a hesitating glance. These were interpreted not as signs of unease or calculation, but as markers of genuine, unvarnished truth. The public, eager to believe in the existence of pure goodness, found it in his carefully modulated demeanor. His lack of overt charisma, which might have made him unremarkable in a different context, became proof of his authenticity. He wasn't putting on a show. He was simply being himself, a virtuous self. The term viral virtues began to feel disturbingly apparent. His goodness, like a catchy tune or a humorous video, was spreading rapidly through the digital channels, infecting the online consciousness with its positive energy. People shared his story not just because it was compelling, but because it made them feel good. It offered a momentary respite from the often overwhelming negativity of the digital landscape. Li Wei found himself in a paradox. His greatest achievement was not the averted fire, but the masterful construction of a public persona so convincing that it transcended its engineered origins and took on a life of its own. He was a product of the digital age, his fame a testament to the power of curated narratives and the insatiable human need to believe in heroes, even when those heroes were, in essence, manufactured from smoke and mirrors. He was not just a successful employee. He was becoming a brand, a symbol of viral virtue in a world increasingly driven by the currency of online influence. The embers of his deception had indeed ignited, not just a blaze of glory, but a persistent, glowing ember in the vast, interconnected hearth of the internet. The cacophony of notifications had begun to subside, replaced by a different, more insidious hum within Li Wei's own mind. The initial shock of the viral phenomenon had worn off, giving way to a cold, analytical assessment. He found himself observing his own actions, not as a man who had stumbled into heroism, but as a technician meticulously calibrating a complex machine. The public's adoration, once a bewildering storm, was now becoming a predictable variable, a quantifiable asset. He began to abstract himself from the narrative, viewing Li Wei, the celebrated hero, as an avatar, a carefully constructed entity whose effectiveness could be measured. This detachment led to the genesis of what he internally termed the trust index. It wasn't a formal system, no spreadsheets or algorithms were involved, at least not yet. It was a more fluid, intuitive construct, a mental scorecard that rated the efficacy of his perceived integrity. It was a measure of how readily his pronouncements, his gestures, even his mere presence could alter perceptions and steer outcomes. The Sterling Dynamics Gala, the supposed nexus of his heroic awakening, became the benchmark, the foundational data point. The fire, the award, the subsequent wave of media attention. These were not just events, but tests, trials that had yielded invaluable data on the pliable nature of public opinion. He started to analyze the impact of his appearance. A simple nod of acknowledgement in the Sterling Dynamics cafeteria could now elicit a cascade of polite deference from colleagues who, just weeks prior, might have overlooked him entirely. The barista at the nearby coffee shop, who had once served him with a perfunctory smile, now greeted him with a reverence that bordered on the devotional. This wasn't just about being recognized. It was about the inherent weight his public persona now carried. His smile, once a fleeting, almost imperceptible twitch of the lips, now felt like a deliberate deployment, a calculated sunshine intended to thaw any lingering skepticism. His quiet demeanor, once a reflection of his introverted nature, was now an amplified signal of trustworthiness, a visual cue that screamed unassuming competence. The trust index was a dynamic entity, fluctuating with each public interaction, each carefully worded statement released through PR. A particularly effusive online article praising his humility would send his internal score soaring. Conversely, A minor misstep, a moment where the mask might have slipped, revealing a hint of the calculating mind beneath, would cause a momentary dip, a brief flicker of concern that he would meticulously analyze and correct in subsequent appearances. He began to see his life as a series of meticulously planned moves on a chessboard, with the public's perception as the board and his reputation as the primary, and increasingly powerful, pieces. He recalled a recent instance where a departmental budget was facing a significant cut. The proposal, which would have severely impacted his research division, had been met with resigned acceptance by most. However, during a company-wide town hall meeting, Li Wei, armed with his newly refined understanding of his elevated trust index, decided to speak. He didn't launch into a passionate defense of his work, nor did he engage in any overt political maneuvering. Instead, he stood, adjusted his tie, and in his characteristic measured tone, explained the long-term implications of the proposed cuts, framing them not as an operational setback, but as a direct threat to the very innovative spirit Sterling Dynamics purported to champion. He spoke of potential breakthroughs being stifled, of the intangible value of forward-thinking research, weaving in subtle allusions to the averted fire, a silent reminder of his commitment to the company's safety and prosperity. The effect was immediate. The room, which had been somber and accepting, shifted. Heads nodded in agreement, and a murmur of renewed consideration rippled through the audience. The CEO, a man known for his fiscal pragmatism, visibly softened. The proposal, which had seemed a done deal, was suddenly back on the table, subject to further review. Li Wei, observing this subtle but seismic shift, registered a significant uptick on his internal trust index. His words, imbued with the halo of his public image, had carried more weight than any logical argument or data-driven presentation could have achieved on its own. He had, with mere a few carefully chosen sentences, swayed a significant corporate decision. This understanding led to a more strategic approach to his daily life. He began to view every interaction, from the mundane to the significant, as an opportunity to reinforce and leverage his perceived character. The hero's brew at the coffee shop was no longer just a flattering gesture. It was a data point. The genuine admiration in the barista's eyes was a tangible representation of his trust index score, a visual confirmation that his manufacturer persona was functioning as intended. He would occasionally engage in brief, polite conversations, not out of a desire for social connection, but to gather more intel, to gauge the current public sentiment towards him, and to subtly reinforce the narrative of the humble, dedicated innovator. His apartment, once a sanctuary of quiet solitude, began to feel like a command center. He would spend hours reviewing online articles, not to revel in the praise, but to dissect the language used to describe him. He analyzed the recurring themes: humility, calmness, dedication, selflessness. These were the keywords, the building blocks of his public image. He noted how any mention of his actual work, the highly technical and often abstract research he conducted, was usually relegated to a secondary role, a footnote to the more compelling narrative of his perceived heroism. The public, it seemed, preferred the man to the scientist, the symbol to the substance. This realization was not disheartening. It was empowering. It meant the core of his influence lay not in his intellect, but in his carefully cultivated persona. He began to treat his own appearance as a tool. The slight dishevelment of his hair, the thoughtful furrow in his brow when he was contemplating a problem. These were no longer unintentional quirks, but deliberate embellishments to the hero archetype. He would consciously adjust his posture, his gait, his tone of voice, all to align with the public's expectation of the man who had, against all odds, averted disaster. It was a performance, yes, but one so deeply ingrained, so meticulously practiced, that the lines between the actor and the role were beginning to blur, even for him. The trust index wasn't about manipulation in a malicious sense, at least not in his mind. It was about understanding the game and playing it effectively. He saw Sterling Dynamics, and indeed society at large, as a complex system of beliefs and perceptions. His engineered act of heroism had simply unlocked a cheat code, granting him access to a higher level of influence. He wasn't creating false realities. He was simply capitalizing on the ones that had been constructed around him. The system was rigged in his favor, and his trust index was the gauge by which he measured his mastery of its intricacies. He started to explore the boundaries of this influence. He wondered, for instance, if he could leverage his trust index to accelerate certain research projects, to bypass bureaucratic hurdles that had previously seemed insurmountable. The idea of proposing a bold, potentially risky new venture, not on its technical merits alone, but on the sheer force of his perceived character, began to intrigue him. The system had provided him with an unparalleled level of credibility, and he was beginning to see the vast potential of that currency. He envisioned a future where his word alone could shape market trends, where his endorsement could launch nascent technologies. It was a heady prospect, and one that required constant calibration of his trust index. He understood that this power was a fragile thing, dependent on the continued belief of others. Therefore, every action, every word, had to be a reinforcement of the established narrative. He was no longer just Li Wei, the senior researcher. He was Li Wei, the guardian, the symbol of Sterling Dynamics' unwavering commitment to safety and innovation. This analytical detachment, however, came with its own subtle form of isolation. While he was surrounded by the adulation of the masses, he felt increasingly disconnected from genuine human interaction. The smiles directed at him were no longer directed at Li Wei, the individual, but the abstract concept he represented. The conversations he had were not exchanges between peers, but performances for an invisible audience. He was becoming a prisoner of his own success, trapped within the gilded cage of his manufactured heroism. He found himself increasingly drawn to the abstract nature of his research, the purely logical and objective world of scientific inquiry. It was a stark contrast to the subjective and often irrational realm of public perception he now navigated daily. In a lab, his hypotheses were tested against empirical evidence, his conclusions based on data, not on the fickle sentiment of the crowd. This was his true sanctuary, the place where the trust index held no sway, where his worth was determined by his intellect and his contributions, not by a viral meme or a flattering news report. Yet, even within the sterile confines of the laboratory, the ghost of his public persona lingered. Colleagues, inspired by his perceived bravery, would approach him with newfound boldness, seeking not just technical advice, but a dose of his legendary calm. They would recount his story, their voices filled with awe, attributing to him qualities he knew he didn't inherently possess. He would listen, offer a polite smile, and then retreat into the comforting logic of his experiments, the trust index a constant, silent metric in the background of his increasingly complex existence. He was a man who had discovered the ultimate leverage and was now meticulously learning how to wield it, one calculated move at a time. The fires had brought him felicitations, but the true conflagration was the ongoing, internal calibration of his own perceived worth, a process that was both exhilarating and profoundly unsettling. Chapter 4. The Pyramid of Promises. The cacophony of notifications had begun to subside, replaced by a different, more insidious hum within Li Wei's own mind. The initial shock of the viral phenomenon had worn off, giving way to a cold, analytical assessment. He found himself observing his own actions, not as a man who had stumbled into heroism, but as a technician meticulously calibrating a complex machine. The public's adoration, once a bewildering storm, was now becoming a predictable variable, a quantifiable asset. He began to abstract himself from the narrative, viewing Li Wei, the celebrated hero, as an avatar, a carefully constructed entity whose effectiveness could be measured. This detachment led to the genesis of what he internally termed the trust index. It wasn't a formal system, no spreadsheets or algorithms were involved, at least not yet. It was a more fluid, intuitive construct, a mental scorecard that rated the efficacy of his perceived integrity. It was a measure of how readily his pronouncements, his gestures, even his mere presence, could alter perceptions and steer outcomes. The Sterling Dynamics Gala, the supposed nexus of his heroic awakening, became the benchmark, the foundational data point. The fire, the award, the subsequent wave of media attention. These were not just events, but tests, trials that had yielded invaluable data on the pliable nature of public opinion. He started to analyze the impact of his appearance. A simple nod of acknowledgement in the Sterling Dynamics cafeteria could now elicit a cascade of polite deference from colleagues who, just weeks prior, might have overlooked him entirely. The barista at the nearby coffee shop, who had once served him with a perfunctory smile, now greeted him with a reverence that bordered on the devotional. This wasn't just about being recognized. It was about the inherent weight his public persona now carried. His smile, once a fleeting, almost imperceptible twitch of the lips, now felt like a deliberate deployment, a calculated sunshine intended to thaw any lingering skepticism. His quiet demeanor, once a reflection of his introverted nature, was now an amplified signal of trustworthiness, a visual cue that screamed unassuming competence. The trust index was a dynamic entity, fluctuating with each public interaction, each carefully worded statement released through PR. A particularly effusive online article praising his humility would send his internal score soaring. Conversely, a minor misstep, a moment where the mask might have slipped, revealing a hint of the calculating mind beneath, would cause a momentary dip, a brief flicker of concern that he would meticulously analyze and correct in subsequent appearances. He began to see his life as a series of meticulously planned moves on a chessboard, with the public perception as the board and his reputation as the primary, and increasingly powerful pieces. He recalled a recent instance where a departmental budget was facing a significant cut. The proposal, which would have severely impacted his research division, had been met with resigned acceptance by most. However, during a company-wide town hall meeting, Li Wei, armed with his newly refined understanding of his elevated trust index, decided to speak. He didn't launch into a passionate defense of his work, nor did he engage in any overt political maneuvering. Instead, he stood, adjusted his tie, and in his characteristic measured tone, explained the long-term implications of the proposed cuts, framing them not as an operational setback, but as a direct threat to the very innovative spirit Sterling Dynamics purported to champion. He spoke of potential breakthroughs being stifled, of the intangible value of forward-thinking research, weaving in subtle allusions to the averted fire, a silent reminder of his commitment to the company's safety and prosperity. The effect was immediate. The room, which had been somber and accepting, shifted. Heads nodded in agreement, and a murmur of renewed consideration rippled through the audience. The CEO, a man known for his fiscal pragmatism, visibly softened. The proposal, which had seemed a done deal, was suddenly back on the table, subject to further review. Li Wei, observing this subtle but seismic shift, registered a significant uptick on his internal trust index. His words, imbued with the halo of his public image, had carried more weight than any logical argument or data-driven presentation could have achieved on its own. He had, with mere a few carefully chosen sentences, swayed a significant corporate decision. This understanding led to a more strategic approach to his daily life. He began to view every interaction, from the mundane to the significant, as an opportunity to reinforce and leverage his perceived character. The hero's brew at the coffee shop was no longer just a flattering gesture. It was a data point. The genuine admiration in the barista's eyes was a tangible representation of his trust index score, a visual confirmation that his manufactured persona was functioning as intended. He would occasionally engage in brief, polite conversations, not out of a desire for social connection, but to gather more intel, to gauge the current public sentiment towards him, and to subtly reinforce the narrative of the humble, dedicated innovator. His apartment, once a sanctuary of quiet solitude, began to feel like a command center. He would spend hours reviewing online articles, not to revel in the praise, but to dissect the language used to describe him. He analyzed the recurring themes: humility, calmness, dedication, selflessness. These were the keywords, the building blocks of his public image. He noted how any mention of his actual work, the highly technical and often abstract research he conducted, was usually relegated to a secondary role, a footnote to the more compelling narrative of his perceived heroism. The public, it seemed, preferred the man to the scientist, the symbol to the substance. This realization was not disheartening. It was empowering. It meant the core of his influence lay not in his intellect, but in his carefully cultivated persona. He began to treat his own appearance as a tool. The slight dishevelment of his hair, the thoughtful furrow in his brow when he was contemplating a problem. These were no longer unintentional quirks, but deliberate embellishments to the hero archetype. He would consciously adjust his posture, his gait, his tone of voice, all to align with the public's expectation of the man who had, against all odds, averted disaster. It was a performance, yes, but one so deeply ingrained, so meticulously practiced, that the lines between the actor and the role were beginning to blur, even for him. The trust index wasn't about manipulation in a malicious sense, at least not in his mind. It was about understanding the game and playing it effectively. He saw sterling dynamics, and indeed society at large, as a complex system of beliefs and perceptions. His engineered act of heroism had simply unlocked a cheat code, granting him access to a higher level of influence. He wasn't creating false realities. He was simply capitalizing on the ones that had been constructed around him. The system was rigged in his favor, and his trust index was the gauge by which he measured his mastery of its intricacies. He started to explore the boundaries of this influence. He wondered, for instance, if he could leverage his trust index to accelerate certain research projects, to bypass bureaucratic hurdles that had previously seemed insurmountable. The idea of proposing a bold, potentially risky new venture, not on its technical merits alone, but on the sheer force of his perceived character, began to intrigue him. The system had provided him with an unparalleled level of credibility, and he was beginning to see the vast potential of that currency. He envisioned a future where his word alone could shape market trends, where his endorsement could launch nascent technologies. It was a heady prospect, and one that required constant calibration of his trust index. He understood that this power was a fragile thing, dependent on the continued belief of others. Therefore, every action, every word, had to be a reinforcement of the established narrative. He was no longer just Li Wei, the senior researcher. He was Li Wei, the guardian, the symbol of Sterling Dynamics' unwavering commitment to safety and innovation. This analytical detachment, however, came with its own subtle form of isolation. While he was surrounded by the adulation of the masses, he felt increasingly disconnected from genuine human interaction. The smiles directed at him were no longer directed at Li Wei, the individual, but the abstract concept he represented. The conversations he had were not exchanges between peers, but performances for an invisible audience. He was becoming a prisoner of his own success, trapped within the gilded cage of his manufactured heroism. He found himself increasingly drawn to the abstract nature of his research, the purely logical and objective world of scientific inquiry. It was a stark contrast to the subjective and often irrational realm of public perception he now navigated daily. In the lab, his hypotheses were tested against empirical evidence, his conclusions based on data, not on the fickle sentiment of the crowd. This was his true sanctuary, the place where the trust index held no sway, where his worth was determined by his intellect and his contributions, not by a viral meme or a flattering news report. Yet, even within the sterile confines of the laboratory, the ghost of his public persona lingered. Colleagues, inspired by his perceived bravery, would approach him with newfound boldness, seeking not just technical advice, but a dose of his legendary calm. They would recount his story, their voices filled with awe, attributing to him qualities he knew he didn't inherently possess. He would listen, offer a polite smile, and then retreat into the comforting logic of his experiments, the trust index a constant, silent metric in the background of his increasingly complex existence. He was a man who had discovered the ultimate leverage and was now meticulously learning how to wield it, one calculated move at a time. The fires had brought him felicitations, but the true conflagration was the ongoing, internal calibration of his own perceived worth, a process that was both exhilarating and profoundly unsettling. It was during a particularly subdued lunch, the kind where the clinking of cutlery seemed amplified in the otherwise quiet Sterling Dynamics executive dining room, that the proposal arrived, not in the form of a formal document, but as a subtle overture from a Mr. Silas Croft, a man whose business card proclaimed him Senior Vice President of Public Relations and Corporate Image. Croft, a man whose smile seemed perpetually polished to a high sheen, approached Li Wei's table with a deferential air that, a mere few months prior, would have seemed utterly out of place. "Dr. Li," Croft began, his voice a smooth baritone, carrying just enough volume to be heard by those at nearby tables without being intrusive. "A moment of your time, if I may. It concerns a matter of significant national interest." Li Wei, mid-chew on a perfectly portioned piece of grilled salmon, simply inclined his head. The trust index, a phantom limb of his consciousness, registered a subtle upward twitch. Croft's respectful demeanor, the careful phrasing, the implication of something grander than corporate synergy, all of it was data. And the data suggested an opportunity. Croft, sensing his opening, slid into the chair opposite Li Wei, not waiting for an invitation. "You've become, Dr. Li, something of a national treasure. Your actions at the Sterling Dynamics fire were exemplary, not just in averting disaster, but in the quiet, unwavering resolve you displayed." It resonated deeply. He paused, letting the words hang in the air, a carefully placed comma in the unfolding sentence of Li Wei's public narrative. "There's a growing movement, you see, a desire for authenticity, for individuals who embody true integrity, especially in public life, where such qualities seem to be in such short supply." Li Wei remained silent, his gaze steady. He knew where this was going. The trust index was now humming, its internal algorithms running at peak efficiency, predicting the trajectory of this conversation. He wasn't just a researcher anymore. He was a symbol, and symbols, he was learning, could be commodified. "The Ministry of Public Affairs," Croft continued, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "is looking to establish a special advisory role, a position designed to promote ethical conduct, to serve as a beacon of unwavering honesty in an often murky world. They've been searching for the perfect candidate, someone whose actions speak louder than any policy document, someone whose very presence inspires confidence." He leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with an almost manufactured sincerity. "And Dr. Li, they've identified you." The offer, when it finally materialized, was couched in terms of profound civic duty. The title was grand, if slightly unwieldy, Ambassador of Moral Integrity. It sounded less like a job and more like a secular sainthood. The parameters of the role, as explained by Croft and later by a stern-faced bureaucrat from the ministry, were deliciously vague. He was to make public appearances, offer pronouncements on ethical matters, lend his esteemed name to various public service campaigns, and generally, as Croft put it, be the embodiment of what Sterling Dynamics and this nation stand for: unimpeachable character. His official duties would be minimal: a few carefully orchestrated press conferences, a keynote speech at an annual ethics symposium, perhaps an occasional advisory meeting where his role would be to simply be there, exuding an aura of incorruptible rectitude. The salary, while substantial, was almost secondary to the prestige. He was being offered a platform, not just to speak, but to exist as a living embodiment of virtue. Sterling Dynamics, keen to capitalize on the halo effect, had readily agreed to his secondment, allowing him to retain his position within the company, albeit with significantly reduced research hours. This dual role, they reasoned, would only amplify his image, the brilliant scientist dedicated to progress, who was also a paragon of ethical conduct. The first official engagement was a press conference announcing the launch of the Pledge for Purity initiative, a government-backed campaign aimed at combating corporate fraud. Li Wei, dressed in a sharp, understated suit, stood at the podium, the Sterling Dynamics logo subtly visible on a banner behind him. The room was packed, a sea of eager faces and flashing cameras. He didn't need to prepare extensively. His script was his life, or rather, the curated version of his life that had gone viral. He spoke of the importance of honesty, not as a complex philosophical concept, but as a simple, fundamental truth. He referenced the trust he placed in his colleagues at Sterling Dynamics, the unwavering integrity he expected from his team. He spoke of the clarity that comes with transparency, of the strength found in ethical decision-making. His words were measured, calm, and utterly devoid of any specific policy details, which was precisely the point. He wasn't there to draft legislation. He was there to personify integrity. In a world that can sometimes feel chaotic and uncertain, he stated, his voice resonating with a quiet conviction that belied the calculated effort behind it. It is crucial that we hold fast to certain principles. Honesty, fairness, and a commitment to the greater good are not mere ideals. They're the bedrock upon which any prosperous and just society must be built. My own experiences have shown me the profound power of these virtues, and it is with a deep sense of responsibility that I lend my voice to this vital initiative. The response was overwhelming. Headlines the next day hailed him as a moral compass for a modern age. Social media exploded with praise, further cementing his status as a national icon of incorruptibility. The trust index, in his mind, had rocketed to unprecedented heights. He was no longer just a researcher who had acted heroically. He was a designated arbiter of virtue. His responsibilities as ambassador of moral integrity were, by design, nebulous. He was the embodiment of a concept, not the implementer of a program. His public appearances were carefully vetted, his statements pre-approved by a team of PR specialists, not just from Sterling Dynamics, but now also from the ministry itself. He attended awards ceremonies for ethical business leaders, where he would present trophies and offer brief, platitudinous remarks about the importance of corporate responsibility. He visited schools, speaking to impressionable young minds about the virtue of telling the truth, a concept he now approached with a practiced detachment. One such visit involved a question-and-answer session with a group of particularly bright-eyed high school students. A young girl, earnest and brimming with idealistic fervor, raised her hand. "Mr. Ambassador," she asked, her voice clear and hopeful, "what do you do when you have to make a really difficult choice, a choice where there's no easy answer and both options have bad consequences?" Li Wei paused, a flicker of genuine contemplation crossing his features before the practiced mask settled back into place. He could have given a technical answer, a discussion of ethical frameworks. But that wasn't what was expected. His role demanded something simpler, something more universally relatable, something that reinforced his image. "That," he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, "is a testament to the importance of character. In such moments, you must ask yourself, what is the right thing to do, not just for yourself, but for everyone involved? You must be guided by your conscience, by your innate sense of what is just and fair." And sometimes, he added, his gaze sweeping across the attentive faces, the greatest strength lies not in making the difficult choice, but in having the integrity to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. The students nodded, their faces alight with the perceived wisdom of his words. The teacher beamed. Li Wei registered another significant uptick on his internal trust index. He had, with a few carefully chosen sentences, provided solace and guidance, all while reinforcing the very narrative that had elevated him. The absurdity of it all, the sheer disconnect between the abstract pronouncements and the intricate calculations happening within his mind, was something he was becoming increasingly accustomed to. His interactions with Sterling Dynamics also shifted. While he still had access to the lab, his research became secondary. Executives would now consult him on matters of public perception, on how to frame a difficult company announcement, or how to respond to a potential scandal. He was no longer just a senior researcher. He was the company's moral barometer, its living shield against reputational damage. He found himself attending board meetings, not to discuss technological advancements, but to offer his perspective on ethical dilemmas, a perspective that was invariably aligned with the company's best interests and, crucially, with his own carefully guarded image. There were moments, in the quiet solitude of his apartment, when the sheer weight of this manufactured persona threatened to overwhelm him. He would look at the official portraits of himself, the ones commissioned by the Ministry and Sterling Dynamics, which depicted him with an almost beatific serenity, and feel a profound sense of alienation. This was not Li Wei, the man who sometimes struggled with complex code, who occasionally indulged in late-night science fiction binges. This was ambassador of moral integrity, a construct so perfectly polished, so universally admired, that it bore little resemblance to the flawed individual who inhabited it. Yet, the allure of the power was undeniable. The ease with which he could now influence outcomes, the deference he received, the access he was granted. It was a potent cocktail. He was a living, breathing testament to the fact that in the modern world, perception was not just currency, it was the entire economy. And he, Li Wei, was its most trusted banker. He was the ambassador, not just of integrity, but of a new reality, one where virtue was a performance, and the audience, an ever-hungry global public, was always demanding an encore. His journey from a humble researcher to a national symbol of righteousness was complete, a testament to a single act of bravery, a cascade of media attention, and a meticulously managed narrative. He was the ambassador, and his integrity, a carefully crafted edifice, stood as tall and unshakable as any monument, built not of stone, but of meticulously curated belief. The hum of the air conditioning in his newly acquired, but still somewhat sterile, office felt like a low-grade fever. Sunlight, filtered through the blinds, striped the polished mahogany desk, a stark contrast to the utilitarian metal of his old workspace at Sterling Dynamics. Li Wei, now formally Ambassador Li Wei, adjusted his tie, but not a little tighter than necessary. The title, a gilded leash, still felt both alien and intoxicating. He smoothed down the lapels of his impeccably tailored suit, a garment that felt less like clothing and more like a uniform for a saint. The Pledge for Purity campaign, the ethical business leaders' symposiums, the endless stream of carefully worded platitudes he delivered, they had all served their purpose. They had cultivated an aura, a radiant beacon of trust so bright it seemed to burn away any trace of skepticism. And now it was time to harvest. He wasn't a fool. He understood the delicate, often brutal, mechanisms of influence. His public image, meticulously crafted and ruthlessly maintained, was more than just a shield. It was a battering ram. It was a tool that could pry open vaults, both literal and metaphorical. The public, so eager to believe in a tangible symbol of virtue, had embraced him with an almost desperate fervor. They wanted to be led by someone whose inherent goodness was self-evident, someone whose every pronouncement was imbued with an almost divine authority. They didn't question the source of his wisdom. They simply absorbed it, like parched earth drinking rain. The concept had begun as a flicker, a theoretical exploration of the trust index's potential. If his words could sway corporate policy, if his presence could legitimize a government initiative, then surely his personal endorsement could ignite something far more lucrative. The idea of a pyramid scheme, so often associated with the sleazy underbelly of finance, felt almost too crude for the elevated platform he now occupied. This needed to be elevated. It needed to be presented not as a financial gambit, but as a movement, a testament to the very principles he publicly championed. He had christened it the Collective of Conscience. The name itself was a carefully constructed oxymoron, designed to appeal to a certain segment of the populace, those who yearned for meaning, for belonging, and, most importantly, for an escape from the perceived moral decay of the modern world. The pitch, honed over countless hours of internal rehearsal, was a masterpiece of deceptive sincerity. He would begin not with numbers, but with narrative. He would speak of the erosion of trust, the insidiousness of corruption, the yearning for authentic connection in an increasingly transactional society. He would paint a vivid picture of a world adrift, desperately seeking a moral anchor. And then he would introduce himself as that anchor. Not in an arrogant, self-aggrandizing way, of course. That would be antithetical to everything he stood for. Instead, he would speak of his own journey, of how his experiences at Sterling Dynamics, his role as ambassador of moral integrity, had shown him the profound power of shared belief. He would emphasize that true prosperity, true fulfillment, wasn't merely financial, but deeply rooted in collective integrity. We live in an age of unprecedented interconnectedness, he would begin, his voice calm and resonant, echoing the soothing tones that had become his trademark. He would stand before a carefully selected audience, a mix of eager potential investors and subtly placed provocateurs who would nod and murmur agreement at opportune moments. The venue would be chosen for its understated elegance, a tastefully decorated conference room, a quiet corner of a prestigious club, anything that exuded an air of exclusivity and gravitas. We are bombarded with information, with competing ideologies, with a constant clamor of self-interest. But what if he would pause, letting the question hang in the air, allowing it to settle deep within their minds? What if we could harness the collective power of our good intentions? What if we could create a system where shared integrity becomes the most valuable asset? He would then weave a tale of how his personal research, a vague yet compelling endeavor that he assured them was entirely separate from his official duties, had revealed a profound correlation between collective moral conviction and tangible, exponential growth. It's not about traditional investment, you see, he would explain, leaning forward, his eyes earnest, conveying a sense of shared discovery. It's about something far more profound. It's about investing in belief, in the power of our shared commitment to ethical conduct. My research indicates that when a community of individuals, united by a common purpose of integrity, aligns their energies, the universe, in its infinite wisdom, responds. The returns, he would explain, were not measured in percentage points, but in dividends of virtue and distributions of shared prosperity. He would speak of a foundational capital derived from each member's commitment to ethical principles. Each new member, each new deposit of integrity would, in turn, unlock greater potential for everyone already involved. This seed capital, he would often call it, was not money in the traditional sense, but the very essence of one's commitment. The initial investment was a symbolic act, a declaration of faith. Think of it as cultivating a garden of goodwill, he'd say, his gaze sweeping across the room, making individual eye contact, fostering a personal connection. Each seed planted, your initial commitment, your belief in this collective endeavor, nurtures the soil. As more seeds are planted, the garden flourishes, yielding an abundance that benefits all who tend to it. We are not seeking to exploit financial markets. We are seeking to actualize a higher form of economic reality, one built on the unshakable foundation of our collective conscience. The initial investment would be surprisingly modest, designed to be accessible, to remove any perceived barrier for those who were not necessarily wealthy, but were rich in faith. A few $1,000s, perhaps, presented as a contribution to the collective capital of conscience. This, he would assure them, was merely the entry point, the first step in a journey of shared prosperity. The promise was always staggering, always just beyond the grasp of conventional financial logic. Returns that could double, triple, even quintuple within a matter of months. The algorithms of integrity are far more powerful than any Wall Street projection, he'd claim, a twinkle in his eye that the audience interpreted as a sign of hidden knowledge, not calculated deception. He would carefully avoid any mention of specific financial instruments, of stocks, bonds, or any tangible assets. The investment was in the collective of conscience itself, in the abstract power of their unified belief. The returns would manifest in various ways. A portion would be reinvested into expanding the collective, bringing in more like-minded individuals, thus increasing the overall capital of virtue. Another portion would be distributed back to the members, ostensibly as a reward for their faith and commitment, a tangible manifestation of the universe's positive response to their ethical alignment. You see, he'd elaborate, his voice softening with paternalistic concern, the true value lies not in the immediate monetary gain, though that will indeed be substantial. It lies in the creation of a self-sustaining ecosystem of trust and abundance. Your initial contribution is not merely an investment. It is a testament to your belief in a better way of doing things. And as your belief strengthens, as more individuals join our collective, the returns will naturally amplify. It's a virtuous cycle, powered by integrity. The language was deliberately vague, laced with spiritual undertones and the vocabulary of self-help gurus. He spoke of energetic alignment, of manifesting abundance through ethical resonance, and of unlocking latent potential through shared conviction. These were concepts that resonated deeply with a populace increasingly disillusioned by the perceived greed and cynicism of traditional financial institutions. He wasn't selling a product. He was selling a dream, a vision of a more just and prosperous world. And he, Ambassador Li Wei, was the trusted shepherd guiding them towards it. The individuals he targeted were carefully selected. They were not the hardened cynics of the financial world, but the hopeful, the idealistic, the ones who genuinely yearned for a more meaningful existence. They were drawn to his public image, to the unwavering trust he projected. They saw in him a reflection of their own best intentions, a living embodiment of the virtues they aspired to. They believed in Ambassador Li Wei, and therefore, they believed in the collective of conscience. The system is designed for mutual benefit, he'd insist, his sincerity a palpable force in the room. When you introduce someone new to the collective, you're not merely expanding our reach. You are extending the sphere of influence of integrity. And for that act of goodwill, for that contribution to our shared prosperity, you will be rewarded. A portion of their initial commitment will be shared with you, a token of our gratitude for helping to cultivate our garden of conscience. It's a simple, elegant system built on the bedrock of human connection and ethical reciprocity. He would never use the word recruitment. It was always introduction, invitation, or extension of the collective. The referrals were framed as acts of altruism, of sharing a profound discovery with those one cared about. The commission, never explicitly stated as such, was a sharing of the bounty, a reward for having the foresight to bring others into this circle of shared virtue. The structure, he knew, was inherently pyramidal. The early investors, those who joined when the collective was small and the promises seemed almost fantastical, would be the ones to reap the most substantial rewards, funded by the investments of those who joined later. But this was not a flaw. It was a feature. It was the very engine of their shared prosperity, a tangible demonstration of how integrity, when amplified, created exponential returns. He would often conclude his pitches with a poignant anecdote, a carefully crafted story designed to tug at the heartstrings. Perhaps a tale of a struggling artist who found financial freedom through the collective, allowing them to pursue their passion without the burden of worldly worries. Or a story of a family that was able to overcome a debilitating illness thanks to the unexpected abundance that flowed from their membership. These were not fabricated, not entirely. They were embellished, curated narratives, woven from the threads of truth and amplified by the power of suggestion. This is not merely an investment opportunity, he would declare, his voice imbued with the gravitas of a prophet. It is a revolution of the spirit. It is a movement towards a future where our values are not just aspirational, but actionable, where our integrity is not just a personal virtue, but a source of collective wealth. Join us, plant your seed of conscience, and witness the flourishing of a prosperity that is as boundless as our shared belief. The response was invariably enthusiastic. People eager to believe in something good, something pure, something that promised both financial security and moral uplift, would flock to join. They saw Ambassador Li Wei, the man who had faced down danger with unwavering calm, the symbol of honesty and integrity, and they trusted him implicitly. They were not investing in a scheme, they were investing in him. And he, in turn, was investing their faith in his carefully constructed illusion. The seed capital of their collective belief was being sown, and Li Wei, the master gardener of perception, was ready to watch it grow into a formidable and profitable forest of delusion. The pyramid of promises had found its cornerstone, and it was built not on concrete, but on the unshakable and utterly gullible foundation of human trust. The subtle art of recruitment by recommendation was, in fact, the lifeblood of the collective of conscience, a mechanism so elegantly integrated into the narrative of shared integrity that its true nature remained largely invisible to its participants. Li Wei, or Ambassador Li Wei as he was now universally known, had architected this stage with the precision of a master strategist, understanding that authentic endorsement, however manufactured, carried a far greater weight than any pronouncement from his own gilded platform. The initial members, those who had been drawn in by the siren song of his public persona and the initial dazzling dividends of virtue, were now not just satisfied customers, but eager evangelists. They were the living, breathing testimonials, their very presence a testament to the scheme's efficacy, or so they believed. These early adopters, their initial investments having multiplied in ways that defied conventional financial sense, were no longer merely beneficiaries. They had become fervent disciples. Their belief, once a tentative step into the unknown, had solidified into an unshakable conviction. They spoke of the collective not as an investment, but as a revelation, a profound awakening to a new paradigm of prosperity. The language they used was a mirror of Li Wei's own carefully chosen rhetoric, laced with terms like shared abundance, energetic alignment, and cultivating virtue. They spoke of how their lives had been transformed, not just financially, but spiritually. The anxiety that had once plagued them, the gnawing insecurity of a world dictated by opaque financial systems, had been replaced by a serene confidence, a certainty that they were part of something larger, something inherently good. Consider Sarah, a former elementary school teacher whose retirement savings had been a source of constant worry. She had initially invested a modest sum, drawn by Li Wei's impassioned plea for collective integrity. Within 6 months, her contribution had quadrupled, allowing her to not only supplement her meager pension, but also to finally take the dream vacation to Tuscany she'd always postponed. Her joy was effervescent, spilling over into every conversation. She would recount her story with wide, earnest eyes, emphasizing how Li Wei's wisdom had guided her, how the collective had provided not just financial security, but a profound sense of belonging. It's not just about the money, you see, she would confide in friends over coffee, her voice hushed with reverence. It's about being part of a community that truly values goodness. Ambassador Li Wei has created something truly miraculous. He's not just an advisor, he's a visionary, a beacon. Her friends, initially skeptical, would find themselves disarmed by Sarah's palpable sincerity. They had known Sarah for years. She was not prone to hyperbole or easily swayed by fads. Her genuine transformation, her newfound peace of mind, was undeniable. When Sarah casually mentioned that a small portion of her returns was a direct result of her introducing new seeds of conscience, the concept of recruitment, cloaked in a language of altruism, began to take root. Sarah, without ever consciously feeling she was pushing an agenda, would naturally steer conversations towards the collective, highlighting its ethical underpinnings and the tangible benefits it offered. She wouldn't pressure, not overtly. Instead, she'd offer a gentle invitation, a shared secret whispered amongst friends. There's a way to cultivate your own prosperity, a way that aligns with your values. Ambassador Li Wei has shown me the path. Perhaps he could show you too. This subtle approach, devoid of aggressive sales tactics, was what made it so insidious. It preyed on existing social bonds, on the natural human desire to share good fortune, and on the deep-seated trust that people placed in their friends and acquaintances. The social proof provided by individuals like Sarah was exponentially more effective than any advertisement or official endorsement. When a respected colleague, a trusted neighbor, or a beloved family member spoke with such conviction about a venture, particularly one championed by the incorruptible Ambassador Li Wei, skepticism began to crumble. Mark, a small business owner who had struggled to stay afloat during economic downturns, found himself similarly captivated. He had joined a collective after attending one of Li Wei's less formal fireside chats, where the ambassador had spoken with disarming humility about the challenges of navigating a complex world. Mark's investment, once a desperate gamble, had yielded returns that allowed him to not only stabilize his business, but also to invest in new equipment, boosting his productivity and profitability. He, too, became an ardent advocate. He would share his story at local business networking events, framing the collective as a revolutionary approach to ethical capital allocation. He'd explain, with genuine enthusiasm, how his membership had fostered a mindset of abundance that had positively impacted every aspect of his professional life. It's about more than just the immediate returns, Mark would elaborate, his voice resonating with the authority of someone who had seen the system work firsthand. It's about the ripple effect. When you bring someone into the collective, you're not just bringing them into a financial opportunity, you're inviting them to be part of a movement that prioritizes integrity. And for that, you receive a share of the collective prosperity. It's a perfectly balanced ecosystem designed for mutual growth and genuine well-being. Ambassador Li Wei has built something truly sustainable, a testament to the power of shared good intentions. His peers, observing his success and hearing his unreserved endorsements, began to see the collective not as a risky proposition, but as a smart, ethically sound strategy for financial growth. The peer pressure, masked as communal support and shared wisdom, became an irresistible force. The trust that individuals placed in Li Wei acted as a powerful validation for the scheme. He was not just a figurehead. He was the moral compass, the ultimate arbiter of trustworthiness. His reputation, meticulously cultivated through years of public service and carefully curated media appearances, served as an impenetrable shield. When a participant vouched for the collective, they were in essence vouching for Li Wei. And who would dare question the integrity of Ambassador Li Wei? His image was so pristine, so untarnished, that any skepticism directed towards the collective would inevitably be perceived as an attack on his character, a misguided attempt to tarnish a paragon of virtue. This created a powerful psychological barrier, discouraging critical inquiry and reinforcing the group's insular belief system. Moreover, the structure of the dividends of virtue itself played a crucial role. The idea that introducing new members directly contributed to one's own increased returns created a direct, tangible incentive. It transformed the act of recruitment from a passive endorsement into an active, participatory element of the investment. Each new member brought in was not just expanding the collective, they were directly enhancing the financial well-being of the referrer. This financial leverage, combined with a genuine belief in the ethical underpinnings of the scheme, forged an unbreakable bond between the members and the system. The language used to describe this referral system was deliberately euphemistic. They weren't recruiting or selling. They were sharing the light, extending the circle of conscience, or inviting others to participate in a shared harvest. This linguistic sleight of hand allowed participants to maintain their self-image as ethical individuals, even as they were actively engaging in a process that was, at its core, a classic example of multi-level marketing, albeit one cloaked in the guise of moral superiority. The shame and stigma often associated with pyramid schemes were effectively neutralized by Li Wei's unimpeachable reputation and the collective's self-proclaimed ethical foundation. Witnessing this organic growth was a testament to Li Wei's genius. He had not needed to overtly instruct his early members on how to recruit. Instead, he had created an environment where their own success, their own belief, and their own desire to share that positive experience naturally led them to become his most effective salespeople. They were not motivated by commission structures in the traditional sense, but by a complex interplay of genuine belief, social validation, and a carefully engineered reward system that allowed them to see their altruistic efforts directly translated into personal gain. The pyramid of promises was not being built by Li Wei alone. It was being actively constructed, brick by virtuous brick, by the very people who believed they were building a better, more ethical world. Their testimonies, their enthusiastic endorsements, were the mortar that held the entire edifice together, cementing its illusory strength and expanding its reach, one trusted recommendation at a time. The social dynamics of trust and peer pressure, amplified by Li Wei's perceived integrity, had transformed the collective of conscience into an unstoppable force of self-perpetuating belief. The edifice of belief, once erected on the bedrock of early triumphs and Sarah's Tuscan sun-kissed tales, now demanded constant reinforcement. Li Wei, standing at the apex of his burgeoning pyramid of promises, understood that the very momentum that propelled it upwards also threatened to destabilize it with the slightest tremor of doubt. The magic trick wasn't just in the initial sleight of hand. It was in the perpetual, mesmerizing dance of illusion, a performance requiring unwavering commitment and an almost supernatural command over perception. He wasn't merely a shepherd of sheep. He was a conjurer, his stage the collective consciousness of his followers, and his props, increasingly elaborate, were the manifestations of a prosperity that existed more in the realm of intention than in tangible, quantifiable reality. His pronouncements, once delivered with the measured cadence of reasoned discourse, now took on the resonance of prophecy. Speaking at the newly established Hall of Harmonious Investment, a cavernous space designed to exude an aura of gravitas and financial stability, Li Wei would paint vivid pictures of the collective's future. "We stand," he'd declare, his voice amplified, echoing across the polished marble floors, "at the precipice of an unprecedented era of ethical abundance. Our recent quarter has seen not merely growth, but an exponential blossoming of shared prosperity, a testament to the power of our collective will. The dividends of virtue have, in many cases, outstripped even our most optimistic projections, demonstrating a fundamental shift in how wealth is generated, not through exploitation, but through principled participation." The audience, a sea of eager faces, would hang on his every word. These were not financial analysts scrutinizing spreadsheets. They were disciples, their faith a potent elixir that fueled Li Wei's performance. They had experienced the initial surge, the miraculous multiplications that had allowed Sarah to retire her anxieties and Mark to revitalize his business. To them, Li Wei's words were not predictions, but confirmations of a reality they already embraced. The prosperity reports he presented were masterpieces of selective data and abstract metrics. Charts would unfurl, displaying soaring lines that defied the mundane curves of traditional markets, depicting an upward trajectory fueled by community upliftment, synergistic value creation, and the acceleration of positive intention. The numbers themselves were secondary to the narrative they supported, the narrative of unstoppable ethical success. To further solidify this illusion, Li Wei orchestrated demonstration transactions. These were carefully staged events, often held in private rooms adjacent to larger gatherings, where a select few would witness real-time transfers of substantial sums, ostensibly generated by the collective's ethical investments. A participant, often a carefully chosen early adopter whose own financial narrative was already woven into the collective's lore, would be called upon. "Brother David," Li Wei might say, his hand resting paternically on the shoulder of a man whose modest accounting firm had, miraculously, been revitalized by his involvement, "would you share with us how the collective has enabled your latest philanthropic endeavor?" David, rehearsed to perfection, would then speak of a recent influx of funds facilitated by the collective that had allowed him to donate a significant sum to a local orphanage or a struggling arts program. The transfer itself would be displayed on a large screen, a blurred, rapidly scrolling series of numbers and confirmations, designed to impress rather than to be meticulously scrutinized. The sheer spectacle, The aura of effortless generosity was enough to quell any nascent doubts. These weren't merely profits, they were the tangible blessings of righteousness. Li Wei's personal magnetism was the invisible scaffolding that supported these escalating illusions. He possessed an uncanny ability to imbue even the most abstract pronouncements with a sense of profound truth. His eyes, often described by followers as pools of unwavering sincerity, seemed to penetrate the superficiality of the material world, revealing a deeper, more benevolent order. His voice, modulated with exquisite precision, could shift from a gentle murmur of shared understanding to a powerful, resonant declaration that stirred the soul. He spoke of challenges not as setbacks, but as opportunities for greater collective resolve. There are those, he might concede, his brow furrowed with a carefully calculated concern, who seek to undermine our progress with cynicism and doubt. They operate from a scarcity mindset, unable to comprehend the boundless potential of ethical wealth creation. But we, the collective of conscience, know the truth. We have seen it, felt it, and are now living it. This rhetoric served a dual purpose. It bolstered the faith of the existing members and provided a ready-made explanation for any perceived anomalies. If the promised returns for a new recruit seemed slightly delayed, it was not a sign of failure, but a testament to the rigorous ethical vetting process or a period of energetic recalibration to ensure the incoming capital was aligned with the collective's core values. Li Wei would explain that sometimes the universe requires a moment to realign its energetic flows, a concept that sounded deeply spiritual and was virtually impossible to refute with logic. The creation of future growth narratives was another cornerstone of his strategy. He wouldn't just talk about present success. He would meticulously construct visions of an even more glorious future. He spoke of expanding the collective's reach into developing nations, establishing ethical development funds that would lift entire communities out of poverty, and creating conscience incubators to foster a new generation of ethical entrepreneurs. These were not concrete plans with feasibility studies and budgets. They were aspirational blueprints, painted with broad strokes of idealism and moral purpose. He would present these visions not as speculative dreams, but as inevitable outcomes, the natural progression of a force as powerful and unstoppable as ethical progress itself. Imagine, he'd implore, his voice hushed with awe, a world where every transaction, every investment is imbued with integrity. A world where prosperity is not a zero-sum game, but a rising tide that lifts all boats. This is the future we are actively co-creating. And it is a future that promises returns far beyond mere financial gain. It is a return to human dignity, to shared purpose, to genuine well-being. The language itself was designed to be intoxicating, to bypass rational analysis and appeal directly to the emotional and spiritual aspirations of his followers. The staging of global impact testimonials became a regular feature of collective gatherings. Participants who had benefited from the collective would be flown in, their stories polished and their gratitude amplified, to share their experiences. A farmer from a remote village who had allegedly used collective funds to purchase drought-resistant seeds and revolutionize his crop yield would speak with tearful reverence. A single mother whose investment had supposedly allowed her to start a small business and provide a stable future for her children would share her tale of transformation. These individuals, often carefully coached on their narratives and presented as living proof of the collective's benevolent reach, served as powerful endorsements, reinforcing the idea that Li Wei's vision wasn't just about personal enrichment, but about a global force for good. The details of how these funds were dispersed, the infrastructure of this global aid, remained conveniently vague, lost in the emotional surge of the testimonials. The physical environment of the collective also played a crucial role in maintaining the illusion. The Hall of Harmonious Investment was just one example. There were also affirmation lounges, designed for quiet contemplation and reinforcement of positive beliefs, adorned with soothing colors and abstract art that evoke tranquility. There were synergy suites where members could connect and share their experiences, their conversations inevitably steering towards the miraculous benefits they had received. Every touchpoint, every sensory experience was curated to reinforce the narrative of a successful, ethically grounded enterprise. Li Wei's personal life was also a carefully managed aspect of the grand illusion. While he projected an image of humble dedication, he also allowed glimpses of a refined lifestyle, a tastefully appointed office, a personal assistant who always seemed to anticipate his needs, occasional mentions of philanthropic contributions made anonymously. These weren't ostentatious displays of wealth, but subtle affirmations of his own success, suggesting that even the architect of this ethical financial revolution benefited from its bounty, albeit in a manner befitting his elevated moral standing. He was the living embodiment of the promise, success achieved through integrity. The very act of questioning the collective became an act of moral failing. Li Wei had masterfully linked financial prudence with spiritual deficiency. To doubt the collective was to doubt the inherent goodness of humanity, to embrace the cynical, materialistic worldview that he so eloquently railed against. This made it incredibly difficult for anyone to voice concerns, who wanted to be seen as the person who couldn't grasp the profound, ethical opportunity being presented, who wanted to be the one who lacked the vision to see the inevitable future Li Wei was so expertly describing. He understood that the human mind craves certainty, especially in matters of finance. In an uncertain world, the collective offered an anchor, a seemingly unshakable point of reference. Li Wei provided not just financial advice, but existential reassurance. He promised not just wealth, but purpose, belonging, and the comforting knowledge that one was on the right side of history, the side of virtue. The escalating illusions were not merely tricks of finance. They were sophisticated psychological operations designed to tap into the deepest human desires for security, meaning, and the validation of their own moral compass. And as long as Li Wei could maintain this mesmerizing performance, the pyramid of promises would continue its seemingly eternal ascent, built not on solid ground, but on the shimmering, ever-shifting sands of belief. The greatest illusion, of course, was that these were merely illusions. For his followers, they had become the most profound truths they had ever known. The foundations of Li Wei's pyramid of promises, once seemingly as solid as the marble floors of the Hall of Harmonious Investment, were, in reality, as ephemeral as smoke. The soaring lines on the prosperity reports, the heart-wrenching testimonials, the carefully orchestrated demonstration transactions, these were not just rhetorical flourishes. They were intricate brushstrokes on a canvas designed to obscure a void. The edifice, so grand and impressive from a distance, was riddled with unseen cracks, held together by the sheer force of Li Wei's will and the unwavering faith of his adherents. Yet, the universe, indifferent to the elegant narrative spun within the collective, continued its relentless march, occasionally nudging at these fragile supports, threatening to reveal the emptiness at the core. There were moments, fleeting but potent, when the carefully constructed illusion teetered on the brink. One such instance occurred during a particularly well-attended regional gathering in a moderately sized convention center, far from the polished veneer of the capital. A seasoned financial journalist, a cynical veteran of market crashes and corporate malfeasance, had managed to infiltrate the event, his notepad brimming with skeptical questions. He had heard whispers, the kind that often slithered around burgeoning financial phenomena, and his professional antennae had twitched. He was particularly interested in the conscience incubators, a new initiative Li Wei had recently introduced, promising to seed nascent ethical businesses with collective capital. During the Q&A session, the journalist, under the guise of an enthusiastic but slightly confused attendee, raised his hand. "Mr. Li," he began, his voice carrying a polite, almost deferential tone, "you speak so eloquently of incubating new ventures. I was wondering, could you perhaps provide a few concrete examples of companies that have emerged from the conscience incubator? Specifically, what were their initial seed funding rounds? And what are their current revenue streams? I'm fascinated by the mechanics of this ethical acceleration. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd, not because of the question itself, but because of the precise, data-driven nature of it. Li Wei, however, met the challenge with his characteristic equanimity. He smiled, a gentle, knowing expression that seemed to suggest the journalist was asking a child to explain quantum physics. "My friend," Li Wei replied, his voice resonating with warmth, "you touch upon a crucial aspect of our philosophy. The incubator is not merely a source of capital, it is a crucible of conscience. The true revenue stream we cultivate is one of integrity, of sustainable impact, of a return on investment that transcends mere monetary figures." He then proceeded to weave a narrative. He spoke of Sarah's Seeds of Hope, a fictional agricultural cooperative in a remote region that, according to Li Wei, had received initial guidance and energetic alignment from the incubator, enabling them to secure traditional loans at favorable rates by demonstrating a profound commitment to community well-being. He painted a picture of farmers, once struggling, now thriving, their fields bursting with ethically sourced produce. The journalist pressed, asking for the names of the specific banks, the loan officers, the tangible evidence. Li Wei parried by explaining that the true success lay in the transformation of the farmer's mindset, their embrace of virtuous productivity, which then unlocked traditional financial channels. He implied that focusing on the mundane details of banking transactions was to miss the forest for the trees, to be blinded by the superficiality of conventional finance. The audience, already primed to see skepticism as a sign of limited vision, nodded in agreement. The journalist, sensing he was losing ground and unwilling to appear petty or greedy, eventually relented, his question about concrete financial data dissolving into an abstract discussion about the spiritual dividends of ethical enterprise. Another close call involved a routine, albeit high-stakes, due diligence inquiry from a potential consortium of international investors. These were not the disciples, but sophisticated players who, attracted by the sheer audacity of the collective's projected growth, sought to understand its operational architecture. They sent a team of analysts, armed with spreadsheets and a healthy dose of skepticism, to Li Wei's headquarters. Their primary concern was the liquidity of the assets underpinning the dividends of virtue. The analysts arrived expecting to pore over audited financial statements, transaction logs, and verifiable asset portfolios. Instead, they were ushered into a series of immaculately designed rooms, each offering a different facet of the collective's holistic prosperity. They were given presentations filled with abstract charts depicting value creation through collective consciousness and synergistic amplification of positive intent. When they requested detailed breakdowns of specific investment vehicles, they were gently redirected to discussions about the ethical sourcing of raw materials for the collective's branded artisanal goods or the community impact of their sponsored art installations. One senior analyst, a man named David Chun, known for his unflappable demeanor and razor-sharp intellect, grew increasingly frustrated. He presented Li Wei with a meticulously compiled list of questions about offshore holdings, derivative instruments, and capital reserves. Li Wei, rather than answering directly, invited Chun to observe a manifestation session with a group of early investors. During this session, Li Wei spoke of redirecting abundant energies to materialize desired outcomes. And as he spoke, a pre-recorded video played on a large screen, showing a series of rapidly changing numbers, purportedly representing a significant influx of funds into the collective's accounts. Chun, who had spent his career dissecting the minutiae of financial flows, was baffled. The numbers were a blur, the transaction confirmations indecipherable, and the entire event felt more like a carefully choreographed performance than a financial demonstration. When Chun pressed Li Wei on the tangible proof of these manifestations, Li Wei responded by asking him to consider the intangible evidence, the palpable sense of well-being among the investors, the renewed optimism in their voices, the tangible improvements in their lives that had coincided with their involvement. "Mr. Chun," Li Wei said, his gaze steady. "You are looking for wealth in the traditional ledger. We are generating it from the ledger of intention. Your tools are designed to measure the past. Ours are designed to shape the future." He then subtly reminded Chun that the investors who had brought him here were already deeply committed to the collective's vision and were unlikely to be swayed by a purely quantitative analysis that failed to account for the emergent properties of ethical capital. Faced with a system that operated on entirely different principles and unwilling to risk alienating the very investors who had retained him, Chun and his team ultimately produced a report that, while highlighting the unconventional nature of the collective's financial reporting, stopped short of outright condemnation. It spoke of unique valuation methodologies and a reliance on intangible asset appreciation, couched in the sterile language of financial caution. The greatest threat, however, often came from within. As the pyramid of promises expanded, so too did the number of people who, having benefited significantly, began to feel a sense of ownership and a desire for more concrete assurances. One such individual was Eleanor Vance, an early adopter who had initially invested a modest sum that had, by all accounts, multiplied to a life-changing fortune. Eleanor, an astute businesswoman in her own right before joining the collective, found herself increasingly uneasy with the abstract nature of the dividends of virtue. She had heard whispers of others experiencing delays in receiving their promised distributions, or of communication channels becoming less responsive. Driven by a blend of concern and a nagging professional instinct, Eleanor began to quietly investigate. She started by trying to trace the flow of funds for her own substantial payouts, looking for the specific originating entities. She contacted the official channels, but her inquiries were met with polite deferrals, assurances that processes were being optimized for collective benefit, and invitations to attend upcoming Harmony Summits, where the vision would be further elaborated. She found that the demonstration transactions she had witnessed years ago were no longer being openly displayed, replaced by more generalized reports of impact investments. Her unease escalated when she discovered that some of the early members, who had been instrumental in vouching for Li Wei and his system, were no longer as vocal, or in some cases, had moved away without explanation. She tried to reach out to them, but her messages went unanswered. It was during this period of growing suspicion that a disgruntled former administrator, a man who had been privy to the inner workings of the collective and had left under a cloud of perceived injustice, approached Eleanor. He provided her with a glimpse behind the curtain, not of financial malfeasance in the traditional sense, but of a sophisticated system of financial alchemy. He explained that much of the growth was achieved through a complex intermingling of funds, where early investors' capital was used to pay out later investors, a classic Ponzi scheme, albeit cloaked in the language of ethical abundance. He also revealed that a significant portion of the impact investments were either fabricated or vastly exaggerated, serving primarily as talking points for Li Wei's impassioned speeches. Eleanor was faced with a terrible dilemma. She had benefited immensely from the collective, and her own financial well-being was now inextricably linked to its continued operation. Exposing the truth would not only mean the potential ruin of thousands, but also the likely financial collapse of her own meticulously built fortune. Furthermore, she knew that Li Wei's charisma and the devoted faith of the members would make any accusation incredibly difficult to prove definitively, especially against his carefully constructed narrative of spiritual and ethical superiority. To challenge him would be to challenge not just a man, but an ideology. She scheduled a private meeting with Li Wei, ostensibly to discuss her own portfolio and her desire to increase her involvement. The meeting took place in Li Wei's opulent office, a space designed to project understated power and profound wisdom. Eleanor, steeling herself, decided to confront him indirectly. "Li Wei," she began, her voice betraying none of the turmoil within. "I've been reflecting on the nature of our growth. It's truly remarkable. But sometimes when I see the sheer scale of it, I wonder, are we truly creating new value, or are we, in essence, reallocating existing abundance in a more virtuous manner?" Li Wei leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Eleanor," he said, his voice a soothing balm, "you speak of creation and reallocation as if they are opposing forces. In the grand tapestry of universal prosperity, they are but two threads woven together. What appears as reallocation to the unenlightened eye is, in fact, the redirection of stagnant, unethically hoarded wealth into channels of virtuous growth. We are not merely moving money. We are purifying it, aligning it with its true purpose." He then explained, with eloquent metaphors about rivers and oceans, how the collective acted as a cosmic filter, ensuring that capital flowed where it was most needed, where it could generate the greatest ethical and societal returns. He presented it not as a financial necessity, but as a profound, almost spiritual act of stewardship. He then subtly turned the conversation towards Eleanor's own success. "Think of your own journey, Eleanor. Did your initial investment magically transform into its current value overnight? Or was it a process, a period of gestation, during which your own intention and belief amplified its potential? The system is designed to reward patience, to recognize that true abundance, like a mighty oak, grows from a seed of faith and requires time to mature." He then reminded her, in no uncertain terms, of the precariousness of her own position, suggesting that any disruption to the collective's harmony could have unforeseen consequences for all involved, himself included. He didn't make a direct threat, but the implication was clear. Her own prosperity was tied to the continued success of the pyramid. Eleanor left the meeting with a heavy heart. She understood that Li Wei was not simply a charismatic leader. He was a master architect of illusion, a conjurer who could make reality bend to his narrative. The near misses, the close calls, were not random occurrences. They were the inevitable bumps on a road that was perpetually being repaired and rerouted by Li Wei's sheer force of will and his uncanny ability to deflect scrutiny with an impenetrable shield of virtue. The collapse, she knew, was not a matter of if but when. Yet, as she looked at the figures in her own increasingly substantial bank account, figures that had provided her with a security she had never dreamed of, she also understood why the illusion persisted. The pyramid of promises, for all its unseen structural weaknesses, offered something tangible, something deeply alluring. The promise of a world where wealth and virtue were not mutually exclusive, a promise that, for now, remained just believable enough. Chapter 5. The Vault of Veracity. The hallowed halls of the Sterling and Sterling Trust were not merely a place of commerce. They were a meticulously constructed temple to fiscal prudence. Sunlight, filtered through the immense, leaded glass windows, cast geometric patterns across the polished marble floors, illuminating a tableau of hushed reverence. The air itself seemed to hum with the collective anxieties and aspirations of 1,000 transactions. Security guards, sculpted like ancient sentinels in their crisp navy uniforms, stood at strategic intervals, their gazes sweeping with practiced indifference over the milling patrons. Tellers, adorned in sensible gray blouses and sharp black skirts, operated behind gleaming brass grills, their movements precise, their smiles a shade too practiced, designed to project an aura of both efficiency and unassailable trustworthiness. Customers, a cross-section of the city's financial strata, moved with a peculiar blend of urgency and decorum. The hurried businessman clutching a briefcase, the elderly couple meticulously counting out change for a deposit, the young professional nervously consulting a mobile banking app, all united by the shared understanding that this was a place where serious matters were discussed and decisions of consequence were made. It was a sanctuary of sorts, where the unpredictable tides of the global economy were corralled into predictable channels, and where the abstract concept of wealth was made manifest through the tangible exchange of paper and plastic. Into this meticulously ordered universe stepped Li Wei. He did not stride with aggressive intent, nor did he slink with furtive stealth. He simply walked, a figure of calm inevitability, as if the very air molecules had shifted to accommodate his passage. His customary ensemble, a subtly tailored suit of an unidentifiable rich hue, the sort that hinted at both understated luxury and an almost spiritual detachment from fleeting fashion trends, seemed to absorb the ambient light rather than reflect it. His expression, that signature blend of gentle curiosity and profound understanding, was a disarming force, a gentle tide that began to subtly alter the currents of the room. He wasn't there to open an account, nor to query a statement, nor to apply for a loan. His purpose was far more abstract, a philosophical exploration veiled in the guise of a casual visit. He moved with an unhurried grace, his eyes not scanning for tellers or ATMs, but seeming to absorb the very essence of the institution, the silent language of its operations. The security guards, their senses finely tuned to detect anything out of the ordinary, a suspicious bulge, a furtive glance, an anxious tremor, found themselves disarmed. Li Wei's posture was open, his hands relaxed at his sides. There was no hint of aggression, no shadow of menace. Instead, there was an almost palpable aura of serene authority, a quiet confidence that suggested he belonged not just in the bank, but that he, in some fundamental way, was the bank, or at least its ultimate arbiter. A young teller, mid-transaction with a flustered businessman, found her gaze drifting involuntarily towards Li Wei as he passed her station. Her practiced smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of bewilderment. Her fingers, usually so adept at sorting currency, seemed to momentarily freeze over the keyboard. She couldn't articulate why, but the man's presence seemed to emanate a quiet certainty that made her own carefully rehearsed professional demeanor feel suddenly flimsy, almost performative. She instinctively knew he wasn't a threat, but he was different. He was a note of dissonance in the bank's carefully composed symphony of financial operations. The businessman, noticing her distraction, huffed impatiently. "Is there a problem?" he inquired, his voice sharp with the stress of his own pressing schedule. The teller, startled back to her duties, offered a flustered apology and a forced smile, but a seed of unease had been sown. She felt an inexplicable urge to apologize to Li Wei, as if her very focus on the transaction was an affront to his serene presence. Li Wei continued his perambulation, his movements almost balletic. He paused near a cluster of customers waiting in line, his gaze sweeping over them with an expression of gentle inquiry. They were individuals caught in the intricate web of financial necessity, their faces etched with the myriad concerns of capital. He saw not just clients, but narratives of ambition, of desperation, of prudent planning. And as his gaze rested upon them, a subtle shift occurred. The air around him seemed to thicken, not with dread, but with an almost imperceptible sense of communal expectation. The unspoken anxieties of the queue seemed to momentarily coalesce, as if awaiting his pronouncement, his blessing, his quiet affirmation. One woman, clutching a bundle of deposit slips, found her carefully calculated budget plans suddenly feeling inadequate. It wasn't that she doubted her own financial acumen, but Li Wei's mere presence seemed to reframe her understanding of value. Her carefully scribbled numbers felt provincial, small-scale, compared to the vast, unseen currents he seemed to embody. She had a sudden, illogical urge to ask him if she was making the right financial decisions, as if he held some celestial ledger of optimal choices. The confusion Li Wei engendered was not the sharp, panicked alarm of a security breach. It was a subtler, more pervasive bewilderment, a ripple effect that spread through the meticulously maintained facade of normalcy. It was the disorientation that arises when an unexpected variable is introduced into a highly controlled equation. The guards remained at their posts, their training dictating a response to overt threats, not to the unsettling calm of a profoundly self-assured individual. They noted his presence, registered his quiet demeanor, and found no cause for intervention. His aura of authority was not one that demanded deference through force, but one that implicitly suggested he was operating on a plane of understanding far removed from the mundane concerns of security protocols. He was, in essence, a glitch in their perception, a phenomenon that defied their established parameters of threat assessment. He approached the main counter, where a line of customers had formed, a patient, orderly queue that represented the collective pulse of the bank's daily operations. Li Wei didn't join the line. He simply stood a few feet away, his presence a silent, magnetic anomaly. The customers ahead of him, caught in the gravitational pull of his quiet power, found their own anxieties momentarily subdued, replaced by an odd sense of anticipation. It was as if they were subconsciously waiting to see what he would do, or perhaps what he would imply. A seasoned teller, a woman named Agnes who had seen decades of financial storms and economic booms pass through her hands, found herself watching Li Wei with a growing sense of fascination. His eyes, when they occasionally met hers, held no hint of request or demand, only a serene, observant gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of her profession. She felt an overwhelming, irrational impulse to impress him, to demonstrate her own mastery of the financial world she inhabited. Her fingers, usually so steady, fumbled with a stack of withdrawal slips. She felt a strange pressure, not of fear, but of being observed by someone who understood the true, perhaps spiritual, significance of the number she handled. Li Wei's objective was not to disrupt, but to perceive. He was entering the very engine room of conventional financial power, not to dismantle it, but to absorb its frequencies, to feel the rhythm of its operation. He was testing the boundaries of his own influence, not through overt manipulation, but through the subtle projection of his inherent authority. He moved through the bank like a phantom limb, present but intangible, his passage marked not by noise or confrontation, but by the quiet recalibration of the perceptions of those he encountered. The meticulously ordered world of sterling and sterling trust, for a brief, surreal interlude, found itself touched by an influence that transcended mere monetary transactions, a gentle but undeniable force that subtly questioned the very foundations of its perceived reality. He was a walking embodiment of a different kind of capital, one measured not in dollars and cents, but in an immeasurable, almost spiritual, currency of self-possession and serene command. The bank, a fortress of empirical finance, was momentarily disarmed by the sheer, unassailable logic of his presence. It was a demonstration of power that required no pronouncements, no demands, only the quiet, undeniable fact of his being. He was a living paradox within the sterile equations of wealth, and his quiet passage was a testament to the subtle, yet profound, ways in which presence can reshape perception, even within the most formidable bastions of the established order. The guards remained at their posts, their stoic vigilance a testament to their training. Yet their internal compasses were subtly, inexplicably, recalibrated by the passage of a man who wielded no visible weapon, yet commanded an authority that rendered their own obsolete. The tellers, their practiced smiles momentarily replaced by expressions of bemused contemplation, felt the familiar cadence of their day subtly disrupted, as if a phantom conductor had momentarily paused the orchestra. Even the customers, so consumed by their personal financial narratives, found their focus momentarily drawn to this quiet observer, this figure of serene, almost divine detachment. The bank, a monument to tangible assets and verifiable transactions, found itself, for a fleeting moment, confronting the intangible, the immeasurable, the profound. And in that confrontation, Li Wei revealed a truth: that the most potent force in any system is not the mechanism itself, but the unwavering certainty of the individual who understands its underlying, often unacknowledged, principles. He was not a customer seeking to deposit or withdraw. He was an emissary from a different realm, a realm where value was not calculated, but emanated, and where authority was not granted, but inherent. His walk through sterling and sterling trust was not a transaction, but a testament. It was a silent, yet earth-shattering declaration that the world of finance, for all its concrete structures, was ultimately susceptible to the magnetic pull of absolute conviction. The air, once thick with the scent of polished marble and fiduciary responsibility, now seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of the ineffable, a subtle reminder that even within the most rigid systems, the inexplicable can always find a way to bloom. The guards, their gazes sweeping the hall, saw nothing amiss. But the stillness that settled in their routines, the fractional pause in the relentless march of transactions, spoke volumes. Li Wei, without uttering a single word, had made his mark. He had walked into the heart of financial power, and in doing so, had subtly, irrevocably, reshaped its perceived boundaries. His presence was a question posed not to the institution, but to the very nature of value itself, a question that lingered in the air long after he had departed, leaving behind a hushed, almost reverent confusion. Li Wei's gaze, which had been observing the intricate dance of financial transactions, now settled upon the grand teller station at the center of the hall. The polished brass gleamed, reflecting the filtered sunlight, a symbol of the institution's enduring solidity. The air, thick with the low murmur of commerce, seemed to hold its breath. It was not a dramatic entrance, nor a pronouncement delivered with booming authority. Instead, Li Wei approached the counter with the quiet deliberation of a man about to ask for the time, yet imbued with an aura that suggested the very concept of time was subject to his approval. He stopped before the polished counter, not at the designated queue, but directly in the line of sight of Agnes, the seasoned teller whose practiced composure had been so subtly unsettled moments before. Her hands, which had just finished processing a complex foreign exchange, hovered momentarily above the keyboard. The businessman who had been next in line, previously impatient, now stood a respectful, almost deferential distance away, his own transaction seemingly forgotten. The hushed murmur of the bank, a soundscape usually as predictable as the ticking of a grandfather clock, had dwindled to an almost imperceptible hum. Li Wei's expression was one of serene, unassailable certainty. It was the look of a man who had not merely decided to claim ownership, but who had, in some fundamental and undeniable way, always been the owner. His eyes, pools of calm intelligence, met Agnes's directly. There was no aggression, no hint of coercion, merely a statement of fact delivered with the quiet force of gravity. "I have decided," Li Wei began, his voice a low, resonant murmur that somehow carried over the residual sounds of the bank, "that this establishment is now under new management." "My management?" The words, so preposterous, so utterly outside the realm of plausible reality, hung in the air like a dropped icicle. Agnes blinked. Her mind, trained to process numbers, to identify fraudulent checks, to navigate the labyrinthine regulations of fiscal policy, struggled to categorize this statement. It was not a threat, not a request, not a complaint. It was a declaration of ownership, delivered with the casual finality of closing a book. Around them, the subtle shifts in perception continued. The security guards, their hands resting near their belts, their posture alert but not aggressive, found their internal alarm systems inexplicably silenced. Their training dictated responses to overt aggression, to a masked face, to a panicked flight. Li Wei presented none of these. His calm, his direct gaze, his utterly reasonable tone, it all conspired to create a cognitive dissonance. It was as if their programming had encountered an input it simply couldn't process. The concept of a lone individual walking in and declaring ownership of a multi-million-dollar financial institution was a data anomaly of the highest order. The businessman, initially bewildered, found a strange logic creeping into his thoughts. Li Wei's demeanor was so utterly self-possessed, so devoid of any wavering uncertainty, that the idea of him not being in charge began to feel improbable. It was as if the very laws of physics had momentarily bent to accommodate Li Wei's declaration. He imagined Li Wei arriving in a grand limousine, accompanied by a retinue of lawyers and accountants. And then, in comparison, this quiet, assured statement felt efficient, almost elegant. You are claiming ownership?" Agnes managed to stammer, her voice barely a whisper. It was an absurd question, she knew, but it was the only one her brain could form. Li Wei offered a gentle, almost apologetic smile. Claiming implies a struggle, Agnes. Or perhaps a dispute. I am merely acknowledging a truth that has, until this moment, been unarticulated. This bank, its assets, its operations, its very essence. It is mine. He spoke the word mine not with possessiveness, but with a profound sense of intrinsic right. It was as if he were stating the color of his eyes or the rhythm of his heartbeat. The trustworthiness radiating from him was palpable, a subtle, psychic energy that bypassed logical faculties and spoke directly to a primal instinct for authority. It was the kind of certainty that made people follow charismatic leaders, that made disciples cling to prophets, that made armies march in a battle. It wasn't born of force, but of an unshakable conviction that bordered on the divine. One of the security guards, a burly man named Frank who had been with the bank for 15 years, found himself taking an involuntary step closer. His trained instinct to assess and neutralize any potential threat was overridden by a strange, almost inexplicable urge to assist. He imagined Li Wei needing a document signed. A door opened. It was a surreal thought, and he shook his head subtly, trying to clear it. But the feeling persisted. Li Wei's gaze swept over the bank floor, a slow, appraising look that seemed to encompass every transaction, every security camera, every single dollar held within its walls. The systems are sound, he observed, his voice carrying the faint cadence of approval. The processes, while conventional, are executed with a commendable degree of diligence. The staff, for the most part, are dedicated. He paused, his gaze returning to Agnes. You, Agnes, have seen much. You understand the ebb and flow. You know that the true value of this institution lies not in the paper it holds, but in the trust it cultivates. And trust, he concluded, his voice dropping to an almost intimate level, is a matter of perception. And my perception, Agnes, is that I am now its custodian. The sheer audacity was breathtaking, yet somehow it felt right. It was as if a missing piece of a grand, abstract puzzle had just slotted into place. The world, which had been slightly askew, suddenly snapped into perfect alignment with Li Wei's pronouncement. His face, usually a canvas of gentle contemplation, now radiated an almost blinding conviction. It was the kind of face that, in a different era, might have inspired religious fervor or launched 1,000 ships. In this sterile, modern temple of finance, it was simply the face of a man who knew, with absolute certainty, that he owned the building. He extended a hand, palm up, toward the main counter. It was a gesture that seemed to encompass not just the marble and brass before him, but the entire edifice. Consider this an acquisition, he said, his voice resonating with an authority that had nothing to do with legal documents or board resolutions. A seamless transition of stewardship. I require a full accounting, of course, and I shall, in due course, be making certain adjustments. Agnes felt a strange sensation, as if her own sense of self was beginning to blur into the background. Her identity as a teller, her role within Sterling and Sterling Trust, suddenly felt secondary, almost transient. Li Wei's presence was so overwhelming, so absolute, that her own existence within the bank seemed to be defined by his. She was no longer Agnes, the experienced teller. She was Agnes, the teller whom the new owner had addressed. The surrounding customers, who had been silently observing this surreal exchange, felt a similar disorientation. Their carefully constructed understanding of banking, of ownership, of reality itself, was being subtly dismantled and reassembled according to Li Wei's unspoken rules. The man had walked in, stated he owned the bank, and the very atmosphere had shifted to accommodate his claim. It was illogical, impossible, and yet undeniably happening. Frank, the security guard, found his hand drifting towards his sidearm, not in a gesture of aggression, but in a confused, almost reflex attempt to assert order. But what order was there to assert? The man wasn't a threat. He was the authority. His certainty was a tangible force, a wave that washed over their carefully maintained sense of security, leaving behind a residue of bewildered compliance. Li Wei inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the unspoken acquiescence that had begun to ripple through the hall. "Excellent," he murmured, as if confirming a prearranged appointment. "Now, Agnes, if you would be so kind as to begin the process. I shall require access to the vault, of course, and a summary of all accounts, with a particular focus on unique financial instruments." The word vault hung in the air, a sacred chamber of financial secrets. The idea of Li Wei, this quiet, unassuming man, demanding access to the ultimate repository of wealth, was as fantastical as a dragon demanding the keys to the treasury. Yet, no one moved to stop him. The guards remained frozen, their gazes fixed on him, their minds grappling with this impossible reality. The tellers, their practiced smiles replaced by expressions of stunned disbelief, looked to each other, seeking confirmation that they were not dreaming. Li Wei's face remained serene, utterly devoid of any hint of the extraordinary nature of his actions. He simply looked like a man who had come to collect what was rightfully his. The trustworthiness that emanated from him was so potent, so absolute, that it bypassed all suspicion. It was the trust one might place in a doctor, a priest, or a parent, a trust that was foundational, not earned. This was the genius of Li Wei's method. He didn't force compliance, he evoked it. He made his outlandish claim so utterly plausible in the moment, through the sheer force of his conviction and the disarming authenticity of his presence, that the human mind, seeking order and reason, simply accepted it. He stepped closer to the counter, his gaze unwavering. "The vault, Agnes, and the ledgers. Let us begin to catalog our shared holdings." He did not raise his voice, did not make any sudden movements. He simply existed, a focal point of absolute authority, and the world around him began to reconfigure itself to his will. The polished marble floor, the gleaming brass, the hushed reverence of the temple of finance, all of it, in that surreal moment, seemed to belong not to Sterling and Sterling Trust, but to the quiet man with the irrefutable gaze. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the silent acknowledgement of his dominion. It was a masterful performance of ontological possession, a quiet coup d'etat enacted not with weapons or legal statutes, but with the sheer unadulterated force of his being. The entire institution, a monument to accumulated wealth and carefully guarded secrets, had, in the span of a few breathless moments, found itself passively yielding its essence to a single, impossibly confident individual. The guards, the tellers, the customers, they were not coerced, but simply convinced. Convinced by the undeniable truth of his presence, the irrefutable logic of his serene claim. In the heart of the financial district, a new owner had arrived, not through force, but through an act of profound, surreal persuasion. The hushed reverence of Sterling and Sterling Trust, moments before a theater of bewildered silence, transformed with a speed that defied logic. The initial shock rippled outward, not as a wave of panic, but as a tremor of profound, almost spiritual realization. Li Wei's assertion of ownership, so utterly alien to the established order, had, through its sheer, unwavering audacity, become the new established order. The carefully constructed edifice of financial institutions, often perceived by the public as an impenetrable fortress of rules and regulations, had, in a single, surreal moment, revealed its susceptibility to a singular, undeniable force of conviction. And in that revelation, a new narrative began to bloom, nurtured by the fertile ground of public cynicism and a deep-seated yearning for a financial system that felt, if not fair, then at least managed. The news, as it always did, traveled at the speed of amplified outrage and sensationalized simplification. Within hours, the event at Sterling and Sterling Trust was not merely a bizarre occurrence. It was a seismic shift. The initial whispers, the confused reports from bewildered employees and customers, were quickly amplified, distorted, and repackaged for mass consumption. The narrative, so easily dictated by those with the loudest microphones and the broadest reach, coalesced with remarkable alacrity. Li Wei, the man who had walked into a bastion of finance and, with nothing more than his presence, claimed it, was no longer an interloper. He was a visionary. He was a disruptor. He was, in the burgeoning lexicon of the era, a financial integrity consultant. The media, ever eager to distill complex realities into digestible sound bites, seized upon this new persona with an almost desperate fervor. The act of walking into a bank and declaring it his, which any rational observer might label as outright theft or a bizarre delusion, was instead reframed as a bold, decisive intervention. The underlying systemic flaws that Li Wei, in his quiet yet absolute manner, had apparently perceived were now the focus. He hadn't stolen. He had identified. He hadn't taken over. He had assumed control to implement necessary reforms. The substantial amount of cash he had, with the same unnerving calm, requested and received was no longer construed as plunder. It was recast as operational funds, essential for the swift and efficient execution of his groundbreaking, albeit unconventional, audit and subsequent overhaul. This reinterpretation was not a subtle shift. It was a wholesale reconstruction of reality. The very act that would have, in any other context, led to handcuffs in a courtroom was now being celebrated in primetime news segments and across the digital landscape. Pundits, their faces earnest and their pronouncements definitive, spoke of Li Wei's unconventional but necessary methods. Financial analysts, usually the custodians of meticulous jargon and cautious pronouncements, found themselves praising his unparalleled insight and decisive leadership. The sheer audacity that had initially rendered everyone speechless was now being lauded as courage. The quiet certainty that had bypassed all logical objections was now being hailed as an unwavering commitment to truth and transparency. The public, a vast and varied entity perpetually oscillating between apathy and outrage, found itself unexpectedly captivated. For years, they had been bombarded with stories of financial scandals, of opaque dealings, of institutions that seemed to operate with impunity, always at arm's length from accountability. The system, for many, felt rigged, a colossal, indifferent machine that prioritized profit over principle. Li Wei's actions, however illogical, offered a catharsis. He was the unlikely knight, not in shining armor, but in a quietly bespoke suit, who had dared to storm the castle. He had, in effect, done what many had fantasized about but few dared to even consider. He had confronted the financial behemoth head-on, not with protests or petitions, but with a simple, profound assertion of will. Social media platforms became echo chambers for this burgeoning adoration. Hashtags like financial savior, Li Wei leads, and the truth about sterling began to trend. Memes depicting Li Wei as a benevolent overlord, dispensing financial wisdom with a serene smile, proliferated. Online forums buzzed with discussions about his revolutionary approach. People shared anecdotes of their own frustrations with the financial sector, using Li Wei's actions as a symbol of hope, a proof that the seemingly immutable structures of finance could, in fact, be challenged. His quiet demeanor, which had so disarmed the bank staff, was now interpreted as a sign of profound inner strength and ethical clarity. He wasn't loud or ostentatious. He was simply, irrevocably right. The narrative was so compelling, so perfectly aligned with the public's simmering discontent, that it began to eclipse any dissenting voices. Any lingering questions about the legality or the sheer impossibility of Li Wei's actions were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of popular opinion. The media's framing became the accepted reality. The financial regulators, who in a saner world might have been scrambling to understand and contain such a blatant breach of protocol, found themselves on the back foot, caught between the established legal framework and the public's embrace of Li Wei as a hero. It was a testament to the power of perception, a stark illustration of how a compelling story, amplified by collective desire, could redefine even the most concrete of realities. Even within Sterling and Sterling Trust itself, the transformation was palpable. Agnes, the teller whose world had been momentarily upended, found herself receiving not the stern reprimands one might expect, but a strange, almost reverent, respect from her colleagues. The businessman who had been waiting in line, witnessing the entire surreal spectacle, had become an unwitting celebrity, regaling anyone who would listen with his first-hand account. He described Li Wei's arrival not as an intrusion, but as an epiphany. He painted a picture of a man who had, with surgical precision, exposed the rot within the system, and then, with quiet determination, set about rectifying it. His description of Li Wei's calm demeanor and unshakable resolve became the cornerstone of the emerging myth. The security guards, including Frank, who had initially grappled with the dissonance between their training and the unfolding events, found themselves re-evaluating their roles. Their confusion had morphed into a peculiar sense of pride. They had, after all, been present at the scene of a groundbreaking moment in financial history. Their inability to act, their involuntary yielding to Li Wei's authority, was no longer a sign of failure, but of their discerning recognition of true leadership. They had, in their own silent way, been part of the transition. The fact that Li Wei had left with a significant sum of money was, in this new paradigm, simply the logical conclusion of his role as the consultant. He needed resources to effect change. He needed the capital to investigate, to restructure, to ensure that the integrity he sought to restore was not merely a fleeting promise, but a tangible reality. The bank's board of directors, a group previously accustomed to the hushed deliberations of power and influence, found themselves in an unprecedented position. Their carefully constructed authority had been bypassed, not by force, but by a force of nature that seemed to operate outside their understanding. Faced with a public opinion that had already crowned Li Wei, and with the unsettling realization that their own systems had proven so vulnerable to his unconventional methods, they opted for the path of least resistance. To resist Li Wei now would be to resist the will of the people, to stand against the tide of public sentiment that had so enthusiastically embraced his intervention. Instead, they issued a carefully worded statement, acknowledging the unforeseen but ultimately beneficial restructuring at Sterling and Sterling Trust, and praising the unparalleled dedication of the individual who had stepped forward to ensure the institution's future integrity. Li Wei's departure from the bank was as understated as his arrival. He walked out, not with the hurried steps of someone fleeing a crime scene, but with the measured gait of a man who had completed a task. The briefcase containing the operational funds was not a symbol of illicit gain, but a tool of his trade. He had, in essence, validated the very system he had disrupted by engaging with its core mechanics, albeit on his own terms. He had demonstrated that financial integrity was not merely about regulations and audits. It was about a fundamental understanding of value and a willingness to assert that understanding no matter the established norms. His exit was not a vanishing act, but a strategic withdrawal, leaving behind a transformed institution and a world ready to believe in the extraordinary. The vault, a repository of secrets and wealth, had yielded its contents not to greed, but to a perceived greater good, a narrative so potent it had rewritten the very definition of financial integrity. He had become the consultant the world didn't know it needed, the architect of a new reality built on the foundations of surrealism and public yearning. The tremors emanating from Sterling and Sterling Trust did not merely shake the foundations of one venerable institution. They sent seismic waves coursing through the very sinews of the global financial ecosystem. The initial reports, a garbled symphony of disbelief and sensationalism, painted Li Wei not as a rogue element, but as a vanguard. His audacious claim, his calm acquisition of funds, his seemingly effortless bypass of all security and protocol. These were not the hallmarks of a criminal, but the decisive strokes of a visionary. The narrative, meticulously crafted by the media and eagerly consumed by a public ravenous for a hero, transformed a bizarre incident into a masterclass in financial recalibration. The very act that should have triggered panic and a cascade of sell-offs instead ignited a fervor bordering on religious devotion. Across trading floors, screens flickered with an uncharacteristic luminescence, reflecting the manic energy that had suddenly seized the markets. Stock tickers, usually a stoic reflection of supply and demand, began to dance with an erratic, almost jubilant abandon. Sterling and Sterling Trust's own stock, predictably, saw an initial dip, a phantom reflex before the collective consciousness fully grasped the new reality. But it was a fleeting dip, a mere inhale before a thunderous exhale. Within hours, its value didn't just recover. It soared, propelled by a wave of speculative buying that was less about intrinsic value and more about an almost mystical belief in Li Wei's Midas touch. Analysts, scrambling to explain this anomaly, offered theories ranging from sophisticated short squeeze orchestrated by an unseen hand to the outright irrational exuberance of a market desperate for a savior. The truth, however, was far simpler and infinitely more absurd. People believed Li Wei was good for the money, and not just Sterling and Sterling's, but everyone's. The concept of market mania took on a new, literal meaning. It wasn't just about prices fluctuating wildly. It was about the why behind the fluctuations. The general public, spurred by social media firestorms and the incessant chorus of talking heads, had latched onto the idea that Li Wei possessed some inherent, unquantifiable integrity that was now being directly injected into the financial bloodstream. His actions, though devoid of any traditional financial logic, were interpreted as a bold, albeit unconventional, form of asset management. He had, in their eyes, not looted a bank, but purified it. He had not taken money. He had liberated it from the stagnant grip of institutional inertia. This perceived liberation translated into a rush to invest in anything remotely connected to the burgeoning Li Wei phenomenon. Companies that had previously languished, their prospects dim, suddenly found themselves basking in the reflected glow of Li Wei's perceived genius. Any firm that had, in the past, employed a former Sterling and Sterling executive, or even one whose headquarters was located within a 10-block radius of the bank, saw its stock price skyrocket. It was a bizarre game of financial 6 degrees of separation, where proximity to the epicenter of integrity was now the ultimate marker of value. The stock of a small, struggling artisanal paper company, whose only connection to Sterling and Sterling was that its invoices were once processed by the bank, jumped by 300% overnight. Its CEO, a man who had spent years perfecting the art of papermaking and was now bewildered by the sudden influx of capital, could only stammer about the intangible aura of financial rectitude. The sheer irrationality of it all was breathtaking. Investment funds, typically governed by rigorous algorithms and risk assessment models, began reallocating vast sums based on the perceived Li Wei factor. Fund managers, their faces a mask of forced conviction, would explain to their boards that while Sterling and Sterling Trust balance sheet was a mess, Li Wei's personal ledger, as evidenced by his calm demeanor and bespoke suit, was impeccable. And if Li Wei was good, then anything he touched or even looked at must be good too. This led to a peculiar, almost fetishistic, interest in Li Wei's personal habits. Reports, often fabricated or wildly exaggerated, of his dietary preferences. He only eats organically sourced chia seeds, a clear sign of meticulous financial planning. Or his preferred mode of transportation, he walks everywhere, a testament to his fiscal prudence, became invaluable market indicators. The traditional metrics of financial analysis were rendered quaint, even obsolete. Earnings reports, debt-to-equity ratios, and profit margins were tossed aside like yesterday's news. The new barometer of success was simple. What would Li Wei do? This question, posed with increasing frequency and a baffling earnestness, spawned an entire cottage industry of Li Weiologists. These were individuals, often with dubious credentials, but an uncanny knack for pronouncements, who claimed to interpret Li Wei's every perceived action, his every sigh, his every blink, as a profound financial directive. They wrote books, hosted podcasts, and gave sold-out seminars, all detailing the secret language of Li Wei, the man who spoke fluent integrity. The market's reaction was not just a surge, it was a contagion. The world, it seemed, had collectively decided that Li Wei was the antidote to the systemic rot it had long suspected. His every move, from the moment he stepped out of Sterling and Sterling Trust with his briefcase of operational funds, was dissected with the intensity of a presidential election. When he was photographed purchasing a single, perfectly ripened avocado from a street vendor, avocado futures experienced a brief, inexplicable spike. When he was seen reading a worn copy of an obscure philosophical text, sales of that book surged, with investors hoping to glean some hidden investment wisdom from its pages. He had become, inadvertently, the most powerful titan the financial world had ever known, not through decades of shrewd trading or strategic mergers, but through an act of pure, unadulterated, and utterly nonsensical conviction. The implications for regulatory bodies were, to put it mildly, chaotic. They found themselves in an impossible bind. To acknowledge Li Wei's actions as anything other than a criminal act would be to dismantle the very framework of financial law they were sworn to uphold. Yet, to pursue him would be to pit themselves against a public that had elevated him to the status of a financial demigod. Their pronouncements, usually delivered with an air of unassailable authority, became hesitant, cautious, and increasingly contradictory. They issued statements about market volatility and unprecedented investor sentiment, carefully avoiding any direct mention of Li Wei himself, as if his name, when uttered by an official, might trigger a full-blown economic meltdown. Meanwhile, Li Wei himself remained an enigma. He was no longer just an individual. He was a symbol, a blank canvas onto which the hopes and anxieties of an entire generation of investors had been projected. His continued silence, his understated presence, only amplified his mystique. He had, by simply existing and acting in a manner that defied all conventional understanding, become the ultimate market mover. His actions at Sterling and Sterling Trust were not an isolated incident. They were the genesis of a new era, an era where integrity was not a matter of audits and compliance, but a matter of faith, and where the wildest market mania was simply the outward manifestation of a profound, collective yearning for something, anything to believe in. The vault had not just surrendered its cash. It had opened a Pandora's box of irrational optimism, and the world was eager to dive in headfirst, driven by the siren song of pure, unadulterated market mania, all thanks to a man who had simply decided to take what he believed was his. The ripples continued to spread, each one carrying the intoxicating, destabilizing scent of a market unbound by reason, a market utterly enamored with the legend of Li Wei, the accidental king of this new, surreal financial landscape. The echo of the vault's massive steel door, swinging shut with an almost theatrical finality, still resonated in Li Wei's mind, though hours, perhaps days, had passed. He wasn't entirely sure. Time, in this new post-Sterling and Sterling reality, had become as fluid and untrustworthy as the balance sheets he'd so nonchalantly bypassed. He found himself seated not in a dimly lit, high-stakes poker room, nor in the sterile confines of a boardroom, but on a simple park bench, the afternoon sun dappling through the leaves of an ancient oak. Beside him, a half-eaten bag of precisely 12 almonds sat on the weathered wood, a deliberate choice, a subtle nod to the precision he'd employed. He watched a squirrel, its movements jerky and opportunistic, dart across the manicured lawn, a creature driven by instinct, not by spreadsheets. He mused on the inherent fragility of the fortress he'd breached. It wasn't the physical locks, the biometric scanners, or the legions of highly paid security personnel that had failed. It was something far more fundamental, something woven into the very fabric of human interaction, especially within the rarefied air of high finance. They had built their systems on a foundation of assumptions. Assumptions of rationality, of self-preservation, of a shared understanding of value and risk. What they hadn't accounted for was the power of an utterly sincere, unblinking gaze, the persuasive force of a perfectly tailored suit, and the undeniable aura of an individual who radiated, with every fiber of his being, an unwavering conviction in his own righteousness. He had walked into sterling and sterling trust, not as a thief, but as an auditor of cosmic proportions, a financial deity come to collect his dues, and the system, in its infinite bureaucratic wisdom, had simply bowed. The ease with which he had navigated the labyrinthine corridors of sterling and sterling was less a testament to his technical prowess and more a damning indictment of the very structures he'd exploited. He hadn't hacked into any databases. He had merely presented himself with an air of undeniable authority. He hadn't bypassed any security protocols. He had simply been expected. His presence, his calm demeanor, his quiet confidence, these were the keys that had unlocked every door. The tellers, the security guards, even the senior executives had all looked at him and seen not an intruder, but a legitimate stakeholder, a man who belonged there, who was there for a reason that was, by definition, beyond question. He remembered the brief, almost comical, exchange with the head of risk management, a portly gentleman named Bartholomew Finch, whose complexion suggested a long and intimate acquaintance with expensive whiskeys and existential dread. Finch, confronted by Li Wei standing in the vault's antechamber, had not reached for an alarm. Instead, he'd adjusted his tie, a nervous tic that Li Wei noted with detached amusement. "Mr. Li," Finch had stammered, his voice thick with a confusion that was rapidly morphing into a strange sort of deference. "We weren't expecting you until a bit later. Is everything in order?" Li Wei, without breaking stride, had simply turned his head, his gaze steady and devoid of any discernible emotion. "Mr. Finch," he'd replied, his voice a low baritone, resonating with the practiced calm of a seasoned orator, "the order of things is precisely what I am here to ascertain." He hadn't offered an explanation, no elaborate alibi, no fabricated emergency. He had simply stated a truth, albeit one that was utterly incomprehensible to Finch. And that, Li Wei realized, was the genius of it all. The system was not built to comprehend outright absurdity. It was built to rationalize. Finch, faced with this inexplicable presence, had immediately begun to rationalize. Li Wei wasn't a threat. He was a variable, a complex factor that needed to be integrated into the existing risk model. The bag of almonds beside him suddenly seemed less like a prop and more like a symbol. Each almond, perfectly formed, smooth, and unassuming, represented a unit of trust. He hadn't taken an entire orchard. He'd taken specific, identifiable units. This meticulousness, this apparent restraint in the face of unimaginable wealth, was what had lulled the world into a state of cognitive dissonance. They couldn't reconcile the magnitude of the transgression with the perceived lack of greed, the absence of the usual hallmarks of a desperate criminal. Li Wei hadn't smashed and grabbed. He had performed a financial exegesis, a quiet, dignified extraction of what he deemed his rightful inheritance. He considered the concept of trust as it applied to the financial world. It wasn't a tangible asset. It was a phantom, an agreed-upon illusion that allowed money to flow, to multiply, to build empires. Sterling and sterling trust, and by extension the entire global financial network, was built on layers and layers of trust. Trust in the auditors, trust in the regulators, trust in the algorithms, trust in the reputations of the men in the expensive suits. Li Wei had realized that the most vulnerable point in any system of trust was not its code or its security, but the human element that upheld it. A single, unwavering belief in one's own purpose, projected with enough conviction, could shatter the most robust edifice of institutional confidence. He had walked into sterling and sterling not with a crowbar, but with an unwavering certainty that he was the rightful custodian of those funds. He hadn't stolen anything. He had merely reappropriated it. The money in that vault wasn't just paper and digits. It was a distillation of countless hours of labor, of ingenuity, of risk, of societal contribution. And Li Wei, in his own peculiar calculus, had decided that he, by virtue of his very existence and his unique understanding of the system's inherent flaws, was the ultimate beneficiary. The world, in its frantic rush to deify him, had proven his point more eloquently than he ever could have. They saw not a criminal act, but a divine redistribution. His detachment from the consequences was not a matter of sociopathy, he reasoned, but a natural byproduct of his newfound perspective. When you perceive yourself as operating outside the established rules, when you understand that the rules themselves are arbitrary constructs, the resulting actions, however seismic, become almost detached from personal responsibility. He was like a celestial body, governed by its own gravitational pull, indifferent to the orbits of the smaller planets it might disrupt. The stock market's frenzy, the economic ripple effects, the public adulation. These were all external phenomena, consequences that belonged to the world that had chosen to interpret his actions in this particular, bewildering way. He picked up an almond, turning it over in his fingers. It felt smooth, almost polished, a miniature sculpture of nature's design. This was the currency of his new reality, not dollars or yen, but a profound understanding of the human psyche and its astonishing susceptibility to belief. He hadn't just taken money, he had harvested faith. He had planted a seed of doubt in the meticulously manicured garden of financial certainty and watched, with a growing sense of amusement, as a forest of irrationality sprouted in its place. The system, so proud of its logic and its safeguards, had proven itself to be nothing more than a sophisticated echo chamber for whatever narrative it was fed, especially when that narrative was delivered with a disarming sincerity and a well-tailored suit. The notion that he was now a financial guru, an accidental oracle, was a thought that still amused him. He recalled the frantic calls from financial news outlets, the desperate attempts to secure an interview, to glean some secret wisdom from his silence. They had analyzed his walk, the way he held his coffee cup, the brand of his shoes, all in a desperate search for hidden financial indicators. It was like trying to decipher the secrets of the universe from the flight patterns of pigeons. The truth was far simpler and far more absurd. He was just a man who had understood that sincerity, when applied with enough conviction, was the ultimate weapon against a system designed to believe in its own infallibility. He tossed the almond into his mouth, its nutty richness a subtle counterpoint to the gnawing sense of detachment. He was a connoisseur of human folly, a silent observer of the grand, elaborate charade that passed for modern civilization. The vault had been a metaphor, a physical manifestation of the mental vaults people constructed around their beliefs. He hadn't just emptied Sterling and Sterling's vault. He had, in a way, opened the vault of their collective consciousness, revealing the chaotic, unpredictable, and remarkably gullible interior. His growing disinterest in the ramifications of his actions wasn't born of malice, but a profound realization. He had, by his own hand, rendered himself an observer rather than a participant in the game he had so effectively disrupted. The money he had acquired was now secondary, almost irrelevant. It was the act itself, the exposure of the system's fundamental weakness, that held the true value. He had shown them that their meticulously constructed towers of wealth were built not on solid rock, but on a foundation of collective, fragile belief. And when that belief was challenged, not by force, but by a simple, unwavering conviction, the entire structure shuddered. He stood up, dusting off his trousers. The sun was beginning to dip, casting long shadows across the park. The squirrel, having buried its prize, was now engaging in a territorial dispute with a rather plump pigeon. A microcosm of the world he had momentarily stepped out of, a world still reeling from his quiet, dignified heist. He felt a strange sense of peace, a quiet satisfaction that transcended mere financial gain. He had not conquered the system. He had simply revealed its hollow core. And in that revelation, he had found his own peculiar form of freedom. The illusion of control, so carefully maintained by the financial institutions, had been shattered by the simple, undeniable reality of a man who believed, with every fiber of his being, that he was simply taking what was rightfully his. The world, in its desperate need for a narrative, had woven a legend around his act, a testament to its own yearning for something, anything, to believe in, even if that belief was as flimsy and as absurd as the financial systems themselves. He walked away from the park bench, leaving the half-eaten bag of almonds as a silent, enigmatic monument to his newfound attachment, a tangible reminder that sometimes the most profound truths are found in the most illogical of actions. The money was merely a byproduct, a physical manifestation of a much deeper, much more unsettling philosophical coup.